Afternoon, and the House is reconvening from the morning session that saw members from wings of Sonko, the governor for Nairobi, as well as the legal team representing the county government of Nairobi, make their case before Senate. And what is expected in this afternoon session is that the county assembly will be providing evidence and cross-examination of their witnesses in this afternoon session, where senators on the side of Governor Mike Sonko will be asking questions to their witnesses. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 75, subsection 2, the Senate sitting in plenary or the special committee appointed under subsection 1 shall within 10 days investigate the matter, and in the case of a special committee, report to the Senate on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations against the governor to have been substantiated. Subsection 3, the governor shall have a right to appear and be represented before the Senate or a special committee during these investigations. The subsection 4 reads that if the special committee reports that the particulars or any allegations against the governor have not been substantiated, no further action shall be taken under this section in respect to the allegation. Subsection 6, if the majority of the county delegations of the Senate vote to uphold any impeachment charges, in this case because the Senate is sitting in plenary, the governor shall cease to hold office. If a vote in the Senate fails to result in any removal of the governor, the Speaker of the Senate shall notify the Speaker of the concerned county assembly, and the motion by the assembly for the removal of the governor on the same charges may only be reintroduced to the Senate after the expiry of the 3 months from the date of such a vote. The rules of procedure must be followed by the Senate or the special committee of the Senate as set out in the 5th schedule of those standing orders. Subsection 9, the procedure set out in paragraph 1 to 8 shall apply within the necessary modifications of the impeachment of governor. Subsection Standing Orders number 76 on the right to be heard says that whenever the Constitution or any written law requires the Senate to consider a petition or a proposal for removal of a person from office, the person shall be entitled to appear before the relevant committee of the Senate considering the matter and shall be entitled to legal representation. And Article Standing Orders number 77 on the priority of the motion states that a motion for the removal of a person from office shall take precedence over all matter of business of the day. That has been noticed by the gazettement of the impeachment motion of the governor for Nairobi County currently before Senate. The Senate of the Republic of Kenya will be hearing the matter of Governor Mike Sonko between today and tomorrow, and this is not the first case to be handled by the Senate. Previous impeachment motions have either sailed through or failed to sail through altogether. About 5 governors have previously survived the impeachment motions based on technicality and lack of sufficient evidence. Of the 5 attempts to send the county bosses home by members of the county assembly, the Senate upheld only that of Embu Governor Martin Wambora, who survived his first term, shielded by court orders. Other governors are Governor Mwangi Wewe of Murang'a County, Paul Chepkwony of Kericho County, Governor Granton Samboja of Taita Taveta County, and the late Ndirito Gashagwa of Nyeri County, who all survived their ouster plots. In Wambora's case, for instance, the Senate's decision to impeach Wambora was overturned by the Court of Appeal that ruled that there was no clear evidence that the governor acted in gross violation of the Constitution. In other cases, case in point in 2015, Governor Wewe was impeached after 35 members of the County Assembly voted to send him home. This is on the grounds of misusing county cash, failing to manage county debts, gross misconduct, and matters of abuse of office. That decision, however, was reversed by the Senate that ruled that the charges did not meet the constitutional threshold to necessitate for impeachment. During those particular hearings, by then, the governor's defense team had persuaded the Senate committee to terminate the proposed impeachment on the grounds that the County Assembly had not followed the constitutional provisions initiating and adopting a impeachment motion. We've witnessed that in the morning session, where the legal team for Governor Mike Sonko, led by lawyer Harrison Kinyanjui, requested the Senate to abandon the hearing, claiming that the county government for Nairobi County did not follow the requisite procedure in impeaching Governor Mike Sonko. In 2014, Governor Chepkoni followed the same path when he was also impeached. 2/3 of MCAs approved a motion to oust the governor on accusations of abuse of office and unlawful procurement of goods and services. On your screens is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Ken Lusaka, signaling that the second session for the day is about to begin. I now hand over for the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing.
Order, Senators. Prayers. There are no prayers. Huh? There are no prayers. Yeah, we did pray. We prayed. Well, we had just adjourned, so I think the prayers that we said in the morning is working. So, Honorable Senators, in the course of the sitting before the lunch break, certain matters were raised in respect of which I undertook to make a ruling. First, let me apologize. We were supposed to have made at 2:15, but because I had to work on the ruling and a bit of reading here and there, that's why we have delayed. So the issues are a bit of research, yes. The issues arose in the context of opening statements by the Council for the County Assembly and Council for the Governor. For the County Assembly, they raised issues relating to the letter reference number NCC-A/SPK 12/2024 dated 14th December 2020, in which they requested the Senate to summon 11 witnesses to produce evidence and shed light on various matters relating to the charges against the governor. Similarly, the Counsel for the Governor, in his opening statement, put forward what was essentially a preliminary objection on how the impeachment process was undertaken by the County Assembly, and secondly, the Council alluded to the doctrine of sub judice, and that pursuant to Standing Order 98 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate should not proceed with this impeachment process. Honorable Senators, in regard to the issues raised by the County Assembly, I wish to confirm that the application is on record and already served on the Governor. Rule 19 of Part 1 of the 5th schedule to the Senate Standing Orders on the rules of procedure when considering the proposed removal in plenary provides that in presenting its evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not part of the allegations against the Governor by the County Assembly as forwarded by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. Honorable Senators, having perused the request which is on record, I will allow the County Assembly to summon not more than 3 other witnesses, excluding the Governor and the Commissioner General, Prison Services. I also wish to inform the County Assembly that they must canvass their case, including the additional 3 witnesses, within the allocated time of 4 hours today, and further that the County Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence. Accordingly, I direct the Counsel for the County Assembly to liaise with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for summons to issue the 3 additional witnesses. While the practicability of this may pose challenges, it should be noted that the hearing is for 2 days, and this request must be made at the hearing. Honorable Senators, in respect of the Governor, the issues that were alluded by the way of preliminary objection are also on record, and they speak to alleged procedural impropriety, non-compliance of laws at the County Assembly, and live court proceedings in relation to matters before the Senate. On the procedural and substantial questions raised, it is clear to me that these are matters requiring evidence in order to prove, and for which the other side has an opportunity of rebuttal with evidence. The Senate can only make a fair determination, having had the evidence on both sides. This is the essence of this investigation. The investigation before the Senate is both in respect of procedural as well as substantive matters. To that extent, and following precedents, it is clear to me, and I so rule, that pursuant to Rule 29 of the 5th schedule to the standing orders, any preliminary objection, both procedural and substantive, should be properly subsumed in the evidence of either party and presented at the time allocated to that party. On the objection based on sub judice, it is important to note the following 3 things. Sub judice is a rule of the Senate itself for its own convenience. 2, it is also a rule requiring evidence for it to be invoked. And 3, it is not an absolute rule, as Standing Order 98.5 of the Senate Standing Orders provides that notwithstanding that standing order, the Speaker may allow reference to before the Senate or a committee for any matter, and following the precedents, that it's quite clear that the competence and jurisdiction of the Senate to hear a proposed removal from office is a constitutional mandate of the Senate, independent of the matter of judiciary or any other organ. From all the foregoing, I rule as follows. 1, the County Assembly lawyers liaise with the Office of the Clerk of the Senate to summon a maximum of 3 witnesses, excluding the Governor and the Commissioner General of the Prison Service, from this list presented to the Senate and served on the Governor, which witnesses shall give evidence on matters already presented and served on the other party, and also to note that their evidence may stay within the hearing program. 2, all objections raised in respect to procedural, legal, or constitutional lapses at the County Assembly and all matters relating to the jurisdiction of the Senate shall be urged and canvassed within the time allocated by each party, and shall be considered by the Senate and determined together with the substantive issues of the merits of the matter. Honorable Senators, as per Rule 29 of the 5th schedule to the Senate Standing Orders. This ruling is final, and we shall now proceed according to our hearing program. I thank you. Next, now I've already made a ruling on that. So, no. Okay, but not on the ruling that I've made. Yes, Senator Murkomen. Not on the order I've made. Please stick to the rules of the House.
Mr. Speaker, definitely you've made your ruling, but there's a clarification that is missing. Mr. Speaker, when a matter is raised on a preliminary objection, because your ruling has not referred to that, when a matter is preliminary, then it is preliminary, Mr. Speaker. And preliminary in the sense that if one is contesting that they do not want to continue prosecuting a matter because it's sub judice and that it might end up suffering double jeopardy, Mr. Speaker, especially once you get orders from court giving you certain favorable decision, then here you come and, Mr. Speaker, violate the same order.
Unfortunately, Senator Murkomen,
no, the question I'm just...
You are already challenging what I've said.
No, I'm not challenging what
you said. You are not holding brief for the parties.
That is
because
true.
You are part of the court.
Okay, let me go to the point. The Speaker, it's not lost on me that as a House, this House is surviving because of favorable court decisions. So what clarification I want, Mr. Speaker, without court and court orders, if the National Assembly was to ignore the various court decisions that have been made in favor of this House and make a similar ruling like yourself, Mr. Speaker, this House would have been wound up long time ago. So the challenge I want to pose to you is this, Mr. Speaker. For a matter that is that weighty, that would have disposed to the case in total, was it not wiser, Mr. Speaker, for the decision to be made by the Senate and senators themselves on vote, instead of the Speaker taking responsibility? And I'm saying this with utmost respect, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, if you become the governor of Bungoma again, and there is another court order, or you need a court order, or you are brought here for impeachment, and you need a court order, are you confident, Mr. Speaker, that you can appear before the courts of Kenya and tell them, I ruled to ignore court orders? Because, Mr. Speaker, it would have been safer if it was the decision of the Senate.
Order.
But if it becomes the decision of one person,
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's where we have a problem.
I have not ruled order. I have not ruled against any court order. And there's no court order. In any case, under our Rules 26, you will have an opportunity to say what you are saying. You will have an opportunity to vote at the end of it. And as a speaker, I'm also using what the law gives me to do. And I will not interfere with your contributions as a Senate. You will be allowed to vote, and you will express what you are saying at the vote at the end of it. Let's continue. No. Let's proceed. Let's make progress. I'm calling for the council to give evidence for the county assembly. Please, let's make progress. Let's progress. Order, members. Order. I have made a ruling as a speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
We are also
sir.
using our standing orders. Okay. Yes, we are having let the county assembly council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we highly appreciate the guidance and
Okay,
the
just
ruling of
order,
the
Senators, order.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had an application of
Okay, Senator Cheriot. But Senator Murkomen, please. But you cannot shout at me from where you are sitting. Please, order. Order, Senator Murkomen.
It will be grossly unfair, Mr. Speaker, if we get to a point where members cannot be allowed to raise points of orders. We are allowed by our standing orders that if we are dissatisfied with any procedural matter, when you are conducting our business, that we rise and raise the matter. It is within your jurisdiction as our speaker to say whether that matter is with merit, Mr. Speaker. Because I agree with your ruling. I know there are people who perhaps may want to imagine that I want to protest what you have ruled. But I just want to seek a clarification from you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, when we take a determination of this matter, what will be the schedule of questions? Because you have said the matters that have been conversed by the parties of which you've ruled need to be subsumed in their main arguments. As a House, we will make a determination at that point, and you have said it will be upon us to have listened to them. Will you then grant us an opportunity to first of all deal with the issues that they had raised as preliminary objection, then subsequently vote on the main issues? Because, Mr. Speaker, why I want that clarification from you is that if we get to the point of voting and it is confirmed at question number 1 that this House has established that the County Assembly of Nairobi did not meet the constitutional threshold of impeaching the governor, the matter will end at that point. So it will be important that when those questions are being listed, that be the first question that is put before us, before the rest of the questions. That's just a clarification I wanted, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. What I've said in other words, all those matters will be voted for, including the preliminary objection. You look at all of them and take one vote at that time when you are voting and the charges that have been brought. Let's proceed. Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had an application to make in connection
Progress.
with the
Council.
documents that are lying at the clerk's office.
Order, Senators. Just a minute. Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, listen. Also listen to me, I'm on my feet. If you look at what I refer to, standing rule number 26, let us start with 24. After the parties have presented their evidence, the Speaker of the Senate shall allow a closing statement to be made on behalf of the County Assembly and thereafter on behalf of the Governor. 25, a closing statement made under Rule 24 shall be for not more than 60 minutes. 26, after the closing statements have been made, the hearing shall conclude. All the Senate shall proceed into a camera session to deliberate on the issues raised. And I'm saying that at that point, we'll deliberate on all these things, and before you take your vote, you will have said all these things that you are saying. Please allow us to proceed. Proceed, Council.
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Proceed, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had documents lying at the clerk's office which were not received because we were served with these documents.
You are off mic, and I said it was evidenced by the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we had an application.
You are off mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. We had an application on behalf of the governor. There were documents lying which we had brought because we were served with this at 6:30 p.m., in consequence of which we had an affidavit. Now, in specific rejoinder to what we were served with. Now, they are lying there at the clerk's office, but not brought to the attention of the chamber.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an issue we had brought to the attention of the clerk via email yesterday evening, and for which now we are accosted to address. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very happy if you would authorize those documents to be brought, because we were served with these documents last evening at 6:30 p.m. Thank you very much, Mr.
They will
Speaker.
be brought in the course of our deliberations.
Thank
Council
you.
for County Assembly, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we highly appreciate the wisdom behind the ruling that you have just delivered. We shall endeavor to contain ourselves within the content and the context of that ruling. Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be presenting our first witness this afternoon, who happens to be the mover of the motion that is before the Assembly this afternoon. And to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a litany of evidence that has been served upon the Assembly and the Senate, to which documents are contained in various folders, and the witness will be relying on that evidence as and when he will be leading his evidence in chief. For purposes of clarity, Mr. Speaker, sir, and for purposes of ease of identification of this document, allow me to just illustrate the same so that it can be easy for the senators to flow along the evidence being tendered by the witness. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a blue folder. This blue folder contains the evidence relating to ground of impeachment, ground number 1. Now, I am just illustrating so that you can have a flow. This blue folder the blue file, box file, the blue box file contains evidence relating to ground number 1. It's volume number 1. Again, Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker, sir, we also have a black file, voluminous. It is labeled as ground number 1, volume 2, which relates to gross violation of the Constitution and other written laws.
What's your point of order? The evidence is
It will help a great deal, Mr. Speaker, if Council, in addition to saying black or blue folder, tell us what number it is, because they're numbered, so that it's easier to identify them, because some of us have got several blue folders and blue files.
okay.
They're numbered.
Yes, Mutula Kilonto Juni.
Thank you, Speaker. It may help because of I don't know about the lawyer, but the folders we have, one is written 9A and another one is written 9B. So what I wanted to confirm from our Secretariat is this numbering was done by us. So therefore, for their purposes, they need to number them in a similar fashion as the ones we have. Thank you, Speaker.
Council? And those who don't have the folders, give them the Secretariat, please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for that guidance. We had been served with these documents. Yes, the blue file labeled as 9A relates to ground number 1. Details and evidence contained therein relates to gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Equally well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the black file labeled B9B is volume 2 of ground 1. We have a file labeled 9C, which is a red file, relates to ground 2 of the notice of impeachment. We also have 9E, it's a green file. And we also have 9D, a small black file. And finally, we have 9F. Are we there, honorable members? If you open file number 9B, you'll find an index. It's labeled Index for Documentation in Support of the Motion for the Removal of the Office by Way of Impeachment. That index, the first column indicates the violation.
Maybe let me just guide you. You know, your entire evidence and cross-examination and everything must fit within the 4 hours.
Correct.
So please take note of that.
Senators, you'll be able to flow with the, honorable senators, you'll be able to flow with the entire process following the index annexed thereto. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to invite my learned friend, Mr. Okach, to lead the witness in chief.
What is it, leader of minority?
Just for clarity, the county assembly has been given 4 hours. That time includes the time for cross-examination. And you know, limiting cross-examination is normally very difficult because of the right of the person who stands charged. And yet all of them must fit within those 4 hours. And there are about 3 or 9 or 10 witnesses. There need to be some guidance because they may take all the 4 hours. And the governor may not have time for cross-examination. Or they may have issues that they want to address. And if cross-examination is also not limited, then we are going to end up in a very difficult situation because we are time-bound. The practice in the courts normally is that you are given time to examine a witness. If they want to limit the time to examine the witness, and then the other side is told, we are giving you no less than so many hours for cross-examination. For purposes of just ensuring that anybody who leaves these chambers will be satisfied that justice has been done to them and they have not been stopped in any way. So I was a little bit afraid that in advancing their case, they may think that they have all those 4 hours to themselves and eat into the time for the governor to cross-examine. Because they must keep that time also for cross-examination. And equally, when the governor is going to give his evidence, time must be also be allocated within those 4 hours for cross-examination. So I think we're getting in a little bit of a dangerous area where if you don't control the time, we'll have a big problem. And we are time-bound. The problem about these proceedings is that we are time-bound. If we go beyond limits, then we'll be violating the Constitution ourselves also because those timelines are donated by, is it section 181? 181. And the County Governments Act is a derivative of the Constitution. So those provisions are grounded on the Constitution. So I think they should be made aware that the lawyers on the other side are preparing also to present the same witness.
Okay, proceed. That's why I alerted you that the 4 hours you must be able to use it properly. Okay, proceed. A point of order, because we must then make progress.
That one, I want to encourage us to make as little interventions as we can. Number two, Mr. Speaker, where we make interventions, because we may have to at some point, the clerk should stop the clock against the parties, because the 4 hours you've given them may end up being eaten up by ourselves and making it very difficult for them to prosecute or defend their case.
Actually, there should be no interruptions, because if you look at the program, at 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., there will be questions, requests for clarification by senators. You have an opportunity there. So let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members of this particular house, my name is Duncan Okach. I'm an advocate of the, representing the County Assembly. With us, there is our first witness. I beg that he be sworn in so that we can start our examination in chief.
I, Michael Ogada Okumu, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Michael Ogada Okumu, start by telling the Honorable House what you do for a living.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My full name, as I've said, is Honorable Michael Ogada Okumu. I am the MCA for Embakasi Ward in Embakasi East constituency, and I am the minority leader for ODM at the Nairobi County Assembly, having served as a councillor and for the 2 terms as an MCA.
Mr. Okumu, there is a statement that is before the honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir. Confirm to the House that that is your statement because it will guide us in the proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement before this honorable House is mine. I personally did it, and it was in respect to the impeachment motion against the governor of Nairobi County that I did present to the County Assembly of Nairobi, and we actually executed it on the 3rd of this month. So the statement is mine.
Thank you so much. You have talked about the impeachment motion. Kindly elucidate about that impeachment motion in brief.
Mr. Speaker, sir, being an MCA in the county of Nairobi, and also the leader of the minority party, having also been elected in several occasions, having been there for some time, I was alive to the fact, and I am alive to the fact of the ongoing within the county. And to my knowledge, I just realized that things were not going on well. And a leader, a representative of the people whom they have confidence and faith in, I had no otherwise but to stand with my people and bring an impeachment motion against the governor for the way he is handling matters and affairs of the county, which, according to me and the members who supported me, we have never been satisfied, and we are not satisfied as I speak before you today.
So you do confirm that your motion is actually the foundation of these proceedings today?
Definitely, Honorable Speaker. We are gathering here as a result of the motion that I did table and we prosecuted in the county assembly.
So, Mr. Ogada, kindly tell us the grounds upon which your motion is based on, and indeed these particular impeachment proceedings.
Honorable Speaker, sir, and the senators, the Constitution gives us the grounds under which a serving governor may be impeached. And we have got 4 grounds that we relied on when we were prosecuting our impeachment against the governor. The grounds being gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, abuse of office, gross misconduct, and crimes under the national law.
Thank you so much. I will take you straight to that because that is the crux of the proceedings. I'll lead you to ground number 1, gross violation of the Constitution. Kindly explain to this particular House what you mean by that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we did put across one of the charges against the governor being the gross violation of the Constitution. And in this, we did say that Article 201, A, D, and E of the Constitution of Kenya on the finance management and Section 154 of the Public Finance Management of 2012, the County Allocation of Revenue Act 2015 on the use of conditional grants. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know what we mean by conditional grants. They are ring-fenced grants, which we are supposed to use or follow some guidelines and rules when we use them. And in that area, we did realize that the governor was violating the Constitution, the PFM, and County Revenue Allocation Act by misusing or misdirecting the funds that were really allocated for these purposes. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that came into our mind is that we have got funds that are clearly earmarked as road levy funds, which are being given by Road Sport. And for the 3 years the governor has been in office, he has never used these things, this money prudently. For example, the first financial year when he was in office, he was able to divert a total of 622 million, which is a road levy fund. As I speak today, we are not receiving money from Kenya Roads Board as a result of his misdeeds, and therefore we are not able to really function, do the roads, operate within the county as a result of the misdeeds of the governor. And item number 2 is about the diversion of bursary funds, which is also ring-fenced. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been a very contentious issue because the County of Nairobi give bursaries and they give scholarships. One thing that became strange, which members of the county assembly had to stand up and say no to, is when the governor came into office. One thing he did is he found a number of around 3,000 students who are under scholarship of the county. full scholarship of the county, whereby every financial year, the county was paying for them 53,000, and these students were selected by the head teachers from across Nairobi. 2 students per school by the head teachers, and the letters were very particular and specific that the head teacher had to look for an orphan in the school, a bright student who is an orphan and disadvantaged. These were 3,000 students. When the governor came in, he just instantly stopped. And the students others were in Form 3, others were in Form 2, the others were in Form 1. And do you know what he said? He said he could not continue paying school fees for people who were recruited by the predecessor, the person he took over from. And he used simple terms that he cannot continue paying school fees for lawyers and lawyers. And that thing became touching to some of us. I went through that list, and if you go through that list,
as it is, Mr. Speaker, and with utmost respect to this House, a can of worms has been opened, in the sense that if this witness is allowed to proceed the way he is, testifying, making allegations beyond even his own.
We expected to treat that kind of evidence, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen, that's the evidence, and you'll have time to use whatever we have when you are making a decision. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. So in brief, who is that and what is he saying?
The governor of Nairobi County requesting His Excellency the President to assist him do the work of Nairobi.
So I'll ask you to look at paragraph 31 and the letter that you referred to. Paragraph 31 and that letter and that video.
I am aware that His Excellency the Governor has broken Article 5.5 of the Deed of Transfer. That is page 359, by his refusal to hand over the necessary documentation to enable Kenya Revenue Authority to undertake optimal revenue collection.
So, and refer that to the letter that you referred to in reference to the governor's request, as you have said, for assistance.
Request for preparation for handing over, taking over of functions transferred from Nairobi City County government to the national government.
Yes. Okay, I'll refer you now to the next ground, that is abuse of office. Paragraph 36 of your statement.
Under abuse of office, the governor violated section 75 of the Constitution as read together with sections 11, 13, and 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on the conduct of state officers. The governor has aided, abetted.
You have indicated that you have also evidence attaching to that in your...
Yeah, I will request that the speaker allow us to play audio clip number 1 and video number 12.
Mr. Speaker, we will request that audio clip number 1 and video clip number 12 is played, and just for a general caution, it is not words that we would really wish to play in public, but it is our evidence as words by the governor. Audio clip number 1. Audio clip number 1, kindly.
Your point of order.
The clip cannot be played in public. Mr. Speaker, our proceedings are live and our children are watching. So as a mother, I'm cautious that if it's something... As a mother and wife, Mr. Speaker, I'm cautious on what is coming on the screens, and my children are watching.
Have you seen it?
But they've cautioned us.
They've
cautioned us, Speaker.
But you don't know what the caution...
So unless it's in camera.
You don't know what the caution it was, therefore don't pre-charge. Let's watch it.
That's why, Mr. Speaker, it might come out and children are watching. So it will be too late, Mr. Speaker. So unless we go off.
Mr. Speaker, that's why we need to impeach him, and we need to demonstrate that. Maybe we may play video clip number 12.
That language, Mr. Speaker, sir, is wrong. That is why we need to impeach him. Why is that? That's prejudging this honorable house.
That is the position of our client, and that is what they need to demonstrate.
Order, Senator Omanga.
Video clip number 12 or audio clip number 1?
Kumbavu wewe, takataka ghasia. Ndio bwana ulikuwa unakatwa Makende. Matako wewe. Mzee, wewe ni mzee, ukwalify kanjo. Kanjo si mama yangu, wewe ni grandmother. Wewe ni grandmother wewe. Changa. Makende wewe. Niko nini? Chazi wewe. Naogopa Mungu si mwana maji. Takataka wewe. Leo yako ni ya pesa. Matako wewe. Matako. Matako wewe. Matako wewe. Chazi. Kumbavu. Peleka changa kwa mama yako. Peleka changa kwa mama yako wewe. Shazi wewe.
Okay.
Kumbavu. Takataka.
Okay. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Order. Order. No, I'm not going to allow. He was only mentioning some organs of the body. What is outrageous about that? Proceed.
Video number 12. Video number 12. Kindly.
Very useless. Na nitakuonesha na hiyo pesa yako. Jinga wewe. Shenzi. Whom do you think you are? Mwizi wewe wa kawaida. Kwenda kabisa.
The governor threatening the investor with dire consequences.
Kuja hapa Kawala sasa uone kama ni mwanaume.
So what do you have to say about that?
Senator Falhada, what is your point?
Before we've seen the screen, we could only hear the voice, but now we don't know if, what evidence does it show that that is Mike Sonko?
Order. Order, let me give further direction. Order. I said, as Senate, you are the jury. Your time will come when you will now look at all these things and make a judgment. So you'll take a decision. Senator Professor Kindeki.
37, 38, 39, be reading. 37, 38, 39.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that the parties have a right to adduce the evidence that they think will advance their parties. But as a procedural question, Mr. Speaker, I would request your guidance whether it is in order for any kind of evidence to be broadcast. Because, Mr. Speaker, hypothetically, a party can bring pornographic material as evidence, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would cautiously request a recommendation whereby, going forward, sensitive material, which is of a nature that cannot be shared in this way, proceed on camera. So if it must proceed, it proceeds on camera. That's what courts of law do, because Senate cannot be a place for broadcasting profanity or other material that could be. And I'm not saying there is anything profane. I'm just saying that we need to be careful. The leeway is there, but some things the Speaker may have to guide us so that we maintain a bit of privacy and contain material that should not be consumed by everybody.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may, if I may.
We don't have that. Just order. Senator Susan Kika, what is it? Let's minimize interjections because the time is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also add my voice to that issue. It seems a bit disturbing that council here, as much as they do want to bring whatever evidence they have to prove their case, that they are able to just bring anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe there should be some procedure or some process where maybe we are even able to authenticate what it is that they're bringing in. So we have to have some chain of custody, perhaps, maybe be able to make sure that that is whoever they are saying they're arguing is his voice. We don't know all that. So I don't think they should be able to just throw in the kitchen and the kitchen sink to the wall and see what sticks.
Okay, maybe going, no, let's make progress. Because, order. You know, these materials were, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think it will be proper for us to look at the evidence. But since we have an in-camera session, maybe at that point, when we're deliberating, we can listen to such. Because it's actually not fair that our children back at home are listening to this, and you don't know the context as to when, we don't have the whole picture, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Because
okay, order.
Just with a small clip of 30 seconds, you don't know whether it has been edited so that it suits a certain narrative. So I think what I'd request, Mr. Speaker, because we are the jury, we are the people who are supposed to make the decisions. If we are not happy with the way things are proceeding, I think it is right for us to raise them so that we don't have to wait until the time when we're talking.
Okay, order. I want to say this. First, looking at those videos, they were made in public and people were watching. It was not in privacy. So, they were not, what I'm saying is you saw one of them was on NTV and people were watching. So what I'm saying, going forward, when we go, like you said, in camera, we'll be able to look at the evidence that has been brought so that we are able to move forward. Let us proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
we also place to the attention of the Speaker that we do not have those video clips. They were not served upon us in advance, Mr. Speaker. And actually there's a risk, there's going to be miscarriage of justice, Mr. Speaker. If videos and clips are going to be played here that have not been served upon the governor and his team.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may respond, because that matter directly affects us, as the question of the service. Yesterday we met at the office of the clerk to this house, where we all exchanged documents. We've been candid enough to disclose each and every evidence being brought forward, and Mr. Speaker, I confirm that we served Mr. Kinyanjui's clerk with all the relevant evidence.
Order,
Documents
order,
only
no, no, no,
without
no.
DVD.
This is order. This is not a market. You have to respect the House. Stand when I give you an opportunity. So let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Ogada, from what you have heard, what can you briefly tell this particular House, very briefly?
Mr. Speaker, the concern that I have is just the concern that each and every member has here. They are saying some things which we are hearing of are things which really a parent sitting together with the children is not supposed to listen to or watch. And that is the governor you gave us, and those are the things we are watching. And that is why we decided that enough is enough. We are not able is, number one, the daughter is disguised as an award administrator. And if you look at the ward administrators we have in the Nairobi County, the daughter flies in a first class to New York, costing the taxpayer 840 million Kenya shillings, which I know even the Speaker of this House may be permitted to travel using first class, but I doubt very few Kenyans are allowed to travel first class using public funds. But here is a case they did.
So we
Mr.
can find
Speaker,
that
sir,
we can find that evidence, Mr. Ogada, as per your paragraph 40, where the evidence of this exorbitant expenditure. Paragraph 40 of your statement.
We will get it on page 1120, 1120.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 1120 of the second file, that is 9B. The second file is a black file. The So I think that witness can testify on that. We can go to paragraph 41 then.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the same trip, apart from using first class, we find the governor's daughter being hired for a chopper at a cost of 220,000 Kenya shillings to go around New York City to see how beautiful the city was, using public funds. She goes ahead to have an offside party at a cost of 260, using public funds.
260 what? Kindly
60,000.
Which currency?
Kenya shillings.
Thank you.
The same lady is transferred from the First Ladies Conference to Philadelphia at a cost of 60,000. As she was in Philadelphia, she went to visit tourist sites at a cost of 120,000 using Kenyan money. She was accompanied by the media, and those media people were paid 120. And while she was around that place, they were able to spend around 300,000 on ground transport. But you remember, she was flown at a cost of 60,000 to Philadelphia, but ground transport within Philadelphia took 300,000.
So the documents that you have referred to, do they demonstrate where these amounts, colossal amounts, where they came from? Who paid for that in simple?
It was paid by the county government.
And was that payment a valid payment? Was it supposed to be paid? Was she supposed to have received such particular benefit?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the money, part of it was given direct to the airline, the agent who procured the tickets, and then the per diem of 2.6 million was a junior officer from the county who was forced to go and withdraw using her name in a company of a bodyguard of His Excellency the Governor. After withdrawing the cash, the bodyguard walked away with the 2.6 million.
So on this, there's you've indicated there's evidence you wanted to be played in your paragraph 40 of your statement. There's a video you wanted to be played.
I have the clip 7.
Clip 7. Mr. Speaker, sir, maybe clip 7 can be played?
This
For the
one has no
comfort,
caution.
it doesn't have any derogatory remarks.
Okay.
It is the same.
Party after party, after party after party, party after party, party after party, party.
So it's a party mode, I believe. I will take you to paragraph 41. Paragraph 41 and 42, kindly explain to the House. Or who, kindly explain to us, because it's a bit funny. Who is that? I may not know him. And what is he doing?
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, you remember as the children of Nairobi were going home without food, others were out of school as a result of the diversion of their school fees. His Excellency the Governor was in France doing party after party at the expense of service delivery in the county of Nairobi.
Thank you. So paragraph 41 and 42, kindly, briefly. Paragraph 41 of your statement and 42.
Mr. Speaker, This is about persistent harassment and intimidation of officers. The county executive, including blackmailing his county executive members and chief officers with 1-year contracts whose renewal he undertakes arbitrarily, leaving the officers jittery about their employment and creating climate of fear, uncertainty, despondence. And to put this to perspective, Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor failed to renew the contract of 23 chief officers in May 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a serious problem we are having in the county, and as members of the county assembly, we have tried to really talk about it. One, you will appreciate that in Nairobi County, that is where 90% of the officers are in acting capacity. I isolated, for example, one department, that is the finance docket. Remember that we have been, since the elections, we have been in office for about 36 months, 40 months, since we were elected. And you will be shocked that during this time, in finance docket alone, we have had 10 CECs in finance docket, 10 CECs within 3 years. And we have had 8 chief officers, 8 chief officers in the same docket. Mr. Speaker, sir, that clearly talks about poor governance. It is poor governance.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir. So continue.
You will have time. You will have your time to cross-examine.
Continue.
Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, sir, in regard to that, we'll be having one witness who will be speaking to that once I'm done.
Video.
And
there is something you have indicated you wanted to...
There's a video number 3.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, video number 3. Video number 3, kindly.
Of corruption and lack of professionalism, with Ouko lifting the lead on the operations at City Hall while explaining why she left the Mike Sonko's government.
We are dealing with a reckless ego, roaming around with abandon, with state machinery, looking for who to destroy next to compensate for self-esteem deficiencies.
So in that video, what in short was happening, if it is within your knowledge?
That is one of the chief officers. That was Janet Ouko, the then CEC for education in the county, clearly describing the environment in which she was working.
You confirm that she was also a witness in this matter?
Yes.
So we can go to paragraph 43, kindly, of your statement. Paragraph number 43. What are you telling us in short?
The governor has not only sexually molested the female members of the county executive, including his county executive members and chief officers, as shall be demonstrated later, but has extended his detestable behavior to our women and mothers, our sisters, including female leaders, by publicly exposing them to ridicule, odium, contempt, and embarrassment.
What?
For example, in video 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, video number 1 can be played.
Mimi si bwana yako, hata ndio unashika simu zile wewe unataka. Because he's a busy president. Because he's a busy president. Kwa hivyo mimi si bwana yako, hata ndio unashika simu zile wewe unataka. Kwa hivyo hapo tuheshimiane. Lakini upande ya miradi mimi niko nyuma yako na kuunga mkono. Haya, kwa heri ya kuonana. Kwa heri ya kuonana.
Kindly explain that embarrassing situation, kindly.
Mr. Speaker, that was brought in order to see how His Excellency the Governor treats fellow leaders, and more especially women leaders.
So I'll take you to paragraph 44. In short,
the governors have violated Section 73 of the Constitution by failing to promote public confidence in the integrity of the office of the governor following his arrest and being charged for conspiracy to commit an offense of corruption to Section 47A3 as read together with Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act for knowingly conspiring to commit an offense of corruption, namely embezzlement of public funds in the sum of Kenya shillings 357 million. As a consequence, Honorable Speaker, the governor has been barred from accessing his office.
so what do you have to demonstrate that? Is it in
Go
your
to
evidence?
Page 1154 and 1155.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is on the file labeled 9D, Mr. Speaker, 9D, page 1155 and 1156. Kindly explain to us quickly what do you find in that particular document?
Those are charge sheets as evidence of him having been charged.
So read for us that particular, the particulars of the offense in page 1154. Who has been charged? Particulars of the offense. Down there, there is particulars of offense, 1154.
The governor.
Just read the names kindly. 1154.
54. Yeah, there we have Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, Mike Sonko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Sonko, Peter Mbugwa Kariuki.
That's okay. Yeah. So who are those people?
One and the same person.
It's one and the same person. And
yes.
Who is that person
Governor,
with all those names in relation to these proceedings?
Those ones are, they're referring to Governor Sonko.
Okay. So which is the charge? Count one on the same page. The same page. The charge there is?
Conspiracy to commit an offense of corruption.
Okay. Yes. I'll take you to the next page. That is page 1158. Count number 4. What is the statement of offense?
Conflict of interest contrary to section 42(3) as read together with section, so, and particularly the name is Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Mike Sonko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko Sonko.
Okay, count number 11. What is the statement of offense? It is on page 1161.
Money.
We are not getting that clearly.
On money laundering.
Money laundering. Again, who has been charged?
Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon. Okay. Alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi.
That is okay. Page 1162, count 13. Count 13, statement of offense, 1162.
Acquisition of proceeds of crime contrary to section 4 of the proceeds.
Again, who has been charged?
Kioko Mike Sonko Mbuvi Gideon, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mbuvi Gideon Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi.
And who is this who has been charged in relation to these proceedings?
The governor of Nairobi.
The governor of Nairobi. So you can go to page 1154. Kindly state the court case number. On the top left, the third sentence.
Case number 32 of 2019.
Which date on top of it?
9th December 2019.
So confirm that that is a period that the governor is still serving or was still serving as the governor of this particular county.
Yes.
So go back to your statement, paragraph 45. You wanted the court, you wanted this particular house to do what?
He is incapable of performing his functions under Article 179(4) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 30 of the County Government Act.
I'm referring you to paragraph 44. There is a video clip you had intended that it be played. Speak to the microphone.
Video clip number 8.
Video clip number 8. Mr. Speaker, sir, video clip number 8, with your permission, kindly.
To the capital city, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko has been out of the country for a week now in what he has termed going off infrastructural projects in France, which he claims he will develop in Nairobi County.
It's been a week of benchmarking for Governor Mike Sonko in Paris, France. Sonko, in his trademark casual attires and bling bling, has been busy video blogging while crisscrossing infrastructural.
So who's the flashy person in that particular video, kindly?
Yeah, that is the governor of Nairobi.
Thank you. So I'll refer you to paragraph 46. It speaks for itself. Paragraph 46, kindly, very briefly.
The governor has further violated Article 73 of the Constitution and Section 8 and 11 on the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on public trust and professionalism, where he is on record admitting that he was intoxicated, thus not in the right frame of mind, when he signed the deed of transfer for the transfer of certain functions of the county to the national government. In his own words, he did say, hawa watu wa State House walini confuse na pombe na kwanza. By the time I was meeting the president for that signing, I was just seeing zigzag.
So you have anything to demonstrate that?
Mr. Speaker,
you have anything in that particular video to be played? Paragraph 46?
Yes, we have video 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, with your permission, video 5. We need volume, kindly.
Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. Through a flurry of social media posts, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko now claims he was in a drunken state. Through a flurry of social media posts, Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko now claims he was in a drunken stupor before signing away key functions of the county to the national government. He wasn't aware of what he was signing, he claims. Unnamed people inside State House served him alcohol, which disoriented his mental faculties.
I think it's not of, it was of better quality, but Mr. Speaker said that is what it is. Mr. Ogada, what was that particular clip speaking to? Very briefly.
Mr. Speaker, what I see is I see a sober person sitting comfortable and signing a document in front of you and His Excellency the President. And I hope you will not confirm to us that he was actually drunk when you are standing behind him.
In terms of the words, I think I know it wasn't very clear.
Yes.
And I think that's why there may be, but we can park that for now. Let's go to paragraph 48, kindly.
The governor was, has always been unavailable, even before he was charged in the law courts and barred from accessing office. In the earlier days, it can't be confirmed that he was conducting his activities from his home based in Machakos, which is outside the jurisdiction of the county of Nairobi, and basically was elected to represent the people of Nairobi, but he was conducting their affairs from Moa, which is outside the county.
So
and
what is the
violation? We'll refer to video number 4.
And as we refer, what is the violation in terms of gazettement? I can see you've indicated gazetted county boundaries.
It is outside the gazetted county boundaries.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, video number 4. There are brief videos that are remaining. Video number 4.
From a neighboring one. You see, Mike Sonko has turned into a stay-at-home governor. His palatial home, etched atop one of Manzoni's scenic hills in Machakos, is now more than just a residence. It is an office as well, from where he runs the capital's operations. On Monday, Nairobi's county executive members trooped to the private firm to hold a cabinet meeting. It is a net.
Thank you. So that speaks to itself evident. We can go to paragraph 50 of your statement.
The governor has, on unaccountable occasions, violated Article 73 and 75 of the Constitution and Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012 on public trust, where he has constantly used his position to abuse public trust in county government by persistent use of abusing, embarrassing, inappropriate, and unprintable words which undermines and greatly demeans the office.
So what do you have to demonstrate that?
Video 6.
Mr. Speaker, sir, video 6, with your permission.
Kuna bili ya kule kwa shamba kingi amelima mpaka kabisa huko. Hiyo mimi sio mimi nakwenda kutoka mawili upeleka kwa hilo wakati unashika wewe kwenda wewe usinisomea wakati unashika wewe wakati unashika wewe bwana somea mimi bana wacha ujinga shida gani mimi sina bili yako na kama hapo kwako hata sirudi hapo ushenzi wewe. Kwenda wewe kumbavu. Bwana unapeleka mahewa huko Dandora ni makataka wewe unasema unasema nini? Wewe kwenda pale somea mimi. Mimi ni rafiki yako pale somea mimi. Wewe kwenda kumbavu. Wewe ni kumbavu. Kwenda kabisa. Shida zinaisha na shida gani? Shida gani nakuwa? Shida gani nakuwa naye? Shida gani mimi nakuwa naye? Wewe usinisomee bwana. Mimi kusomea lakini sio usinisomee mimi wewe usinisomee. Bwana wewe hapa wewe unafanya yao huko.
So kindly explain what you can hear and what you know about that video.
Mr. Speaker, that's basically about the language, the governor who should be setting a good example to the citizens of this county. And in that clip, you will realize that one Honorable Kalembe Ndile anasema wewe sio mwewe unapewa kuku ya bure. See that kind of a thing. He was claiming that the governor refused to pay him for the food he has been consuming in the same place.
So we can go to paragraph number 54 as we wind up. Paragraph number 54. What do you speak generally about that paragraph?
Honorable Speaker, it is in the public domain that the Honorable Governor was once convicted at the Mombasa law courts in criminal case numbers. Case number 1675/1997, charge failure to attend court. That was Mbuvi Gideon Kioko. And number 2 was charged on case number 1727/1996, charge failure to attend court. The other one is case number 1584/2000, charge obtaining money by false pretense under the name Mike Norwal Muoki Mbo. Number 4, 2464/2000, charge conspiracy to defraud in the name of Michael Muoki. And the last one is on 630/98, sentenced and committed to imprisonment in Shimo Latewa under the prison number in Mombasa. It is also on record that the governor admitted he escaped from lawful custody following his admission at the Coast General Store. That escape could only be unlawful.
Yes, what do you have to demonstrate on that particular issue?
Video number 10.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that's the last video, video number 10.
In high school. Yeah. After that, mambo dili ya mashamba, nikaenda Shimo la Tewa prison. I was a leader for ordinary block remand prison. A leader there.
I'm sorry.
I used to supervise how uji was being distributed on bins.
Wewe.
Yes.
You were in charge of.
I went to Nasoleria prison. I was a leader of C block. They're listening even the prison commanders.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say about that particular bragging posed by the governor?
Mr. Speaker, based on the evidences that we are able to see, we can clearly see that the governor is used to being in custody, and basically it is nothing strange to him, and I hope that is not the best of examples that we need to set to our children. And the only honorable thing that we will request this honorable house is to help and save Nairobians so that we can have focused leadership.
So I'll refer you to, that is the document on the affidavits. You can look at it.
Yes.
Kindly speak to that.
Yeah.
Which page are you looking at? Oh, it's not paginated. Just refer to
this. This is a document dated the 1st of October 2010 from the Office of President, Vice President, Minister of Home Affairs.
Which date?
1st October 2010.
1st October 2010. Yes?
Yes, yes.
So read for us.
Confidential report on ex-committee prisoner Mbuvi Gideon Kioko. The above referred person was a prisoner at this institution during the period between 2000 and 2001, specifically as a convicted prisoner and a remand prisoner. From our archives, we have been able to compile The person's records at this institution, as given below, true certified copies of the record are enclosed herein as well. Yes. So, date of escape, I can see from that record, date of escape from Shimolatewa prison is the 16th, 4th, 1998.
Is the date of escape of who and from where?
Of Mike Mbuvi Gideon Kyoko.
Okay. Which date?
16th, 4, 1998.
16th, 4, 1998.
And there's a date of recapture, that is 17th, 11, 2000.
He was recaptured on the 17th day of November,
Yes,
2000.
Yes.
Okay. So you have elucidated a lot about the grounds that you have brought about. And to that particular extent, I will just ask you in passing, you have talked about diversion of funds meant for bursaries.
Yes.
Why do you blame the governor for that? How do you connect him to that?
The governor is basically the CEO. He oversees everything that takes place within the county.
Thank you. So there is the issue of the Dandora Stadium and the indictment by the PPRA. How do you connect the governor to that particular indictment?
Being the CEO and with several advisory opinions, both from technical team and from the PPRA, the only thing he could do was to save Nairobians by making sure that the stadium was done according to the specifications without giving in to the so-called cartels, by allowing them to change and vary documents at will. And I'll put it to you that remember when the verification was done, when the stadium was downgraded from the concrete, it was to steel, but still the cost remains the same, and the county government was able to lose colossal amounts of money.
Thank you so much. So in short, and in finalizing your evidence, in short and in one sentence, what will be your closing remarks based on the evidence that you've adduced?
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I can do is to request this Honorable House, as the defenders and the protectors of devolution, that I request you to rise to the occasion and ensure that devolution is actually defended and protected. And the only thing you can do to assist Nairobians who have really been groaning is by a way of ensuring that the monies that are being transferred for devolved functions are actually utilized for the same functions they have been made for.
And in reference to the impeachment?
Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that we need to really put across is that we have put our case with very good evidences, and the only thing we'll request this Honorable House, please rise to the occasion, because it is your business. The County Assembly of Nairobi has done their part. They have tried and they have ensured that the governor becomes and is held accountable.
Thank you. And in terms of the evidence, the video evidence, documentary evidence that you've referred to, would you want those to be adduced as evidence in this particular motion, as your personal evidence?
Yes, definitely they are evidences, and we did bring them here yesterday, and each and every member of this Honorable House should admit them as evidences.
Thank you so much. You will be subjected to cross-examination. Mr. Speaker, sir, that will be the end of examination in chief.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before the closure of the examination in chief, I
Okay.
would like you to go on record. We have objected to the production of those documents.
Okay.
May I proceed? Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Thank you on behalf of the governor, Mr. Ogada. Did you swear an affidavit before this honorable Senate to affirm what you are telling this honorable Senate, that is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swore an oath.
Where is your oath? Where is your oath?
I've just sworn an oath and it was taken over. It was taken by
Yes, please indicate. The longer you take, the longer we will take in this cross-examination. Please. You have taken an hour and 22 minutes. Allow us then to cross-examine you. Do you have an oath that you can pinpoint that you took?
Yes, Counsel, I have my statement, the witness statement.
What page?
Which oath are you talking about? I swore an oath here to
The
speak
fact
the
is-
truth, and that is it. And then I have a witness statement clearly indicated and filed.
Very well, Mr. Ogada. The fact is you have not sworn an affidavit, correct? You said in your evidence in chief that you made the statement on the 3rd of November 2020. Did I get you right?
And I've not mentioned that.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
That is
the
the
Hansard
day when the
could confirm that
impeachment took place.
you said in your introductory remarks that you made your witness statement on a certain date.
I did say we prosecuted impeachment motion on the 3rd of December, and that's what I said.
Therefore, your statement, which you've been relying upon, is not dated, correct? Mr. Ogada?
A personal statement.
Is it or is it not?
Once signed, I think that's good enough.
It is not dated.
It is signed.
It is not dated, correct?
But signed.
Answer my question.
It is signed.
Now, do you have an equivalent statement, affidavit, or witness statement that you made before the county assembly on, before, or subsequent to the 3rd of December 2020?
That was a motion.
Listen to my question.
What I
Listen to
had-
my question, please. Please be
I will
categorical.
I will tell
Did
you.
you answer? Did you make a similar statement?
What I had in the county assembly was a motion, which I was
Please answer
moving.
yes or no so that we save time.
That was a motion.
Did you or did you not have a witness statement or an affidavit?
That was a motion.
Allow me to ask the
witness
question.
statement could
Mr.
not-
Ogada,
Yes.
allow me to ask the question on behalf of the government. Please. Show respect to Mr. Speaker and the honorable members of the Assembly. Kindly. They need to know. We need to know. Did you or did you not have a similar witness statement before the county assembly on, before, or immediately subsequent to the 3rd of December 2020?
I had a motion. that
Listen to
I
my
moved
question
in
again.
the assembly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this witness is being dodgy, and the longer we take with these sort of responses, the more difficult it becomes for us then to make useful time of what is actually limited
Additionally,
time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it would be important that the witness be protected from the harassment. He's answering the question. He has answered that question several times.
May I ask you again, did you or did you not have a witness statement before the county
I've
assembly?
said I did a motion, and that is actually the procedure.
I will
We
come to
don't
your
do
motion.
Statements. We don't do statements in the assembly.
I will come to the motion. Please allow me. Mr. Ogada, do you or do you not have?
That's not the procedure of the county assembly, to have statements, do motions.
What is a provision that you are relying on? Which standing order? Mr. Ogada? Mr. Ogada, you should not
Relax,
then
take
be
your
looking at
time.
that. No, I'm asking you because you're a witness and your advocates there are assisting you. You are a witness. You want the governor to lose his seat on account of your evidence. And that evidence was not. Listen to my question, please, Mr. Ogada, so we save the course. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to demonstrate utmost respect to your seat. I'd like to demonstrate the utmost respect to honorable members. And the longer this witness does not answer the question, the longer it takes for us to move forward. That question is relevant to the governor because he lamented he had never been served with any statement of a similar nature. I will take it that the witness has declined to answer that question. Honorable members, that bears relevance. Mr. Ogada, if you look at your statement, it is addressed to the Senate and the Honorable Speaker. Is that correct? Page 1.
Yes.
There is no...
What's your point of order, Senator Nyamunga?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that as we continue with the proceedings, the lawyer to the governor should be addressing you and not addressing the witness. I think that's a bit of intimidation, and the procedure of the House is to address the chair.
Okay, yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, I did not mean to intimidate because counsel was looking and addressing the witness for the county assembly. I'm only doing that. Thank you very much. Are you familiar with standing order number 67 of the county assembly standing orders?
Yeah, that's the procedure.
You are?
For removal of government.
I'm asking if you're aware, you're familiar with.
It must be. Yes, I am.
Now, it is required that the notice of motion shall be signed by the member who affirms that the particulars of allegations contained in the motion are true to his knowledge, to his or her own knowledge, and the same verified by each of the members, consisting at least a third of all the members of the county assembly.
Yes, sure.
You look at your motion, dated the 25th of November 2020. Yes. You signed it?
Yes, sure.
Part of your documents. Did you sign it?
The motion, the notice of motion to the speaker was signed by me.
You signed?
Yes.
Does it contain an affirmation that what is there, the particulars of allegations contained in the motion are true to your knowledge? Does it contain that?
Yes, it has.
Show us. Show us where it contains that. There is nowhere in your notice of motion containing that affirmation. Is that correct? Mr. Ogada, you have not answered my question. You're being dodgy. Is it not true that His Excellency the Governor on the 23rd of November complained about you embezzling Nairobi City County funds on account of a trip that you were to make to Dubai, but you did not travel?
I think that is an irrelevant question.
No. Answer the question, yes or no.
You listen to me when I'm talking.
You answer.
What I'm saying, that is an irrelevant thing. Those are sideshows.
Mr.
I've
Speaker,
just said he was paid 300 million in the county.
A question, and I ask the same way that.
Order. If you talk at the same time, I'll not be able to follow what you're saying. So
Mr. Speaker, sir, my objection.
A bit systematic.
I beg, okay, that this witness, we let him be asked all manner of questions, and the only interruptions were implicating what is actually before you, no more than 4 interruptions. This witness, instead of answering, is saying, we're being dodgy. I ask, is he in a particular way aware that this was lodged against him? If he can answer us, we'll be very brief. Mr. Ogada, let me repeat my question so that, Mr. Speaker, we can save time. It is true that there was, in fact, a complaint made against you by His Excellency the Governor on the 23rd of November 2020 with the DCI that you had received money in purported travel to Dubai, but you never traveled?
Mr. Speaker, I think that is a side issue and an irrelevant issue to this House. Number one, the issues of impress he understands, and as a lawyer is supposed to understand it. And I think that is totally outside what we are doing here. That's an irrelevant thing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a relevant question. It goes to motive. It also goes to character. Sorry.
What's your point of intervention, Senator Linturi?
Mr. Speaker, I am kindly asking to protect the lawyer of the governor when he's asking questions, to make sure the questions being asked are answered. Because the question that is being raised, as serious dimension on his character, his integrity, and if he can indeed do that, then what is this Senate? How is the Senate required to trust him or believe what he said? So it is important for him to answer. That question is important.
Okay, try as much as possible, the witness, to answer what you are asked as precisely as possible.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is raising over trip to Dubai. I've been a member of the County Assembly for years, starting from being a councillor. Nothing has been raised against me. I've never been involved in any criminal activities. Neither have I been arrested. And in any case, an impressed over safari in the month of December. I know the issue is I was prosecuting this case so that I can travel, but I think they are trying to make it to look as if I did not travel. That is not true. That's not the case.
Very well.
And the issue of impressed, we understand, according to the policies, you have to surrender it within 12 months. So I think within a week it is something which is...
What's your point of order, Senator Olekina?
Speaker, this is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and we are performing a very, very important function. We're here to defend the interests of counties and their governments. I think it would be proper that when the witness is responding to questions and to substantiate, because I've just heard the witness saying, and I just had to interject here, that the issues of impress, you surrender impress within 12 months. And the PFM Act is quite clear, it is within 7 days. So, Mr. Speaker, if the witness can respond to the question as asked by the lawyer, it will help us. Because for us, we are listening and we want to follow. At first, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know whether the statement was signed. I'm still at lost. So it would be proper for us to know, even the character of the witness, whether this is actually true. Because we can be fabricating things here, or we can be confused in following the procedures. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to request that you direct the witness to respond to questions as asked, so that we can follow. We are not being able to take notes.
That is what I have directed. But in any case, whichever answer he gives, it will assist you to make your opinion on how the witness is. If he's not responding to what has been asked, take note, and you'll raise it when the time comes when we are making our judgment.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the County Assembly, maybe we'll seek your indulgence and guidance as to when the character evidence is called into question. The rules of evidence are very clear, Mr. Speaker, and the Evidence Act bears as witness that the moment you open up to the character of a witness, then it also invites your character to be put into question. We were told, and you gave a ruling, that we shall not have an opportunity of cross-examining the governor. So where shall we rebut the character evidence of our witness if, in reciprocation, we shall not have the governor on the stand? There must be equality of arms, Mr. Speaker. If character evidence is called into question, we must be given an opportunity to rebut it.
Proceed.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, this honorable House, honorable members, you are treated to an array of clips and audio tapes. And this witness said that, look at the character of the governor. We assault him on that score, but he is not prepared, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, sir, to answer the issue about his own conduct at the county assembly being referred to the DCI on account of his embezzlement of money. And he says a sideshow, that is his response. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must, like they say, have equality of arms. Thank you.
What's your point of order, Senator Wetangula?
My learned friend Haron Kinyanjui is a very experienced lawyer. I would want to encourage you. Cross-examine the witness. Don't engage in arguments with him. Ask him questions, wait for an answer, and move on. Because when you engage in an altercation with a witness, both of you look like you are not in a court of law. So just ask him questions and don't bother drawing conclusions for us. We shall draw them. You are here to ask questions to the witness and find out what you want to find out to help the House.
Thank you very much.
Counsel?
Yes, let me proceed. Mr. Ogada, it is true that you received $823,324 to travel to Dubai on a trip on 23rd of October 2020. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Mr. Ogada, you received from the Nairobi City County Assembly $823,324 to travel to Dubai.
Just answer, is it yes or no?
Mr. Ogada, did you travel to Dubai?
Let's proceed to the other thing.
Mr. Ogada, did you travel to Dubai?
Your mic has a problem because we can't.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is we are engaging in a sideshow. That's a sideshow.
Just answer the question and we'll go.
Yes.
Just answer the question so that we are able to make progress.
Mr. Speaker, as a vice chair of Budget Committee and the members of Budget Committee, we were given a trip to travel for a study to Dubai. And because of the engagement, I did a letter to the Chief Officer Finance asking him that I will be attending the next meeting because I was totally engaged on the case in front of us. So I did not manage to travel, but we agreed that I will be traveling for the next training.
Mr. Ogada, those are public funds that you received for a specific trip. You've accused His Excellency the Governor, while standing there, that he misused public funds. He pocketed, allegedly, public funds. And allegedly he's facing criminal offenses for public funds. You yourself, have you returned a penny of that money for not traveling? I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have all these whispers going on there with Mr. Njiro. I'll beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this again. This is a very important procedure or process in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. The question is, should a witness be assisted by the attorney? I mean, every question, the witness is seeking clarification on how to answer the question from the lawyer. Should that proceed really as that?
But that the attorney is there to assist.
No.
Okay. Yes, Senator Langat.
I tend to think that to allow us to move on, I tend to think that some questions require only yes or no, and it's so simple that does not require any consultation from somebody. And this is something that, did you go? It is yes or no, because you could not ask, did I go? So it's so simple.
Witness, I have directed that you answer the questions that you are asked. Give any answer, leave the conclusions to the court. The senators will get, this is on Hansard. We will look at what you responded to, and that will assist us in arriving at a conclusion. So just answer what you can answer, what you cannot answer, say you're not able to answer, so that it's also on record.
Much obliged. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg.
But again, Mr.
During cross-examination, my learned friend, Mr. Njiru, should stay put. He will assist his counsel, his witness, in re-exam, if any. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've only asked 4 questions in a space of 22 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ogada, have you returned a penny of that money?
Senator Mogeni, what's your...
Mr. Speaker, you know, we are doing...
You are off the record.
Am I off? Yeah.
You are, okay.
Mr. Speaker, as Senator Rengo rightly put it when we began these proceedings, these are time-bound proceedings. And looking at the demeanor of the witness, if it takes 5 minutes to answer one question, which requires yes or no, we may never come to an end to these proceedings. I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to remind the witness that we don't have the luxury of time. When he's asked, if you ask me whether I've refunded money, I'll tell you yes or no. Then we'll draw conclusions ourselves. But you should not take 5 minutes to answer a very simple question. It's not fair.
Proceed, let's minimize the interventions.
Only one guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
That Mr. Kinyanjui does not appear to approbate the witness, so that the witness can stick to the relevancy of the question before the assembly.
The relevancy will come in submissions, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Njiri is interrupting me endlessly, and I stand guided. Have you returned a penny of the money that you took from the county assembly? No. Mr. Ogada, you have therefore unlawfully appropriated $823,000 from the city county assembly. That's correct?
No.
Mr. Ogada, it is true that you have been summoned by the DCI to answer on these issues?
No.
Mr. Ogada, are you aware that the alleged motion which you based your impeachment proceedings upon was not a live motion because it was an earlier motion by Honorable Peter Imwatok dated the 20th of February 2020 to impeach the governor?
These are totally different motions. It's not the same one.
You look at the date of your motion. What is it dated?
The motion was on 3rd of December.
The motion is dated 25th of November, 2020, Mr. Ogada. That's correct? That's correct.
That's notice. That's notice of motion.
The notice of motion.
The motion was done on 3rd.
Yes. Yeah. Did that notice of motion have any other document accompanying it when you lodged it?
Yes, we had the signatures of the members.
The signatures of the members?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that before this Honorable Senate?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Mogeni.
Maybe I should assist counsel for the governor so that we don't waste a lot of time. All those documents are in this file, including the signatures and the dates.
Yes, I wanted the witness.
This particular file.
Yes, I wanted the witness to affirm that because that came from the speaker. And from him, I wanted him to pinpoint to us his own document. The Speaker of the Nairobi City County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are two sets of signatures required in an impeachment motion. That's why I'm asking. The first set is for the 1/3. The second set is for the 2/3 majority. Mr. Okumu, do you have your impeachment motion accompanied by any other document other than itself?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the procedure for a notice of a motion is a third of the members, which we duly did and forwarded to the Speaker. We met the threshold. The rest is for the Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Okumu, are you familiar with Standing Order number 67, sub 5, 67.5 of the Nairobi City County Assembly Standing Orders, which requires signatures in support of a motion for removal of governor by impeachment to be provided?
Yes, I am aware.
Yes. Do you have that having an open space against each name for the purpose of appending the signature? Do you have that?
Mr. Speaker, mine was to forward a notice of motion. The rest is basically the work of the Speaker of the County Assembly. He looked at it, we met the threshold, the requirements as per the standing orders were met. And that is why we prosecuted our motion in the Assembly.
Now, did you furnish with the governor your evidence?
Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, the governor was furnished with all the necessary documents he required at that time.
Are you familiar with Standing Order number 72.2 of the County Assembly Standing Orders? Read it. Please save the time.
The person being removed from office shall be availed with the report of the select committee together with any other evidence adduced and such note or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the debate on the motion.
Did you have a select committee on your motion of impeachment dated 25th of November 2020?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just answered and said, as of the requirement, I met the requirements. All the other procedural issues were done.
Do
and
you
that is why,
have a special committee report? Do you?
Mr. Speaker, all the documents from the County Assembly were forwarded to them, and others are were forwarded to the Senate.
Therefore, it is your supposition that what Mr. Speaker, sir, has is a sum of the documents in totality for the impeachment motion from the Nairobi City County Assembly. Is that correct?
Having met the requirements and the procedures?
Please answer yes or no. The totality of the documents which were submitted by the Speaker of the Nairobi City County Assembly are all that there is concerning your motion.
Because that...
No. Yes or no, please. Honorable
Mr.
Senator
Speaker,
Mogeni has asked you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm just only reiterating what an honorable member has said.
Let's not talk at the same time. So that maybe
Mr. Speaker, if he allows me to answer, then that's good. What I'm saying is that the work of a motion mover, once I've met the requirements, the threshold, and we've done it in the Assembly, The issues of communicating with the Senate is basically the work of the Speaker. So whichever documents he forwarded, those are the correct documents.
Mr. Okumu, so you have no proof that the document you allege was served on the Speaker in compliance with Standing Order number 72-2 of Nairobi City County Assembly Standing Orders?
I don't have to have a proof because...
Listen, please answer yes or no, kindly.
Both the Senate...
Do you have any proof?
Both the Senate and the County Assembly knows the requirements.
Mr. Okumu, do you have proof?
That's actually the work of the Speaker and the clerk.
Council,
thank you.
I'll allow him to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's basically the work of the clerk of the County Assembly, the Speaker, the clerk of the Senate, and the Speaker of the Senate. That's actually not my work.
Mr. Okumu, you are reference all these documents. By example, look at your ground 1, volume 1 file, thick blue file. Did you furnish this bundle on the governor?
Which page are you referring to?
No. Please give him and sit down, kindly. Did you furnish the governor with your volume 1 bundle file?
Yes, we did, and that is why you...
Excuse me.
We did.
No, not for these proceedings. We are still at the County Assembly proceedings.
Mr. Speaker...
Listen to my question so that we save time. Did you furnish the governor with this bundle?
Mr. Speaker, we gave the governor all the necessary documents.
Do you recall when you gave him?
That is in the records of the County Assembly.
So you have no proof that you gave him?
Was given.
Now, as at the time you are making your impeachment motion, this was supposed to have been accompanying your own file. Is that correct? Your motion? These documents in volume 1.
Mr. Speaker, and that is why I talked about them, because they were there.
They were there?
Yes.
Now you recall that your motion is dated the 25th of November 2020?
Yes.
So I gotta look at page 465. Page 464, volume 1, and 465. Mr. Algara, it is perjury, it is wrong, and it is against God's will and dictates and commands to lie. Look at page 465, page 464, and page 465. Volume 1. Therein is a copy of a court order in petition E371 of 2020. Would you confirm that it is dated the 30th of November 2020? Mr. Ogada, would you confirm at page 464 and page 465, 404 and 405. I apologize, Mr. Speaker, sir. Page 404, page 404 and page 405 of volume 1, the blue document. You do confirm that that is an order issued by the High Court in petition E371 of 2020. It is dated the 30th of November 2020. Would you confirm that?
Yes, I can see.
And so it is a lie when you allege that on the 25th of November 2020, you lodged these documents and furnished the governor with them. Mr. Okumu, please answer the question as per the speaker, Mr. Speaker's direction so that we move forward.
Yes, I can confirm we gave the governor all the documents that he
I am referring to page 404 and 405.
Senator
Yes.
Wako, what is your intervention?
Thank you very much. I think we should all remember that this is not a court of law. Although it's a quasi-judicial proceedings, it is not a court of law. That's number one. And therefore, we should confine ourselves to the issues at hand. That's number two. The line of questioning that I'm now hearing, you should first of all establish whether this witness under our standing order, under the standing orders of the County Assembly, what he is asking, is it a responsibility of this witness, or is it a responsibility of the clerk or the speaker of the County Assembly? And it is also to be questioned whether that document was there, whether it's not there, and so on. It is not, to my understanding, a leader of minority. It is normally you leave it to the speaker and the clerk to forward the documents to up here. And when they come here, you can really grill them on that one.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
The fourth one, in order to save time, is that some of the issues, whether a document is there or not, the documents speak for themselves, and is something that can be mentioned in submissions. I'm just saying this because of the time factor. You know, I know my learned friend. He can question you for 2-3 days. And so if you can just limit to the issues at hand and realize that this is a quasi-judicial proceedings and not a proceedings in a strict, in a court of law. These are not criminal proceedings, if I may say so, and these are not civil proceedings. It's quasi-judicial, which more or less says, without undue regard to technicalities, focus on the issues at hand.
Yes, it's true. Senator Chararige, what's a brief one so that we have less than 1 hour for
a brief one, Speaker. I think my learned senior, the AG Emeritus, should have followed the thought of questioning. Because if I had correct, the counsel for the governor was questioning just before at the level of county assembly. He was not questioning at the tail end where it is here. So I think it is important we also follow so that we don't get misled. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Haraki.
Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance. This being a non-judicial process, perhaps what you need to remind honorable members as jurors, what we need to remind ourselves as senators, and perhaps from your chair, is that the kind of interruption and the kind of vested interest would have disqualified us to be even anywhere near as jurors. So perhaps maybe what we need to do, and because we're being watched, is for us to show impartiality as we listen, so that then our vested interests don't seem to come to the fore as it is doing now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I think we need to. You are off record. Order, you are off record. You are off record. You don't have the mic. Order, take your seat. Honorable Senators, I did mention, order, members. I have not even said anything. I want to say something you are saying you cannot allow. What do you know? How do you know what I'm going to say? So I was saying, like I did indicate in the morning, we are a jury and we must try as much as possible to do a lot of listening, and then we will have our opinion when we meet and look at the evidence that we would have gotten from the listening. So let us try to minimize the interjections, and like we said, we are time-bound. Proceed, Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Why don't we allow the... Okay, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, we are here to listen, and that's why we want the questions to be asked so that we can follow. Somebody should not assume any role. We are here to listen. Mr. Speaker, you learn a lot by listening. That's why I'm here, keenly listening. So any question that they can ask, we are here to listen, and that's why we said this day to listen so that we can be clear in what is being discussed, Mr. Speaker. We will make decision after listening, but somebody cannot insinuate about any sinister motive, about anything that somebody asks. We are here to listen.
Let us listen.
Even watching videos, we can still watch videos.
Okay, let us listen. Council, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. But just in a second, with tremendous respect to my very senior, able legal senior, Honorable Senator Wako, the basis and the contextual order in which I was asking that question is because Mr. Speaker, sir, made a ruling pursuant to your Rule 29. I had made a request for invocation of Rule 19 for the rejection of these documents. The thrust, therefore, of my cross-examination is to demonstrate, using their own evidence by the County Assembly, it was not feasible to have a document dated 30th of November on the 25th of November to proceed with the impeachment. And therefore, I have supported that, and that was the basis and the context. In other words, the subsuming of my PO into the main hearing, is it in deference to your ruling, Mr. Speaker, sir? Honorable members, I don't wish to vex you. I beg your patience.
Only one thing, Mr. Speaker. The evidence that Mr. Kinyanjui is seeking to lead the witness to is actually placed contextually in a PO. So, and you did give your directions in the morning that these matters shall be argued concurrently. So, when Mr. Kinyanjui coerces a witness in that manner,
coercing.
and in
Allow
a
me
manner,
to proceed with respect. I'm not
Mr.
coercing a
Kinyanjui,
witness.
I'm on my feet, Mr. Kinyanjui, if you may.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, the whole aspect is a question and the context of the matter before us, and that is what the witness is addressing. Mr. Kinyanjui is not even giving time to the witness to answer, even when the witness is candidly answering the question. It's just coercing him. We seek for the protection of our witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been very patient with this witness. As a record, honorable members will bear me out. Let me proceed. Now, you do confirm that you also have other documents that are subsequent to, in their dating, the 25th of November 2020, in your bundles.
Mr. Speaker, as I had said, the work of filing documents with the Senate is basically the work of the clerk of the County Assembly, and they did file the documents which were necessary.
You are aware that you have orders that were actually in consequence of the proceedings in the High Court touching and implicating the NMS. Is that correct?
NMS, yes.
And those orders were issued subsequent to your motion of impeachment. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, since I'm not the legal officer in the County Assembly, I might not know the cases which are in court. I was basically
Senator,
prosecuting.
There's an intervention from the leader of minority.
Standing up because of what I had raised earlier. You know, for the case of the County Assembly, they have hardly 1 hour, and they got 2 witnesses. And Mr. Kinyanjui, the way I look at the evidence which is on record, probably he needs another 2 hours to cross-examine. So unless we, the problem is that we did not have a pre-trial process, so that the agreed documents, and even for Mr. Kinyanjui, may I suggest, you may find at the tail end he has not dealt with the substantial issues, and take all his time on procedural issues. So in a trial of this nature, and I wanted to propose to you that even the Evidence Act does not apply. The Evidence Act clearly states where that statute applies. And even it's in semi-judicial proceedings, I mean quasi-judicial proceedings, like the commissions of inquiry, you'll find most of the time they state clearly that the Evidence Act will not apply. And in the Senate, the most important rule is the rule of relevance. That is a substantial rule, the rule of relevance. So long as you're relevant, even you, Mr. Speaker, cannot stop me. But because we are time-bound, and I pity both sides, because the case before us is neither being made out nor being rebutted. Because we are just dealing with issues that do not go to substance. And Article 159 of the Constitution talks about substantial justice as opposed to technicalities. So as the Attorney General Emeritus has said, these are not judicial proceedings. In fact, I may say what we are addressing here is basically a political question. Like they say in the United States, impeachment, they address political questions. So, and that was said even in the Mwambura case. So I would urge that we use our time usefully so that there is equality of arms. And knowing that they have only 2 hours, and I guess if Mr. Ndegwa also takes the same time cross-examining the other side, by 6:30 we'll be complaining, please, let's have another day or 2 more hours. But we are time-bound. You cannot do it. We are time-bound. You must report by Friday the outcome of these proceedings.
Okay, the Senator Wetangula, 2 minutes, so that we proceed.
There's a book called The Imaginary Invalid by Molière, where he says, in many situations, patients die out of complications arising out of the treatment they get, other than the ailments they have. The Speaker, I want to encourage my distinguished learned juniors at the bar that you have issues placed before this House. Attack those issues. Discount them if you can. Procedure, your preliminary objection, Mr. Kinyanjui, was a matter for submission, was not a matter for evidence. The witness has given evidence. Attack the evidence. You know the allegations that are brought here. Because you'll end up exhausting your time, like Senator Orengo says, and you have not discounted a single allegation against your client.
Senator Mbogo Chilayako, 1 minute. There are those who have spoken. Let me give those who have not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, and I must declare my interest. Council Kinajui and I were in the same university, same time, same class. Now, I want to suggest to him and propose to him, you don't have to insist on yes or no. Just note that there was no answer for it. It will enable us progress. So that or if the witness is slow, I mean, it could be to the disadvantage of the people presenting through that witness, so that we are able to utilize this time effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, when we are considering impeachment by way of a committee, it has been established that the presentation of evidence in the 4 hours available, we've traditionally given 3 hours for the evidence-in-chief, 30 minutes for cross-examination, and 30 minutes for the re-examination. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a point that Senator Orengo has been attempting to canvass since morning. Since we didn't have that clarity, we must find a way of making a judicious decision that will guide us tomorrow, because tomorrow the executive is supposed to present its evidence. But to avoid this kind of situation, Mr. Speaker, you may want to consider how to deal with today, but give guidelines for tomorrow in line with the tradition that has been there in committees.
Senator Matangi.
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that I've raised every time when this House has had to consider impeachment of any governor, Mr. Speaker. And I've raised it consistently. And even the last time, I insisted, Mr. Speaker, that this House must address itself to Standing Order 75-2, Mr. Speaker. And in addressing itself to that standing order, then we shall find the answer to what Senator Orengo has raised all the time. Mr. Speaker, that standing order provides in Section 2 that the Senate sitting in plenary, all special committee appointed under subsection 1 shall within 10 days A, investigate the matter, and B, in the case of a special committee or even the plenary then, report to the Senate on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations against the governor to have been substantiated. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I raise this matter is because consistently we have put ourselves in a straitjacket that we limit ourselves all the time to gazetting 2 days. To be, Mr. Speaker, given such bundles of documents this morning, listen to the evidence, and the standing orders are clear that after being provided by this evidence, we are supposed to investigate the matter and then a report, even when we are sitting as a committee of the whole House, Mr. Speaker. And so, even as the matter is raised by Senator Orengo, Mr. Speaker, if we do not address ourselves subsequently to this issue, we shall never, in my view, be able to stand up and say that we have given the matter the adequacy of time and address that it requires, Mr. Speaker. And I think we would need to address that, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, before I raise the issue I wanted to raise, and I'll need your attention, I suspect Senator Wamatangi has misapplied himself on the provision of Standing Order 75 because the 10 days are cumulative. That includes exchange of documents. Yeah, it includes preparation of both sides. So 10 days is not for the hearing. It's 10 days cumulatively. So we are time-bound, like Senator Orengo has ably canvassed here for the better part of these proceedings from the morning. The thing I want to suggest practically, Speaker, is for the council, and I think so that because we have only 1 hour, I think 1 hour, maybe 8 minutes, yeah, to complete this, the 4 hours. I want to say a suggestion from the council for the county government, if it's okay with you, to give you a suggestion on how you will share the remaining 1 hour, 8 minutes between his 2 witnesses. Then you can allocate for cross-examination a certain number of minutes to counsel for the governor. And the comfort, for the comfort of the counsel of the governor, they need to know that we are not in a fully court process. So all the information need not come through cross-examination. It can even come from a way of closing submissions. For as long as the information gets to these senators, nobody here is so stricto sensu following the issue of procedure. So that then we save time from, we are not a court of law where you follow whether the witness statement was verified or not. For as long as the information is submitted on both sides, it will be achieved. So, Speaker, because we have only 1 hour now, I've taken 1 hour, 7 minutes. How can they divide that time? Then we are sure that by 7:20, the 4 hours, when the 4 hours are over, they will have finished.
Because I can see the leader of majority also. That's the last one, so that we are now going to what we said, that we shall end up talking ourselves.
Mr. Speaker, just practical things, Speaker. I've seen that the string of senators want clarifications and questions. There was a time allotted at the end of 30 minutes or so. Can we now assume, Mr. Speaker, that that has been subsumed also because we are free to interrupt any time? We have taken a lot of time, which should not. We may assume that we have actually, we can run that program concurrently so that we don't have to wait at the end.
Okay. Yes, Senator Matang, please. Okay, please, we must proceed.
I'll be very short, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand when Senator Mukomen, Mr. Speaker, says that I've misapplied myself to that standing order. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that's something very simple. I've been a member of the committees that have, 2 committees that have participated in the impeachment of a governor. If this procedure started today, or the time, Mr. Speaker, when we gave this process to a committee, the committee would have had 10 days.
No, I think you're not getting it right.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's not the position. Okay, Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to differ with my leader of minority, but I just wanted to have this corrected, that although this is a political process, Article 96 mandates us to protect the interest of counties and their government. So the line of questioning should be relevant on procedures. So if there are things that are clearly being flouted, we need to be able to note them, so that when we sit down, we can actually be able to do our job properly, taking all matters into consideration. And then also, on the second issue, Mr. Speaker, on the point of order raised by Senator Matangi, it is quite clear. It says investigate. What time are we here to investigate? This information have got to be substantiated so that when we are making a decision, it helps us. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's no point of sitting here and rushing everything.
Let me,
let me finalize, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to finalize. There's no point of us rushing everything as if our minds have already been determined. It is proper for us to be able to do our job as we've been sent here by people in the counties.
Order, Senator. If you want to, you are talking, just order. You are talking and annoying yourself for nothing. If you are annoying yourself for nothing. The standing orders are very clear. If you want to change, we may appreciate that the time given to handle this kind of matter is not enough. So to address that, you must then look at the standing orders and maybe change the timings. By the way, the time is, we are time bound. Senator Mogeni, so that then they proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the fifth schedule. Under Rule 22, time for senators to ask questions is limited to 2 minutes. But if you go to Rule 21, there is no capping of time for cross-examination. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a lacuna there and we need your intervention. My proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that you invoke Rule 29 and limit time for cross-examination. Because Rule 29, Mr. Speaker, says that where no provision has been made in the standing orders or in these rules, the Speaker of the Senate shall rule on the question or the matter, and the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Mr. Speaker, unless you manage these proceedings, we will not be able to do it within the time permitted by our Constitution. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, the way we are managing time for presentation of evidence, you also cap time for cross-examination so that we are able to do these proceedings within the constitutionally permitted time. Thank you.
Council, you have to wind up in the next maybe 10 minutes so that we get the other witnesses, or less.
That I have not had to cover on account of his intransigence, failure to answer, diversion, intervention of his counsel. It will be, with tremendous respect, unfair to the governor. He needs to demonstrate that this process is driven by something other than the truth. And honorable members, I beg you to allow me. 10 minutes will truncate in unfairness. I beg, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not the author of that eventuality. It is a witness. And the documents contained herein rebut his own case. And I was pointing those documents when he doesn't want to refer to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may, with your kind permission, have an enlargement of that time. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, it will be unfair because my learned friends had issues to cover. If you will note, Mr. Speaker, kindly, this witness was taken paragraph by paragraph, almost reading his own statement.
Okay, proceed. I'll give you. Yes.
I think our law and the Constitution has been built out on experience. In the United Kingdom, impeachment became so unpopular. There was a governor of Bengal in India who was impeached in parliament for 7 years. The two parliaments had to sat through an impeachment process for 7 years. In the United States of America, impeachment took a similar direction because they preferred the plenary, like we have now. But out of practice, they've recognized that because council want to ask a lot of questions, they do it through committees. Although, the rules require that they do it through a plenary. But out of practice, they have found out in order to do justice, they do it through committees and then report to the House. Now, when we sit as a plenary, everybody's agitated, rightly so. But if each one of us has to undertake an intervention, and if every lawyer has to take the time that he wants to take, then he'll make the mockery of the rules and the County Government Act, which has, we are time bound. It reminds me of a petition of Matako. It was delayed in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. But by the time he was appealing to the Superior Court, they said, you took too long. We have no jurisdiction because you're coming here too late. So what I'm begging, Mr. Speaker, is that to do justice to both parties, we cannot just rumble, because now we are just rumbling. And the County Assembly, they are going to complain that they still have 3 witnesses. Now, what about if they apply the same rule on the other side and take the same kind of time? Then these proceedings will have to go beyond, Thursday, Friday. So I would still insist that you got to give us timelines from each party. Unfortunately, it's too late now. But probably I think the Council for the Governor should be given some time. I think it needs more time, considering the fact that the other councils for the County Assembly took quite a bit of time. But they're going to pay for it because, the other witnesses are not going to have any time because they have consumed all their time on one witness. So there's a question of case management, which these are very senior lawyers. If you appear, we have a case before the Court of Appeal now. They have given us directions that we are not going to hear you. They have told us written submission 15 pages, and we are not being even allowed to address the court because of case management. But if you are rambling and we are saying we are a court, I don't think we are looking like a court anymore because of the interventions we are making. And it is very difficult to refrain from showing where your interest lies. That's why I would encourage the members of the Senate, we refrain from asking questions because already your interest is coming out and you're going to be the judge at the end. So you cannot be a judge, a prosecutor, and the executioner. It doesn't work that way. So let the council bring their questions, the witness give their evidence, but we have the last word. Not even you, Mr. Speaker. It is us with the last word. So I hope that probably we proceed in a more orderly fashion.
So, Council, I give you 20 minutes. Huh? Try in 20 minutes. Let's see how far we go.
I think these interruptions are what is causing this.
Order.
Only one thing, Mr. Speaker. When you give the directions for Mr. Kinyanjui's time to take, kindly consider also allocating us time for re-examination, whatever time that you may allocate, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You took a lot of time and your witness was there. So proceed, Council.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to congratulate your very honorable members here. Allow me just in 30 seconds to make a comment very weighty to what Honorable James Orongo, my very senior colleague. And I had made reference, an allusion to the impeachment bill, 2018. And I had taken the time to look at the Hansard, and Honorable Mutula Jr. had even made a commentary about that before your honorable members. And I had noted that had that impeachment bill, 2018, pursuant to Article 181(2), been legislated, honorable members, all these would be completely gone. Because I would have invoked Section 16, as read with Section 14 of that bill. But alas, the governor has been deprived of that instrumentality of the law. And yet, Schedule 5 gives 18 months from 2010 to pass that law. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I continue. Now, so that I can wind up. I can conclude my cross-examination. Mr. Ogada, you do acknowledge that you have documents here that are dated beyond the 25th of November, 2020, that could not have been tabled before the Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, what I said is that once we gave notice of motion, the other documents are tabled in the Assembly during the motion, and the motion was on 3rd of December. But the documents he has been showing me, all of them were documents of November. So we had the documents when I was prosecuting the issue.
Mr. Okumu, you are aware that the governor is entitled to a hearing before the Assembly?
Yes, I do.
You are aware that having not been accorded a hearing, it's unfair to him?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that he was accorded a hearing and a link was sent to him, and he opted not to attend. That's to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had a video attached to the document affidavit of the governor, marked D, indicating that we had the governor's lawyers go to, if I could ask the ICT to play that video while I ask the next question. Now, you are aware, as we wait for that video clip to be played, that the accusations you have leveled against the governor concerning the NMS are the subject of a constitutional petition. Please answer yes or no. You heard the honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware about the constitutional interpretation that is required, but that is needed by the governor from the court.
You are not aware? Have you not annexed a single order in your documents, in the ones you're referring to?
One thing I know is
Mr. Ogada, please answer the questions. Let's be
Mr.
brief.
Speaker, yes, that's what I'm doing.
Have you annexed any
Mr.
documents
Speaker,
about the orders in the NMS case?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that when the governor first went to court about the legality or trying to withdraw from the deed, there was a lifting by, I think Justice Wasilwa, who lifted that order. So there was no order. So if he went to appeal, that is not.
Are you aware that petition E348 exists in the Constitutional Court about the NMS and its legality?
No, that one I'm not aware.
You're not aware? You have not annexed any document in connection of that?
I'm not aware about any case.
Look at page 402 of your volume 1. Page 402 of your volume 1. Page 402 of your volume 1. There is a copy of a court order from the Honorable Justice Mrima dated the 6th of November 2020. Would you confirm that at page 402 and 403? Volume 1?
Yes, there is.
You confirm that?
Yes.
Do you confirm that an order issued in Constitution Petition number E348 of 2020? You confirm that?
Mr. Speaker.
At the top, page 402.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm raising, I'm not a party to all those things is raising. What I can confirm to this Honorable House is that I actually raised the issue of him not signing the warrants because, you know, the transferred functions. We have the transferred functions. They have to be funded whether you are in court or not in court. The staffs must be paid.
All right. Okay.
Whether you are in court or not in court.
Okay.
So it was not the issue of the constitutionality. Yeah.
Let me finish. We had asked for the video clip to be played of the governor in his witness statement from Mr. Moses Okerosi. If it could be played. As we wait. Now,
So mheshimiwa amekuja kupresent.
Would you confirm that that video has been in reference to an appearance before the county assembly?
No, I don't. I can't confirm.
You cannot
because I've
confirm.
not heard anything.
Now, volume 3 of the document served on you, on behalf of the governor, volume 3, at page 585 to page 572, there is a response from the governor to your allegations, to the county assembly, in precision, rebutting all the allegations. Volume 3, page 535 to 572. Volume 3, the document marks D. Mark D has volume 1, volume 2, volume 3.
Yes.
It has a blue cover, page 535. Now, that response is dated the 30th of November, 2020. On behalf of the government, page 535 to page 572, volume 3. That document is signed by Ondieki Advocate.
Yes, it is there.
And thereafter, you will see page 633 to page 643 images. And the person who took the images, you can see, has sworn an affidavit to confirm that he actually was there on the material date, that is the 3rd of December, 2020. Volume 3, page 535 to page 572 for the statement, and the images are at page 633 to page 643, volume 3. Therefore, it is not true to allege that the governor did not make an attempt to come to the county assembly on the 3rd of December, 2020.
Mr. Speaker, what I can't confirm is actually what was transpiring on that particular day, because one, the video was not audible, I couldn't hear, and the other thing is that if he attempted to appear, then he must have been having the notice, and he was invited.
Now, have you seen the affidavit of Moses Okerosi, which is along the same volume 3? Have you seen it? Have you seen also the affidavit immediately after page 643 in volume 3, affirming that indeed they were there from 2 p.m. up to almost 5 p.m. and they were denied access to the Nairobi City County Assembly? Sorry, we go to volume 3, yes, page 633 are the images of showing them being outside the assembly, being blocked.
Yeah, I can see the photos.
You can see that. Yes. Now, if you go to volume 3 and page number 450, running all the way to page 522.
Yes.
There is a report there of an expert in handwriting refuting the signatures you are adducing that they had attained the majority. Page 450 is the affidavit of Emmanuel Kenga, a forensic document examiner, who has impugned your signatures.
Mr. Speaker,
you have seen that?
Mr.
You have
Speaker.
seen that? No, have you seen?
No, I've not seen it.
It
Mr.
is
Speaker,
there. No, look at page 450 of volume 3. Page 450 of volume 3. There is a sworn affidavit by Emmanuel Kenga, a forensic document examiner. And he has said he examined your signatures and he impugned them, some of which are a forgery. Have you seen that affidavit?
450 years, yeah, I can see.
Now you go to page 528. There is an affidavit of Moses Okerosi. Moses Okerosi swears that he took that document.
428?
528, volume 3, 528. He took that document to the county assembly on behalf of the governor and he was denied access. You seen that?
528. Yes, I can see this.
You can see that.
Yes.
528. So you can see His Excellency the Governor made every effort to be there on the material date, but he was denied access. He was denied audience. Now you also allege that the governor went to New York and got some payments made on his behalf. He has sworn an affidavit. At page 616, can you see a document there? Sorry, page, not 616, page 612. Page 614.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you see page 614?
Mr. Speaker.
Please allow me.
Mr. Speaker, for the record.
I want to conclude this.
Should you
You will have an opportunity to be re-examined. Have a look at that document.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. One thing I can't confirm is what the photos speak to. So I cannot confirm that he tried to come. Number two, I've not said the governor was in New York. So those are...
Okay,
things I
you
didn't say.
alluded to his wife and daughter being in New York.
That is not the governor, that's the daughter. I talked
The
about
daughter,
the daughter.
right? Okay, page 614, you see the document there from the Dominic? Page 614, volume 3, same volume.
614.
Yes. You see that?
Yes, 614 I can see.
You've seen that?
Yes.
Are you aware that the approval was actually from the government of the Republic of Kenya for the travel?
Mr. Speaker.
Are you aware, yes or no?
For an imposter.
No. Are you aware that that was sanctioned?
Because the letter that went to the government was that was a sub-county administrator, and yet the lady is not working with the county.
Do you have proof of that, Mr.
Yes,
Okumu?
we have documents.
Do you have proof of that?
We have documents.
You do not have anything you can pinpoint. Let's look at volume 2 so that we save time.
We
volume
have documents that effect.
Volume 2, let's go to page 297. Volume 2 of the governor's response affidavit, page 297. From page 297, running all the way up to page 311. Page 297 up to page 311. Are you there?
Page what?
297.
Yes, I can see.
You can see that?
Yes.
You can see there, those are images of your colleagues, honorable members of the Nairobi City County Assembly.
I can see some people tagged here.
You can see there. Yes. And up to the last page, 311, there are 57 of them in number. You can confirm that?
Yeah.
And you know that those same MCAs have each of them sworn an affidavit to say that they did not vote for the motion to impeach the governor.
Mr. Speaker, one thing we need to appreciate is that voting is online. So if any members sworn such kind of an affidavit, then they were playing you.
You can see at page 200, there are single affidavits running all the way up to page 260, page 277. 277. They have sworn each of them affidavits to say that they did not vote on that day. You can see that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Those are all affidavits.
I can see, and we also have affidavits of the same people saying these are not their signatures.
Right. Now,
saying these are not their signatures.
You do not have that evidence before.
We have affidavits here.
Page 278. Page 278. This was reported to the Kwale police station as impersonation. Do you see they reported that? There's OB number 55 of 3rd December 2020. You see that?
Mr. Speaker.
Do you see that? Just confirm yes or no.
Speaker,
do you see that? evidence of
You see,
reporting that?
I really don't know how to answer yes
Okay,
and no.
now, so that I
really
can-
need to be
so that I
given
can yield
to
my time.
explain myself.
Hold, so that I can yield my time.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that we need to appreciate is that the said members of the County Assembly actually also reported to the police that they were kidnapped. They were invited to
Do you have the OB number for
in
that?
an house in Runda, and Prados came and they were being forced to two into a Prado.
Mr. Speaker,
And
sir,
you could
I
not
would
alight.
like to save my time.
You could
I
not
would
alight,
like
so
to
definitely
play
there was
a
complaint.
video.
Let him finish what
Mr. Speaker, the same members are saying they were invited to Runda, and we have affidavits that they were going to be given 500,000 each. And with this kind of dry season, nobody could really. So when they went, the gates were locked. And the Prado started coming, and members too were being forced into a van. They were all being forced into vans because there were people who are really forcing them to enter.
Now, allow
And
me
these
then-
people, affidavits are there to that effect. So actually, them being in Kwale were against their wish, and that's why you can see most of them were tagged. In
Mr.
fact,
Okumu.
That's why they were tagged and given these numbers. Nobody could accept to carry a tag if there was no threat.
Mr. Okumu, none of this is in your statement, none of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to play a YouTube clip that I have requested the ICT on deepfakes. This witness played clips there on someone resembling Governor Mike Sonko without a certificate of authenticity. Deepfakes, YouTube, from YouTube, I've requested, please, so that then I can.
The certificates
yield my
are
time.
there, and besides that, the affidavits
now,
are on
let me
9F.
Just bring, let me see those affidavits you're talking about.
You have the copy of the yellow document there.
Oh, that yellow. All right, okay.
You said you're playing a video clip?
Mr. Speaker, sir, these are not dated. I have seen them in volume 1. Some of them are not dated. Some of them are not even having the names. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like just to draw your very kind attention to just one single of those affidavits so that we disabuse this Honorable House, Honorable members, of the allegation that indeed there are sworn statements. There are no such legally sworn affidavits. Mr. Speaker, sir, unfortunately, the pagination is not proper. I can't see the pagination. The Honorable MCs are here, Mr. Speaker, sir, as well, so that then we can see. There is the affidavit of David Ayoy. David Ayoy. Do you have it there with you? You see it's not even dated. And the pagination, page 14, page 14, page 14. Elizabeth Nyambura is here, and she has said that she never even affixed to such alleged signature. She did not. I am seeing Alvin also, Palapala. These are honorable members of the Assembly. I wanted to play that clip, and they are present. Those MCAs honorable MCAs are here. I wanted to play a clip, Mr. Speaker, sir, to negate those video clips. I beg, Mr. Speaker, sir, for an enlargement just of some little time, because it was unfortunate. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, bear with me. Thank you. The clip that I have with the ICT, I had requested that they play the video clip from YouTube on deepfakes, the one that, the source of it. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may get your authority.
Yeah.
Thank you. The ICT, I had sent a link to YouTube. On YouTube, deepfakes, D-E-E-P-F-A-K-E-S, fix, deepfakes.
Checking up there is like they are not able to.
They are not able to play it? Yes, while they are checking it, let me just ask two questions. Now, Mr. Okumu, you are aware that the county government mandates public participation, and you must give 5 days between the notice and the event. Are you aware of that? The County Government Act.
I'm aware, and it was done and put in the dailies.
Do you have proof of that?
They were in the dailies.
Do you have proof of that? Do you have proof of that?
There was.
Council, maybe Whom did you give the clip? Because our records indicate that they don't have any clip from you.
It was a link that I had said. A link.
It was sent to who?
Mr. Speaker, sir, even for purpose of record, even us, we were never served with that link and that clip. There's new evidence being introduced on the bar.
I think with tremendous respect, I have referred the link. Let me get the link. I have referred to it in my volume. If you can just check.
It ought to be part of your evidence.
Yes, the video clip is part of the evidence, and this is provided by His Excellency the Governor. There is the link at page of TV 47, page 15, volume 1, paragraph 69. The link is there. Volume 1. Page 15, honorable members, page 15, volume 1, paragraph 69. The link is provided there. Volume 1, paragraph 69. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to confirm with you and honorable members that I'm not so dishonorable as to cite a link that I've not provided. I did provide. It's cited in paragraph 69. Page 15 of volume 1. I also did provide the clip. So as we wait for that clip, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to pursue that issue of public participation. You have seen the affidavit of Mr. Newton Munene, supplied as well with these documents. Mr. Newton Munene has, as the ICT officer of the Nairobi City County government, refuted and disputed there was such public participation as you suppose. Yes, I refer to his affidavit, which we had filed and supplied. Mr. Newton Munene, in paragraph 1, he says, I'm the current CC in charge of ICT department. He has sworn to it.
But for the purposes of public participation, did we have to go through CEC ICT? That was meant for the public. It was not for the CEC ICT.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we are having challenge with that issue. I wanted to refute the allegation that there was a majority of the Nairobi City County Assembly members who voted for the purported impeachment. The threshold set in law was not set. That was the purpose of the clip. And as I was winding up,
Kenya's public debt has been increasing at an alarming rate in the last 8 years. As of June this year, our public debt was 6.6 trillion shillings.
These proceedings, the key witness, who was the mover of the motion, was cross-examined for 2 hours, 10 minutes by the defense. Therefore, we are seeking guidance as to whether we shall also be accorded equal time. Reason being, Mr. Speaker, the witness testifying at the moment is actually, or would rather be regarded in normal circumstances as the accused, save us for the precincts of this honorable house. So we'd want to have some pretty enough time with him. That then means the time that he spends in his examination in chief be accorded to the same time that we spend with him. But we shall be conscious that the house needs to break to make its determination. Much obliged.
Oh, okay, in the meantime, we will assume that it will include 1 hour, 50 minutes will include cross-examination, but I will come back later in the course of our deliberations to give a final ruling on that. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor is out here and he was coming. I beg, Mr. Speaker, sir, just your indulgence, just for just a flash of a minute. I just confirm, because we just left together and I was coming this way. I don't know what may have happened. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I beg your kindness.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Kajwang? Senator Kajwang? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, considering that we are 1 hour, 15 minutes behind schedule, which then means that it is inevitable that today's sitting will not end any time earlier than 8 p.m. Would it be in order to seek your indulgence that the 1 hour, 50 minutes that is pending for presentation of evidence and prosecution of the case by the executive started counting at 2 o'clock when you took that seat? Because this delay cannot then be offloaded on the Senate when the Senate was here on time. And that kind of ruling will then also cause the executive to hasten, because you cannot be sitting here for 15 minutes waiting.
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
The Speaker, I don't agree with Senator Kajwang. We can sit up to midnight. This will not be the first day to do so. But most importantly, when yesterday we delayed for 45 minutes, the parties indulged us. So there's no need to go that direction. And considering, Mr. Speaker, that it's only 15 minutes difference, we should not waste even more time. Let's just proceed.
I think the senators were just being cautious, and I know His Excellency, the Governor for Nairobi, was a deputy whip here, and he knows what it means to keep time. So, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, by the time we went for lunch, there was a clip which was supposed to be played by the ICT team, which was in the public domain, to confirm on the unearthing of this bursary scandal payments. So I just want to remind the ICT team to play that clip.
Let's start off with a conversation that you're having even. Let's start off with a conversation that you're having even right now as you speak. You're calling it Nairobi MCA's bursary heist. We are calling it stealing from the poor. This is the amount of money that has so far been lost, and there is still more counting. So tonight we begin with the blatant theft of bursaries at the Nairobi County Assembly. Imagine applying for bursary for your son or daughter, and upon approval, the check is diverted to a personal account of your local leader. Well, investigations by the Director of Criminal Investigations and the EACC have unearthed a cartel among MCAs in Nairobi who have diverted bursaries to limited companies and their personal accounts. Some of the schools that were supposed to benefit from the bursary kitty wrote to the DCI clarifying that they have never received any checks or money. Stephen Leto reports on this latest scandal at the City Hall.
Cases of bright but needy students failing to join Form 1 due to lack are reported beginning of every school term. Most of these cases, poor parents have knocked doors to seek bursaries in vain. A probe by the DCI and EACC has unearthed the rot in the Nairobi County Assembly, with some MCAs allegedly channeling bursary funds into personal accounts. In 2018, the Banking Fraud Investigations Department launched investigations after it emerged millions of shillings meant for bursaries were ending up in private pockets. The DCI wrote to various schools in question, asking whether they had received checks to benefit needy students in their schools. General Mulinge High School replied saying the school did not receive any check for money and the student in question was not in the school, yet the money had already been cashed. Administrators at Sengani Girls School also told the DCI that the school did not receive any check as alleged. Kariti Secondary School have the same account of not receiving any check, despite records showing it had received the money. Bursaries in question ranging from 5,000 shillings to 25,000 shillings per student. But where was all these monies going to? The DCI in its investigations report concluded that one school was established in Nairobi by the name Kobudo Educational Center that was used as a conduit to deny thousands of pupils their rights. Directors of this establishment were found to be one Job Omondi, working in Nairobi County Water Department. Francis Ouma, said to be a personal assistant to current MCA David Mberia, who is also the minority leader in the assembly. Queensta Ouma, a wife to the PA, and Nancy Nasimiu, wife to Job Omondi, was also named as a director. investigators found a trail of withdrawals, all by one Job Omondi, done on different occasions. First, he took out 449,000 shillings. In another occasion, 624,000 shillings, and then withdrew 900,000 shillings. When the DCI was on this trail, detectives found 77 forged bursary checks and 129 imaged checks amounting to 4.5 million shillings in one of the local banks. Another trail put Kitusuru MCA Alvin Palapala, linking him to NR Talvo Limited, a company that also received diverted checks. James Momita and
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 234, there is a statement for Kobudo Educational Center, the fake school, where MCAs used to take their checks and withdraw the proceeds in cash. So, page 234, Mr. Speaker, for example, this does not affect Nairobi City County only, Mr. Speaker. Even CDF funds in various county constituencies in Nairobi, they're also victims of this scandal. Because as you can see, transaction number 1, this is a check. It's a transaction in 30th June 2016. There's a check from Langata Constituency Development Fund of 56,000, which was credited. Then the same day, the same was withdrawn in cash at current branch. 54,000 was withdrawn in cash. In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I'll not explain the entire statement because it's self-explanatory, but I'll take you to the transactions in the same page for 2016 before I became the governor. The same scandal was ongoing. Page 235, Mr. Speaker, these are cash deposits from Nairobi County, bursary fund, withdrawn in cash from current branch, transaction number 4 from the top of page 235. You'll find there is a check that was deposited, then there is our cash withdrawal. I just want to focus on Nairobi City County government alone, Mr. Chair. So, if we go to page 236, same transactions, Mr. Chair. Page 237, same. For instance, a good example, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, page 234. Okay, I was not the governor yet, but the same scenario is witnessed here. For instance, the first transaction on the 17th June 2017, another check from Nairobi City County government, 25,000 was deposited in the Kubudo account. Another check, second transaction, 25 deposited, 25 deposited. Fourth transaction, there was a cash withdrawal from Cooperative Bank, 125,000. Monies meant for poor students withdrawn in cash by proxies for MCAs, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the scandal did not stop there. My first month in office, page 238, transaction number 1, Mr. Chair. You can see it there. Check from Nairobi City County government, 25,000. Second transaction, check from Nairobi City County, 25,000. Deposit to this fake school, 25,000. There are so many transactions, Mr. Chair. 25,000, 25,000. But Mr. Chair, I want to refer the House to the third last transaction on page 238 on the 6th September 2019. 2017, Mr. Chair, I beg your, I apologize, 2017. My first month in office, Mr. Chair. All these checks which were deposited, Mr. Chair, yeah, various checks, as you can see, page 238 from the top towards the bottom, 1, 2, 3, fourth last transaction. You can see all this money was withdrawn in cash by Job Omondi. I think it's the PA to the MCA Karen. He withdrew, Mr. Chair, 449,000 in cash. The following day, he went to a different branch, cargo branch, He withdrew another 25,000, Mr. Chair. So the statements are self-explanatory, Mr. Chair. We go again to page 241. 241. Page 241, Mr. Chair. Again, checks from Nairobi City County government, transaction number 1, 19th September 2017. You can see the trend, Mr. Chair. Various checks from Nairobi City County government were deposited, yeah, in favor of this fake school, fake account opened by MCAs, Mr. Chair. You can see there are several transactions there, 25,000. The same peer to MCA withdrew the money in cash, 900,000, on the 21st September 2017, Mr. Chair. So on page 243, Mr. Chair, the various checks where the mover was complaining, the checks which I refused to release. There is a check in favor of Kobuto Educational Center. The check is for City Hall Branch Cooperative Bank. Amount is 25,000. Account is Nairobi City County. But you see the check, why, Mr. Speaker, we refuse to release this, any further checks. The check was dated 26th April 2017. And it was deposited on 9th September 2018. They were forging and backdating these checks, Mr. Chair.
Your Excellency, you've shown the House various transactions with deposits and withdrawals. Would you say, by any means, that you have failed to disburse bursary?
No, Mr. Chair, because at this juncture, there were numerous complaints from parents, yeah, from various wards, Mr. Chair. And they were raising this complaint that their checks were issued, but they were not released to the various schools, Mr. Chair, countrywide. So, Mr. Chair, what the mover did not tell us, the reason why I refused to release these checks. This was one of the major reasons, Mr. Chair, as to why I refused to release these checks. The matter was subject to investigations. We engaged the DCI, the Banking Fraud Department, and the truth was finally discovered, Mr. Chair.
Now, then I'll take you to the second lib of the charge for gross violation of the Constitution and the law. It is the mover's allegation that you, as the governor for Nairobi, have violated Article 10,
Mr. Chair, after unearthing this scandal and all the suspects were arraigned in court, we came up with a new law, Mr. Chair. This is one of the documents which have been refused to table. I'll just mention it for the purposes of handset. Mr. Chair, we came with this law, the Public Finance Management, into brackets, Nairobi City County Bursary and Scholarship Fund Regulation. I'll just mention, I'll not table.
Yeah, there is an intervention here. Yes, what's your...
We have an objection on the document the witness is relying on. We do not have the advantage of service of that particular document, so we have no ability of leading any evidence in rebuttal of that documents. We highly object to the witness relying on the documents not before this tribunal.
Yes, there's an intervention also by one of your counsel.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we allowed them to refer to communication and documents from their mobile phones. When I rose to object, the response was, raise that in your cross. 1. 2, they served us late with their documents. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we are entitled to call a public document because this is in their county assembly, with respect.
Further, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is common knowledge that each person is expected to know the law. That is a statute by the county assembly. And for that matter, it is not just any other document. And the witness is making reference to a statute. Then that goes to the benefit of everybody, including this House. And he's indicated that it's one of the documents that we could not produce, but it is the law. The law ought to be placed in public, and law can always be cited. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, it seems to be.
One thing, we, as long as it's an enacted law, we have no problem. But we have seen them relying even on bills that are still pending before these houses. So let us be led to the law that the witness is relying on. We'll be much obliged to reply as and when our time comes. As long as it's a law duly enacted, we have no problem, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, that's a sideshow.
Okay.
Already we've made our point that it's a law.
Oh, it's a law, okay. You will look at
It's
it.
not a
Okay,
bill.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Finance Management into brackets Nairobi City County Bursary and Scholarship Fund Regulation, Mr. Speaker. Section 10 and 11 states that the Executive Committee shall thereafter issue the necessary bank instructions that shall cause the lump sum payments to be effected by the paying bank to the relevant bank accounts of the beneficiary institutions of learning as prepared by the various county committees. This is where the problem between myself and the MCA started, Mr. Chair. B, Mr. Speaker, the relevant details of the successful applicants shall be communicated to the paying bank by the Executive Committee while issuing instructions for payment, Mr. Speaker. These are the precautions we raised after discovering that the release of checks direct to MCS, we were losing a lot of money, Mr. Chair. The last one, Mr. Chair, Section 11. Executive Committee shall cause preparation of the bursary voucher bearing the following details. A, full name of the learning institution, Mr. Chair, whether it's a school. B, Mr. Chair, full name of the student. C, Mr. Chair, admission number of the students. D, Mr. Chair, the bursary amount to be disbursed in favor of the beneficiaries' students to every school, Mr. Chair. This was just a method to curb the misappropriation of funds by MCS. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will refer to the statement, which you are not producing because of your ruling. But in this statement, Mr. Chair, we remitted funds to all the schools, all the beneficiaries, the students, via RTGS.
Are you referring to, we didn't admit it?
Mr. Speaker, you didn't allow us to.
So if we didn't allow it, then you
had 80
can't.
copies of each, but the problem, Mr. Speaker, there are evidence that they also brought it at night.
Let him identify the document for purposes of identification. Let him identify the document.
Okay.
You disallowed us, Mr. Speaker, to, but I can. Okay,
Yeah,
we have the law, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
yeah, the law is okay, but if we didn't allow that
The
one.
satisfied settlement from the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. We have 80 copies. If we are allowed, we can supply to each and every senator, Mr. Speaker. Based on your ruling, Mr. Speaker, we are not able to supply
Yeah,
this.
not
we have
now.
them here.
Not now.
Satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Today's date.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to that document, I would request that this House, being a House that deals with the matters touching on the county governments, it may just have that document for its information at some point, even if it's not going to relate the same to the impeachment proceedings.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, even the mover himself.
Kazo, take your seat. Allowed you to. That's what we are discouraging, just crossing over. Yes.
The mover, Mr. Speaker, is all sideshows to divert this attention, serious issue of diverting bursary funds. All his beneficiaries from his ward benefited from these bursary funds after we unearthed the scandal. We did address to all the banks and all the students from Embakasi, his ward benefited, and have the full list of beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, in this statement.
Okay, but we have not admitted it yet. So.
For the Hansard purposes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Your Excellency, I had referred you to the second limb of the charge on gross violation of the Constitution and the law, and any other law. That is 1B, where it is alleged that as Governor of Nairobi, you violated Article 10, Article 201, A, B, and D of the Constitution by failing and refusing and neglecting to comply with the provisions of Regulation 20 of the Public Finance Management County Governments Regulations 2015, which failure, refusal, and or negligence has compromised the provision of services envisaged under Part 2 of the fourth schedule of the Constitution, inter alia, most crucial provision of health services during the raging pandemic.
That is not.
Okay. And I would request that you answer the same together with C, where it is alleged that as Governor for Nairobi, you have violated Article 187(2)A of the Constitution and Article 5.2 of the Deed of Transfer by your continued willful refusal to execute the statutory warrants essential in the release of funds from the County Revenue Fund, which has granted the provision of services not only in the county executive but of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services. What would you say?
Mr. Chair, these are just sideshows. Mr. Chair, pursuant to Article 96 of the Constitution, Mr. Chair, this House, through its, I think, Health Committee chaired by Senator Mbito for Trans Nzoia, a couple of weeks ago, we appeared, Mr. Chair, before the Senate. There was a settlement on the release of funds. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer this Honorable House, Mr. Chair, to affidavit marked 10E, I think page 106, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the CS Treasury is on record confirming. In fact, there is a letter CS Ukuri attorney wrote to NMS General Body and a copy to us, confirming that there was no legal framework for Treasury or county government, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to disburse funds to NMS, Mr. Chair. So as Mr. Chair, we are being impeached because we are obeying the law. We are obeying the Constitution. These people want us to break the law, just the way it happened during the mess scandal during the Ministry of Health, Mr. Chair. We were forced from our allocations to release money direct to the national government. Yeah, Mr. Chair. This money was used to purchase health equipment. Some of them were never supplied to counties, Mr. Chair. And in the report, that report, Mr. Chair, this House, Honorable Senate, recommended that some senior officers in government should be charged. Ministers, PSs should be charged, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the committee to that particular page, I think 106, affidavit number 10, I think.
Yes, an intervention by Senator Khaniri.
Speaker, I had to intervene the governor, but I expect the governor, having been a member of this House, knows how to address the chair. He's kept referring to you as Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, And I think that is wrong. The governor knows the rules of this House. This is the Speaker, not the Chair. So we must have our records correctly.
I apologize for that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir. That is the committee of the whole.
You are apologizing by repeating the same mistake.
Yeah.
Okay. And Council, you will know the time. We are trying to manage time, so try to guide the governor so that you're able to cover as much ground as possible to allow also cross-examination. Okay.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Now, you referred to a letter from the CS Treasury.
Yes.
A letter in document marked 10E.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Before this letter, there was another letter.
What's the date of that letter?
30th of November 2020. The letter is dated 30th November 2020 after my impeachment motion in the County Assembly. And one of the grounds for my impeachment was that I refused.
Who is the author of that letter?
The author of this letter, Mr. Speaker, is CS Treasury.
What is the letter about?
The letter, Mr. Chair, which we received on 4th of December 2020, still after my impeachment by the County Assembly.
Yes.
It is addressed to Major General Badi. Okay, first addressed to me. My Honorable Mike's reference number is there. And then addressed to Governor Mike Sonko and General Badi, Director General NMS. And reference is framework for financing transferred functions, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members.
Yes, what does the letter entail?
In brief, Mr. Chair, in the essence of time, the Minister or CS Treasury is admitting that the AG and his office have now come up with a legal framework, and they're advising me now to release the funds to NMS, Mr. Chair.
Senator, there's an intervention by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Let's consult in low tones.
Could you clarify, because that letter is not in 10E. The letter is not in 10E, Mr. Nyamu. Oh, the volume is too low. Okay, the volume is now high.
I think the senator is in a different
10E.
affidavit. Just go to 10. 10.
It's 10E.
I want to apologize, Mr. Speaker. I think the letter is not paginated. The affidavit is not paginated.
It's not,
Maybe
yes.
due to
The document is not paginated, unfortunately, and we
last
apologize for that.
Oh.
But the letter is...
5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The last 10 pages, Mr. Speaker. Come from the last page, count 1, 2, 3 to 10. You'll find the letter there. From the last, from the back page.
Yeah, my learned friend is showing me that his is paginated, and it's page 106 of the bundle.
Actually, I mentioned about that. Thank you, Council, for the mover.
Page 106 of the bundle marked 10E. Yes, so what are you saying in relation to that letter? Did you have legal framework as at 26th of November 2020 when the motion was initiated?
No, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, because there is another letter also, which was also stopped from producing. The minister was telling Director General NMS not to release any funds. But in this letter dated 30th November 2020 and received on 4th December 2020 after my impeachment motion, the Treasury is advising us to release the funds to NMS because they have now come with a legal framework for the release of money, which is still contrary to Article 219 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Now, on the matter touching on execution of warrants, on the matter touching on the execution of warrants to pave way for release of funds for the operations of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services.
Number B.
Were there any hiccups or disputes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There are so many hiccups and disputes. Because everybody who's supporting NMS, Mr. Speaker, is always talking about Article 187A. They're not focusing towards the end, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, of this article which talks about the transfer of functions, Article 187.2b, Mr. Chair, which I'll just want to read, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Even if you can see in my accusations, number B, I'm being accused for defying Article 187.1a. But 187.2b, Mr. Speaker, which I'm about to read to the Honorable House, states as follows. I'm aware that 187.1a talks about the deed of transferred functions to be transferred, funds to follow these functions. But Mr. Speaker, towards the end of this same article, 187.2b states constitutional responsibility for the performance of the function or exercise of the power shall remain with the government to which it is assigned by the fourth schedule. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, there were so many illegalities, Mr. Speaker, which were being committed, Mr. Speaker, by NMS and senior officials in Treasury. A very good example, Mr. Speaker, this was not the first budget, the 7 billion budget for me to reject, Mr. Speaker, because I believe in the rule of law, Mr. Speaker. I respect the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, a couple of months ago, they brought a similar illegal budget, a supplementary one, Mr. Speaker, of 15 billion. I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with the transferred functions. Let them take the money of the transferred functions, Mr. Speaker. But it is wrong for them to interfere with the 6 functions which I'm left with, Mr. Speaker. Bursary fund, Mr. Speaker. Poor students, we used to give them between 10,000 to 20,000, Mr. Speaker. But now we'll end up giving them 800 bob because they have taken everything, Mr. Speaker. Money for disaster, fuel for our fire engines, Mr. Speaker, money for constructing stadiums, Mr. Speaker, social halls, technical universities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to, you just allow me for the purposes of answer, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the documents, and I want to confirm which we have not produced. But for purposes of records, Mr. Speaker, just allow me to just capture, just...
No, orders. If they are not...
okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, in that similar budget, I refuse to accent. It was passed again illegally. There is the 2/3 majority, accented, gazetted by the government printer. Mr. Speaker, I wrote a protest letter to the Attorney General, Solicitor General, explained that this is an illegality committed. And for the first time, Mr. Speaker, the Solicitor General concurred with me in his response. I'll not table the letter. He concurred with me in the response. He replied the letter to Director General NMS, all the relevant authorities, Controller of Budget, Treasury CS, and the government printer. And the AG advised the government printer, the governor is right, to gazette this budget. And Mr. Chair, it was gazetted. We were called in State House. The president himself called me. I told him, Your Excellency, you are being misled. These guys have taken everything. I just donated my functions because of the court cases which I'm facing. I was told that I'm going to be helped. We are going to work together with the president. I was not told that the general is going to take over these functions, Mr. Chair.
Now, Your Excellency, are there pending disputes on the question of the warrants or appropriation in relation to NMS?
Mr. Speaker, there are so many pending disputes. As we are speaking, Mr. Speaker, the High Court vied petition number E348 of 2020 before the Honorable Justice Murima has suspended the Nairobi City County Appropriation Act 2020.
Do you have the document there? Do you have the pleading there?
Yes, we have the document, Mr. Speaker.
What page is it?
Page 369 of volume 2. From 369?
369
I think 305. The matter came up for mention,
10H.
and the orders were
Mr.
extended.
Speaker? Go to the document, please.
Page 367, I think it's marked as GM19 of volume 2, Mr. Speaker. Court order, ruling number 1, delivered delivered on the, I think, the 7th of December, Mr. Speaker. A court order, Mr. Speaker, yes. It's a court ruling, Mr. Speaker.
In which case is that ruling?
Sorry?
In which case is that ruling?
In this case, Mr. Speaker, the Nairobi City County government is the petitioner, suing NMS, AG, General Badi himself, various generals from the military who have taken over some various functions in the county, General Frederick Lerura, General Mbidi, General Nyakundi, General Njoroge, General Biomdo, General Musoma, Kangete Tuku, CS, Department of National Treasury, Department of Devolution, Nairobi City County Assembly, and the Controller of Budgets. We all sued them, Mr. Speaker, and the court agreed with us that there was an illegality which was performed. And
Mr. Speaker, the witness is referring to the document marked Volume 2. Volume 2, 2B, the affidavit of the governor, the document marked D, Volume 2, page 369. Yes, so what happened in that case?
The entire act, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, was suspended temporarily pending the hearing and determination of our petition, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Is there any other disputes that is pending before any other organ?
Mr. Speaker, there are so many cases which were filed in court by various stakeholders in court which are awaiting determination and hearing, Mr. Speaker. We also registered a dispute with the intergovernmental okay, the letter was captured in the ruling of Mrima. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat myself. We just donated our functions to the national government. And I want to repeat again, we have no problem in giving money to the transferred functions. There are only 4 transferred functions, Mr. Speaker. We are left with over 5, around 6. So we wanted as well to be given money to serve Nairobians in other sectors, Mr. Speaker.
So as it says, Your Excellency, have those matters been concluded for you to proceed to
No, Mr. Speaker, the matters are still active in court. They have not been concluded.
Now, I would wish to take you to the fourth limb of the charge on gross violation of the Constitution and the law. That is 1B, where it is alleged that you, as Governor for Nairobi, have violated Article 183 of the Constitution as read with the Public Finance Management Act. It is stated that you have refused or failed to implement resolutions of the County Assembly or forward a report detailing your inability to do so, in line with Article 183 of the Constitution, as read together with the Standing Orders number 193, with respect to county public debts and debt management under the provisions of Section 123 of the Public Finance Management Act. And it has been alleged that the debt for the Nairobi County has now risen to 76 billion as at 31st December 2019. What would you say?
This is a sideshow, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. This is a lie, just to divert attention of the real issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? We formed, I'm the first governor. I think my administration is the first administration to form a pending bills committee, Mr. Speaker, to address all the pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And I remember very vividly, Mr. Speaker, we appointed the former EACC chairman, PLO Lumumba, to be the chair. There was a co-chair, Eric Mutua, and various representatives from DCI offices, SUPCAM. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer this Honorable House to page 12 to 13 of, I think, my affidavit, marked 1. Then from there, we'll also go to
that is 10H, honorable members and 10H. The Speaker.
Where is it?
The document marked 10H, page 12 to 13, Mr. Speaker. Yes, what is on those pages? Page 12 and 13.
Mr. Speaker, page 12 talks about the part we played in addressing the huge pending bills Nairobi County was having by the time, Mr. Speaker, I was sworn in as the governor of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter pursuant to Article 96 was also handled by this House. And we successfully, Mr. Speaker, addressed the issue. And this House was satisfied with how we are addressing this issue. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I'll refer the ICT team to a clip on the pending bills at the Senate. Can we hear that clip, please?
Now, kindly refer to page 220 of that particular document. Kindly refer to page 214. To page
I think it's there. It's there. We can start the clip also as I refer to the Start the clip again. My first month in office, Mr. Chair, 2017. We are the first county, Mr. Chair, even before the president gave a directive, an executive directive to the counties to clear pending bills. We have made an effort of clearing these pending bills, Mr. Chair. In my first month in office, Mr. Chair, 2017. We are the first county, Mr. Chair, to form the pending bills committee. And Mr. Chair, the culture which is there, if you want to pay a pending bill, it was there during my predecessor's time. If a contractor passed with 10%, the following day, he gets his payments effected from the bank. This was 64 billion pending bills, Mr. Chair. If I wanted to make money to be part and parcel of the cartels, I could have received the 6 billion up from 10% and paid the 64 billion. But because Nairobi is bigger than Governor Sonko, we decided to go to court. And what happened after the court ruling, Mr. Chair? The pending bills of 64 billion was reduced to 23 billion. Meaning, tulishaidia pesa ya umma over 40 billion, Mr. Chair. So this is a very big effort, a move forward, which we made with my government, Mr. Chair. So we tabled the petition before the High Court, from procedural order, then the pending bills committee, which was formed in early 2017, chaired by PLL Lumumba and Eric Mutua, we shall table. Also, Mr. Chair, wish to table a document from Treasury named Nairobi City County Financial Recovery Plan, dated 24th April 2018, signed by Principal Secretary, National Treasury, P.S. Tuge, which highlighted all the pending bills, Mr. Chair, all the statutory claims, but we're just jumping the summary of the pending bills committee executed by PLL Lumumba and Eric Mutua. Generally, we shall table, what is this? Judgment, reducing. The judgment, reducing one of the sensitive pending bills claims by Salima, then issuing our bank cooperative bank, we wanted to take this money at source, but we fought against this. We have a ruling in our favor. The 600 million claim was also set aside by court. Another an issue for 90 million against us from a claimant in Jenga. This was pushed from the initial. I think ICT can forward the clip. We go to the end. The submission by the final decision by the chair of the committee.
So we went and challenged that.
Governor Nandi, there were senators before.
Okay, okay.
No problem they used to undergo. You have been giving us concrete and bring down the general so that we can put this use them that
okay, so is that okay?
Yes. So the fact that you budget into 70 confirms that you can build a solution to this problem. Chair, who borrowed from Shylocks 200,000
I think, Mr. Chair,
yeah,
in the instance of time, the committee chair, they even honorable senators who are sitting in that committee, they even complimented us for the.
Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the witness, that is His Excellency, had wished to have the clip forwarded to capture the ruling of this particular House on that issue.
And by the way, you have 1 hour left, and that includes cross-examination. So you better, thought I should let you know.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. If the document, if that clip could be forwarded to the point where the ruling is.
Mr. Chair, I think in summary, the entire committee concurred with us. We managed to reduce our pending bills, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was not 57 billion as alleged by the mover of the impeachment motion. He was just copy-pasting problems which have already been sorted at the Senate, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we managed to reduce our pending bills after we formed this constitutional pending bills committee. And a very important point, Mr. Chair. some of the bills which were raised, because at some point I accompanied the pending bills committee to one of their, when they were going to check the projects in the slum areas. There's an area where it was alleged that there was a bridge that was constructed and a social hall to the tune of 300 million. But we went to the site, Mr. Chair, there was nothing that was on the site. Even a foundation stone was not put on the site. And Mr. Chair, because of that process, we managed to reduce our bills, pending bills, from 64 billion, Mr. Chair, to 23 billion, Mr. Chair.
Now, there is a document appearing on page 214 to 220 in the in your evidence marked 10H.
Yes.
Would you state what that document is in relation to this particular charge?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a document by the National Treasury and Planning in a meeting that all governors were invited in State House to address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and government's intervention measures, Mr. Chair, and the presentation to the national and county governments coordinating summit, Mr. Chair.
Is a question of, was there a reference to pending bills?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Report.
There was a reference. There was a reference to pending bills, Mr. Chair, page 220 of the same report.
Yes.
The Treasury summarized all the pending bills for all the counties, all the 47 counties, Mr. Chair, starting with Baringo.
Yes. Specifically.
Ending with Taita Taveta.
Specifically look at Nairobi.
And specifically, Mr. Chair, if you go to Nairobi, you'll find out the mover of this motion was lying to this house. He was lying to the public. He was tarnishing my name. He was destroying, Mr. Chair, my character with false accusations, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, specifically, as you can see, the bills on Nairobi, they are not 57 billion as the mover alleged, lying to the world, Mr. Chair. As you can see, the first column, eligible pending bills, Mr. Chair. Nairobi had 11 billion, 783 million, 829,072 cents, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, 11 billion, 793 million, 829,072 cents.
Yes, and how much has been paid so far?
And so far, Mr. Chair, the effort we have made, we have so far paid 4 billion, 631 million, 491, 266 cents, Mr. Chair.
So how
and this is
much
a summary from Treasury.
How much is outstanding?
In fact, we have already paid another 4 billion, which is not captured here, Mr. Chair. Meaning, the balance captured by the Treasury, by the time all governors were summoned in State House, was 7 billion, Mr. Chair, 7.1 billion. And we have paid another 4 billion, which is not captured, meaning our pending bills by now will be less than 4 billion, Mr. Chair.
Is that summary by the Treasury anywhere close to the figure alleged to be pending as
No.
per this particular charge?
No, Mr. Chair. And an important point in the instance of time, because the mover raised very grievous allegations, Mr. Chair. I also beg, Mr. Chair, this Honorable House also to accord us time when we're handling grievous issues, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the national government owes us over 300 billion. I want to compliment Senator for Nairobi, Senator Sakaja. At some point, he was pushing for the release of these funds. And I remember very vividly, Mr. Chair, at some point we had a meeting in the State House with the President, CS Rotich, PSN Rithuge. We have some undertakings. We did a document Nairobi City County financial recovery plan. We at some point agreed on a debt swap, meaning the money the national government owes us, the debt, statutory debts from various government agencies like KRA, we have a loan for 4 billion from KCB. The government was ready to pay this money on our behalf so that we do what is called a debt swap. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, before that process was concluded, Minister Henry Rotich had some problems, PS Tuge, I think they were fired. I'll come to that, we have got those documents somewhere. So this is a clear indication, Mr. Chair, during my time, I had made progress in settling the pending bills for Nairobi County. And this House, Mr. Chair, still, pursuant to Article 96, you have...
Don't you use your... Yes, what's your intervention, Senator Wario? Yours is working?
Oh, yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to inform Senator Sonko to...
Governor.
Governor Sonko, to refer you to be as Speaker, not Chairman. He is keeping on referring you as Chairman. Chairman. Yes, thank you.
I thought it was a committee of the whole. I'm sorry for that. I apologize.
No, Speaker, I think stick to Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we hope, Mr. Speaker, with utmost respect, will be given some additional 30 minutes because of the interjections that
No, it can't be 30. It can't be. Just utilize your time properly. That was a half a second.
We'll try, Mr. Speaker. Now, in summary, Your Excellency, Governor, is that particular charge founded? Does that charge have any foundation?
No, because the matter was addressed by Senate, by the national government.
Does it have any foundation in terms of the figures and the allegations made?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I wish to move to the next limp of the charge, where it is alleged that you violated Article 2271 of the Constitution on Procurement of Goods and Services, as read together with the provisions of the Public Procurement and Disposals Act 215, by flouting the principles of public finance management in as far as public procurement of goods and services is concerned. Where the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, faulted the procurement processes for the construction of Dandora Stadium, the authority flagged irregularities in the awarding of the tender, alteration of contract specifications, suspected irregularities in payment, and forgery of documents. And that despite technical evaluations questioning paying 196.87 million for the contractor. Now, Honorable Governor,
yes,
are you at any given time involved in procurement matters?
No, Mr. Chair, not at all. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry again.
Do you have, just listen to my question, do you have accounting officers charged with the responsibility of dealing with procurement in your government?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 103 of the PFM Act, I appointed CEC Finance, who also appointed chief officers to be in charge of all the departments within the county government of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker.
Now, have you dealt with the procurement in relation to Dandora directly as an accounting officer?
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Have you ever signed any voucher towards payment of any monies in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Have you been involved in the signing of any contract in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, have you ever been summoned by the county assembly in line with the exercise of oversight under Article 185 on the question of the contracts in relation to Dandora?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'll move to the next question. So, is this charge sustainable in view of your role as governor vis-a-vis the roles of CEC, finance, and other accounting officers?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Charge 1F, it is alleged that you violated Section 35 and 45 of the County Government Act as read with the Section 104 and Section 148 of the Public Finance Management Act between 2018 and 2019, and contrary to the law, the office of the County Executive Committee member for Finance and that of the Chief Officer for Finance were held by the same person, one Winfred Kathangu, which situation occasioned confusion and inefficiencies at the county treasury, hence failing to promote good governance and compromising the doctrine of transparency and accountability in the county government.
No.
What would you say?
No, Mr. Speaker. But at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, for any senior officer to act in any acting capacity is not an offense, Mr. Speaker. A good example, Mr. Speaker. When CS for Finance Henry Rotich was arraigned in court, His Excellency the President appointed CS Ukuri Atani, who was then I think the Minister for Labor, to act as the the CS Treasury, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, even again after that, Ms. Winnie Kathangu ceased to act as CEC Finance. She was promoted to the position of CEC Agriculture. Her name, I forwarded her name myself to the County Assembly, and they confirmed her, Mr. Speaker, to a new position as CEC Agriculture. I want to confirm to this House today we have a substantive CEC for Finance, Mr. Alan Igambi. We have a substantive Chief Officer Finance, a position which was also held by Madam Winnie Kathangu, Mr. Speaker.
Now, during the time when Winnie Kathangu was acting, before she was confirmed by the Assembly, was there any loss occasioned to the county government as a consequence of the time when she was acting?
Repeat the question, please.
Now, was there any prejudice occasioned to the county government during the time when she was acting as CEC Finance before she was confirmed?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Was any issue raised by the County Assembly on the same?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'll move to F. I'll move to H. G and H. Now, it is alleged at 1H that as governor for Nairobi, you violated Section 104 of the Public Finance Act on the responsibilities and powers of the county treasury.
Yes, proceed.
Where through inaction, action or commission
yes,
you continue to preside over a broken public finance management system where the county treasury remains ineffective despite various resolutions of the county assembly urging you to improve efficiencies by decentralizing the finance function in the sectors as required by the provisions of Section 148 of the Public Finance Management Act, and that as a consequence of the same, the county continues to operate in contravention of the law. Now, do you have CECs, being the accounting officers, appointed? Do you have chief officers appointed as county accounting officers by the CEC Finance in line with Section 148?
Repeat the question.
Do you have accounting officers in
Yes.
place?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Duly appointed by the CEC Finance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, is there a breakdown?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Has any breakdown been shown to exist?
No, Mr. Speaker.
What would you say about that charge?
Mr. Speaker, again, I refer this House, in the interest of time, I don't want to do a lot of explanations, to the Controller of Budget report on Volume 3D. Mr. Speaker, page 626. And the ICC should prepare a clip. The Assembly appeared in Senate. The clip where I was standing answered the same question before the Senate. ICT prepare that clip. Page 626, Mr. Speaker.
Page 626 of the volume 3.
Volume 3.
And Council, how?
Volume 3. Volume 3D. Volume 3D.
Document marked D. D3.
Council, how long do you want to take to conclude the examination in chief?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to cover 2 more areas, then I'll let my colleague, Mr. Odieki, to take over.
So that will be how long? Answer my question.
I should take another 20 minutes, then I hand over.
Is there an intervention there?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I hope the 20 minutes Mr. Nyamo is speaking about is within the period that you prescribed. Maybe for us to be able to plan, you might want to inform us how much more time they have.
Yeah, I will check that. Yeah, we are checking. Just proceed. I'll let you know.
Yes. So now proceed. I hope honorable members have gotten the document. Mr.
ICT.
Speaker.
Yeah, the one standing.
You have. Okay.
But the problem is, remember, immediately my predecessor was told in 2013, I started fighting him because I wanted to be the governor and I'm not going to be the governor. Why am I saying this, Mr. Chair? Just the other day, my brother, who is not here to speak for himself, through a press conference in Parliament, he raised very grievous allegations against my administration, saying that the revenue in Nairobi County has drastically reduced compared to that last previous year. And I have the report from the control of budgets on the implementation of budget review of all the 47 counties. And Mr. Chief, if you go to page 196 of the report by the control of budgets, just one sentence, it clearly says, the county government of Nairobi generated a total of 10.25 billion from all source revenue in financial year 2019. This amount represented an increase of 139 million compared to that realized in 2017-2018. That was 66.1% of the annual budget. These are the facts. Let us be oversighted using facts, Mr. Chair. Last one, Mr. Chair. It was also said, I don't want to mention names, that there is left, right, and center in our respective hours. There is no development which is being seen. While the same level of budget, page 197, she is saying, because she was on the upper right there, and there is a chart here showing an incremental improve in the absorption of the 30% development funds, where the previous rate was 2.1 billion. This financial year, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair, in the essence of time, we can stop that clip.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Council, you have a total of 40 minutes left, so you must finish the examination in chief within 20 minutes.
Okay, Mr.
Now, Your Excellency, the Governor.
Yes.
That clip that has been played, where was that forum?
That was Senate, and they were explaining the controller of budgets report and the observations that were made by the controller of budgets. Our revenue, we did well in revenue, increased. As per the attached document in the affidavit, also improvement in the use of IFMIS and internet banking to processing financial transactions, Mr. Chair. Also, if you go to 3308, observation and recommendation by the control of budget, the county made progress in addressing some of the challenges previously identified in the implementation of budgets. Some of the progress made included improved compliance with Article 207 of the Constitution of Kenya regarding depositing funds at source in terms of revenue collection into the CRF account, Mr. Chair. There is a chart provided by the COB, which has explained everything, Mr. Chair. Another important point, which I'd like to mention at this juncture, and that, remember, Mr. Speaker, is the controller of budget, not Sonko, not the county government of Nairobi. A total of 20.4 billion was spent on both development and recurrent activities, Mr. Speaker. This expenditure represented 120.3% of the total funds released from CRF amount, and was an increase of 19.8% from Kenya shillings 88.4% recorded in the last financial year 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker. 3119 presents a comparison between, okay, that's a graph, Mr. Speaker, but there is also, Mr. Speaker, an improvement in development expenditure, which recorded an absorption of 78.9%, which was an increase from 26.1% attained in the financial year 2017-2018. Conversely, Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenditure represented 90.8% of the annual recurrent budget, an increase from 88% recorded in financial year 2017-2018, Mr. Speaker.
So now,
the document is in the public domain, Mr. Speaker.
Would you wish to have that document relied upon by the Senate when it retires to look at, to consider this particular motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before I hand you over to my learned friend, Mr. Ondieki and Mr. Kinyanjui, would you confirm that your systems are up and running?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, our systems are up and running.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I'll hand over the mantle to my learned friends to finalize.
I hope you have noted the timelines I gave.
Mr. Speaker, as it is, and as you appreciate that in the doctrine of fair trial, and in ensuring that the governor gets adequate time to defend himself, and he's the one that is actually is like an accused person. Mr. Speaker, we urge the honorable members in this House, in view of the interjections that were made, to at least give us some additional time.
You cannot attribute that to interjections because I've also been monitoring. Just use your skills to deliver, be spot on, and cut out a lot of stories that may not add value to what we are prosecuting.
Mr. Speaker, as it is, the documents that were served upon the Speaker the day before yesterday are quite many. And as it is, for him to deal with those questions and the charges, as many as they are, in as much as there are 4, they are in limps, Mr. Speaker. And you've seen from his testimony, he's been dealing with he's been dealing with answers document by document. And that has taken quite some time, Mr. Speaker. This is an impeachment proceeding where his fundamental rights are likely to be affected, and also the democratic rights of the people of Nairobi. So I would ask Mr. Speaker to extend lenience in relation to His Excellency the Governor and give him additional time.
Next, Councillor Evans, take over. There's Evans here. Let him proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Senate, I'm going to have military precision so that we cover more territory. Governor, before you conclude what you are doing, I want to take you to page 582. We are dealing with the book we was dealing with, volume B3. Page 582, please. Very quickly. It is written 10D, 10D2 at the top. Are you there?
No.
You are there? 582.
Yes.
It starts at 581. 581. 582.
Yes.
583.
Yeah.
In fact, if you look at page 583, the World Bank praised you for implementing several projects in the city. 583 at the top. 583.
This means the control of control of budget, not worry. Yes, control of budget. I change the highest expenditure.
Can you read the bottom of the page? Just one sentence. The praise you received from the control of budget for implementing government projects. started, the county attained the highest expenditure.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. It reads, the county that attained highest expenditure in absolute terms were Nairobi City County at 29.4 billion.
Yes, you can even stop there. So even the Director of Budget appreciated your good work in terms of expenditure. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go to the next page. The European Commission awarded you with the highest distinction for recovering grabbed land. That is the cemetery.
Which page?
Then the next page. There was the photo in the next page.
Yes.
Yeah? Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Your Lordship, you mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 584. You received the highest honor from the European Commission for recovering public land that had been grabbed. Cemetery.
This was in
Commonwealth Cemetery.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Correct? Then I want to take you to page 610, the same document. 610. 610. You've been accused that you facilitated your daughter to travel pretending that she was a sub-county officer. Page 610.
Yeah.
Same document, page 610.
Yes, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes.
The letter is from who?
The letter is from the Presidency, Executive Office of the President, Head of Public Service.
Head of Public Service.
Dated March 7th of March 2015.
2015.
Yes.
It is written to 2018. It is written to the Cabinet Secretary, Madam Kobia.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In charge of public service.
Yes.
And what is the instruction?
The instructions from the Head of Public Service addressing the letter to Professor Margaret Kobia, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Youth, and General Affairs.
Yes.
Reference is government delegation to the 62nd session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 2018.
In New York.
Yes.
Is there anywhere there where your daughter is referred as a sub-county administrator?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So that is a creation of the move of the motion. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So your daughter traveled as a part of the government delegation, and the national government made part of the bills to travel. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And then the other overheads were also made by the county, 611, page 611.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see the letter from the county to the embassy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So the move of the motion lied that your daughter traveled on account of misrepresentation as a sub-county administrator. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me take you to another area very quickly.
614.
I want you to go to the same page.
614 also.
Okay, you go to 614. 614. You confirm that your wife traveled as First Lady of Nairobi City County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's why she was included in the government delegation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you can see at page 614,
yes,
that is the appeal. And that's why the last witness took interest to pay for that because it was an official delegation.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wish to confirm to the House. This is an invoice where my wife and children and a daughter stayed in New York, the Dominic Hotel. The contacts for the hotel are there at the bottom of page 614, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see from the receipts, the numbers are there for confirmation. The invoice My wife deposited at the hotel cash, not from the Nairobi City County government, although the trip was official and genuine because they were both part of the government delegation, confirmed by State House. But Mr. Chair, there was a cash deposit of $1,200 as deposit credit for rooms, meals. Then even at some point, my wife ran her own credit card. On page 615, the second last item, she ran her Visa card for another $1,500 payment. So the other things, even on page 616, and also the summary of page 617, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The hotel is 246 Spring Street, New York.
Yes.
NY 10013. The phone number for the hotel is there. The physical address is there. The hotel is in US.
So in
and
other
I want to
words,
confirm.
Governor, you are
all-
telling the Senate that
Yeah.
the issue was done in an open, transparent, and accountable manner.
But one thing I would like to bring to the attention of this House, even yesterday you saw in Citizen, how this was exaggerated. This is just a smear campaign, Mr. Speaker, by the system and the cartels in the county who have ganged up against me, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The headline of Citizen, and I demand an apology from them or we take them to court. They said my daughter spent 840 million, Mr. Speaker. Even that allegation is not even in the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. The amount in question is only 2.6 million. I don't know where Citizen TV got this figure of 840 million. My daughter hired choppers. There are no invoices of choppers here. She traveled by air from New York to Philadelphia. Those are just smear campaign, Mr. Speaker. Character assassination, Mr. Speaker, to tarnish my good name, Mr. Speaker. So you can see the whole story where it's coming from, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mheshimiwa. Now we move to page 633. I want you to go to run through 633 to 6 so that I deal with that issue once and for all. To 643. It's the same document. Towards the end, yeah. Just go ahead. 633. Confirm that Mr. Evans Ondieki is one of your lawyers who was dealing with this matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You confirm that?
Yes.
And you gave him instructions to go and file your defense at the Nairobi City County Assembly.
Yes,
Plus the accompanying document and evidence.
Yes, Mr.
And you can confirm from the photos in page 633 to 643 that he was denied access. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So you were never given a chance to hear, they never gave you a chance to hear your side of the story?
No, they never gave
They
me
didn't even give you a chance to file your documents?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I will now take you to document number 1. This is the document number 1, and I want you to go to page 33. Your Lordship, sorry, the Honorable Senate, this is the affidavit. The affidavit which my colleague was using. I want you to go to page 30, page 59. The affidavit, the one written 1, affidavit number 1. It is 10H, 10H, sorry, 10H. Page 59. Page 59. Mr. Governor, confirm that much earlier before this motion was initiated, you had written a letter to the Director of DCI requesting to carry investigation of the embezzlement of public funds by the County Assembly. If you are at page 59, Honorable Senators, you will see that. Had you done that before the motion? Much earlier?
Sorry?
Yeah.
It was, the letter was dated, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Monday, 23rd November 2020. A complaint.
Yes.
To investigate investment of funds, Nairobi City County. Letter is addressed to DCI.
Yes.
It was received on 23rd November 2020.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, you confirm that that is the nexus, that is the origin of your problems that led to this notice of motion to impeach you. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now, quickly, I want to cover one more issue so that I donate my minutes to my colleague, because I think we have moved quite fast. I want you to answer this allegation from your heart. You've been accused. I know you are a father. You are a grandfather. You are a father-in-law. You've been accused that you molested workers and colleagues. And I want you from the bottom of your heart to answer that straight, whether you have ever harassed any workers.
No, Mr. Chair.
So all of these sensationalized accusations are meant to besmirch your reputation.
No, these are just accusations, Mr. Chair. In the instance of time, there were clips which we had prepared to be aired for members to confirm about the true story of all the events that are transpiring in the Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, my first month in office, I received some information from a county staff who was supposed to be my witness, but because of time and the manner which we are proceeding, the instance of time, she was not given a chance to come and adduce her evidence before this honorable house. My first month in office, Mr. Speaker, was tipped off that the staff at the cash office, they were stealing daily over or between 30 to 60 million a day, Mr. Speaker. The clips are in the public domain. The questions are in the public domain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I personally decided to do an impromptu visit or inspection at the cash office. I went there with some of the officers, CID officers attached to the county. We also reported the matter to EACC. There are officers who also came. And Mr. Speaker, when we were conducting this search, we found it was true, because we found the county cashiers, some with money in their socks, suits. Mr. Speaker, we recovered around 30 million in cash, Mr. Speaker. Documents are there, but in the instance of time, I'll not go to that. Mr. Speaker, they were all arraigned in court. They went to High Court to challenge this decision by petition number 79 of 2017, Labor Relations Court, before Justice Helen Wasila. Their case was dismissed. The judge said the governor has a right of suspending, terminating services of any staff, provided there's a disciplinary action that was being taken, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So we have got so many clips, but because of time, we can't.
Finally, Governor. One at the third president of the Republic of Kenya, one of the most respected African leaders, aliambia driver yake, pumbavu wewe, mafia kuku. Lakini the context was driver alikuwa na reverse in public. Clips were played here where people tried to play some remarks you made. Can you clarify to this Senate in what context you made some remarks? It's important that it comes out.
What is it, Council? You've not given you.
No, what I was saying on a light note, you are not.
No. There's a council who was standing.
I was saying that the freedom of speech allows us to speak. It depends on which context you are speaking. So I wanted him to clarify some things that were played here yesterday.
You know, you have now a total of 15 minutes.
I wanted my learned colleague to conclude, to cap it up. Just 5 minutes. Your Lordship, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a process that is more complex. It's a political process. It is a Siamese twin, which is both political, judicial, and social. So it is actually, it's a difficult thing to deal with. You saw when they would try to impeach Trump, people were asking, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? So, Your Lordship, it is good. You have given us time, and we thank you. you have listened to us. Please, Mr.
Maybe,
Hassan.
Mr. Speaker, before we move to the next question, I just want to air a 1 minute audio. ICT,
okay.
because they aired clips, we just want to air one clip by Paul Kiiru, ICT. Paul Kiiru clip, similar matter which is in court.
Paul, habari yako? Wewe unaitwa Paul Kiiru? Mimi naitwa Governor Sonko.
Okay.
I've got 2 issues with you, my friend. Wewe bado ni kijana?
Yes.
Tutaki kuharibu unga yako na profession yako. Ile ukora ulikuwa unafanya zamani uachana naye. Unajua ile mambo mmefanya rates. Wewe na kina Joseph. So you know what you did? You tamper with the system, kunyima county revenue, munaregesha rates chini, watu hawalipi. I've got over 200 cases against you. But you are still young. I don't want to spoil your career. Can you assure me that we're going to stop?
Yes, we'll work on that.
You'll work on that?
Yes.
How soon are you going to stop it? Just I want you to wewe mwenyewe ni confirm you're going to stop those games, because tukiendelea kwa njia ile we are heading nowhere, my friend. Tukiendelea na njia ni makosa. Yeah? And me, I'm warning you. Already nishaandika complaint kwa DCI, but I just want to warn you to stop it. Start kuongeza cases mingi against you. Yeah? Yeah? Just tell your colleagues to stop it.
I'll do that.
Are we together?
Yes.
Wacheni hiyo ukora. Nyinyi ndio mnanichokoza wenyewe. Alafu mnasema kazi yangu ni kushika watu ovyo ovyo. So wewe ndio Paul Kiiru. Na uko na mwenzako anaitwa Robert Okiri.
Yes.
Did you see my letter of complaint on that plot?
No, I haven't seen it. Because my colleague is on the manager sending it.
But it is you. But it is you and Robert ambaye mlikuwa approach na Joseph. Mwajua vile mlifanya mkatamba na system.
Okay, on my part, I'll make sure it's monitoring. Make sure nothing goes on.
Can that stop? Can we agree that can that stop from today?
Yes, I'll ensure it's monitoring.
Okay. I'm giving you a warning, and I'll also call your colleague, Robert Okiri. I want that to stop. Shughulikieni matumbo yenu na familia zenu. Wizi ya pesa ya umma tafadhali wachaneni naye. Nitawapeleka jela. Let this be the last warning. Na zile zote ziko kwa process, wachana nazo. Kama uko na shida, come to my office, face me, see me. Nitakusaidia. Please. ICT is a very sensitive docket. Alafu Jambo Pay, the migration of data kutoka Saturday ianze. Inakuja ni kwa intelligence yote, imekuja ikafika 75%, Jambo Pay conspire na wao mkazima. Ikaenda tena the next day, ikafika 84%, ikazimwa tena.
I want to kufanya transfer.
Yes. Yes.
So now that we decided, but as for we will go and get the data ourselves back. So that you maneno ya kudepend kusema inakwama.
Yes.
At least to avoid it. So kuna barua ambayo tulifanywa. Tulikuwa tukisubiri tunaona here.
Okay, this is of time, Mr. Speaker. Because we're running out of time. These are normal conversations which I normally have with especially staff who are suspected to be corrupt. We normally give them warnings. Maybe the manner in which we are warning them, they change the story, then it becomes that the governor is intimidating the staff. This clip was captured or recorded in 2019. It's part of the ongoing proceedings in the criminal case in court, Mr. Speaker. I've got several clips, Mr. Speaker, my conversation with various, especially the women senior officers in the county, and there is nowhere where I've abused or broken the law, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will wind up. in a few minutes, because we have been given 20 minutes, and we have to split that time with Mr. Ondieki, so I'll take no more than, say, 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes. Mr. Governor, sorry, Your Excellency the Governor, when you sent Advocate Ondieki to the County Assembly to represent you, had you been served with the documents now relied upon by the County Assembly on allegations by the mover of the motion?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday we heard from Ms. Janet, your former CC for Education, that she had a deposition before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members, that deposition was dated the 14th of December. 14th of December, Your Excellency, is 2 days ago. Had you been served with that deposition?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Nevertheless, had you insulted Janet?
No.
Ever intimidated Janet?
No.
Ever even called her 2 a.m.?
No. No.
Did you see any evidence from her that you are doing that?
No, Mr. Speaker, and I still have the phone which has all the communications between myself and her since 2018.
I asked her for her WhatsApp printout and she had none.
I have my original phone and I am willing to give it to the House to do further investigations.
Have you been summoned by the DCI or any other organ that you have abused her?
No, but when we are investigating this bursary check, Mr. Speaker, and you've seen what transpired, I just warned her, because she was also mentioned in this bursary case. She was conspiring with MCS to get blank checks, give to junior clerks, they fill names, type, then take to the bank. She was part and parcel of this scandal. So when I questioned her, and these people were arrested, she decided to resign. And I even never suspended her, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So we saw your analysis of the funds that were being siphoned from the County Assembly, going to the benefit of MCAs. Was that the time that Janet was a CEC for Education?
It was the same time when we lost these funds, and we proved her wrong because her accomplices were charged. And I don't know why the investigating officers to date, they have not arrested her, but we know her husband is a senior officer at the DCI attached to the United Nations, so she cannot be touched.
Now, all those allegations touch on your evidence touch on your evidence in paragraph 2A of the allegations against you. Now, you were elected by over 885,000 citizens of Nairobi.
Yes.
Were any of these people, to your knowledge, consulted by the Nairobi City County Assembly before moving this motion of impeachment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Were you supplied with any document on public participation that the members of whichever ward in this county were consulted to actually impeach you?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Again, you have been accused of discrimination, that you have abused your office. Have you ever discriminated against anybody?
No.
On the basis of a religion?
No, Mr.
On the basis of race?
No, Mr.
On the basis of tribe?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You have been accused of abusing your office by enriching yourself. Do you recall receiving 50 million to your office? 50 million in the budget of 2018-2019? Sorry, 2019-2018?
No, Mr. Speaker, but at this juncture, there was a confidential budget that was allocated to me by the members of the County Assembly, 50 million. We never utilized that budget. I think the document is annexed in one of the affidavits, Mr. Speaker. They wanted me to be part and parcel of their scandals in swindling taxpayers' money. I refused. They allocated me the 50 million budget. It was returned to Treasury during the end of financial year, Mr. Speaker. I never touched a coin.
You steered away from touching county money?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have allegations made against you that you actually have stolen county money, and therefore you are facing 2 anti-corruption cases. Have you been found guilty in those cases?
No, Mr. Speaker. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I know we are running out of time, but there's a very sensitive clip, a very sensitive one, the second of this motion. And I remember the Senate at some point resolved that Jumbo Pay services should be terminated. When we're terminating these services, Mr. Speaker, and that is in the affidavit, Council, I think we'll look for it. The second of this motion, with the CEO of Jumbo Pay, came to my house in Kanamai, and it is captured by DCI because the case was under investigation. And DCI officers came with their recorders, Mr. Speaker. A certificate was done, We captured the current majority leader, Abdi Hassan Guyo, and Jambo Pay CEO. And the transcript is there. The audio from this year is there. The case is still under investigations. They told me, Wewe ni mjinga, utaki kukula. I want that clip to be prepared by ICT. It was captured by DCI. Wewe ni mjinga, utaki kukula. Sisi na Kidero tumekula 7 billion in 5 years.
As they prepare that clip,
Wewe unatukanyagia.
As they prepare that clip, the mover of this motion, Kulad, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir,
And I think, Mr.
I recall
Speaker,
that word.
Towards the end of that clip, they offered me 5 million a day, 5 million a day from the county revenue. They gave me staff to work with them. They didn't know I had a DCI recorder. The case is still ongoing. Anytime the file has already been forwarded to DPP. They told me they are going to offer me 5 million in a day. They didn't know that I had the recorder from the DCI. I told them, Tawa, I'm ready.
Okay.
Go towards the end where they're offering me 5 million.
Actually, your time is up. It's not clear at all, okay. At least you have made your point.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, because of time.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, Your Excellency. He's telling you to take who took 7 billion? Who's the one telling that story or that narrative? Shown a penny moving from the county government coffers to your account?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Any penny?
No.
1 shilling?
No.
Not even a penny?
No.
Now let me wind up. As you have addressed the issue of the motivation of this impeachment motion, is it not true that on the 23rd of November this year, you reported the DCI, the mover of the motion had taken 823,000 shillings, 324, page 60 and page 59 and 60 of your volume 10H. That's the letter that you wrote to the DCI, yes. 23rd. That is 2 days before the impeachment motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we annexed all the vouchers. We annexed all the vouchers, the air tickets, 59 years. The voucher is there on page 60. How the money was disbursed to his account.
He acknowledged, so that we save time. He
Okay.
acknowledged
He
he
acknow-
received the
yes,
money.
yes,
and
Mr.
he said and he pleaded
Yes.
that he is going to return the funds.
Yes.
And now the question is this. Did you receive any documents from the mover of the motion in connection with his payment, the refund of this money?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I wind up by asking you the last
Actually,
question.
actually, no, your time is up.
My time is up. My very last question, Mr. Speaker, sir. Your Excellency, you have shown and demonstrated that the motivation of this impeachment motion is not about your efficiency or lack thereof. That your CECs have been functioning, that your departments have been functioning. Have you ever been summoned to the county assembly in the manner that you're now before these honorable members to answer the questions about the movement of funds, the use of resources in the Nairobi City County, or the abuse that is alleged against you by your CECs or any of them, to answer any of them?
No.
Thank you. How do you plead? How do you plead to these charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
And you ask these honorable members to look at that evidence and say no impeachment. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. Thank you, honorable.
Thank you, Council. Before you come, I just wanted to. I know we ran out of time that was given to the governor, but like we all know, impeachment of a governor is a weighty matter, and therefore we want to give every party a fair opportunity and a fair chance. Therefore, I'll give you 1 hour to cross-examine the governor, and please make sure that you operate, try as much as possible to operate within that 1 hour, because we have other, the program is still long, the schedule is long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, as we progress, we'll be asking for latitude and magnanimous from your bench so that we're able to deal and give justice to this case. Your Excellency, Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, good afternoon.
Afternoon, evening.
I'll be asking you some questions in respect to the proceedings before us.
Yes.
And I believe that you've had an opportunity of looking at the charges that have been labeled as against you, yes?
Yeah.
But before I go to that, Mr. Governor, kindly allow me to ask you whether you are the same person, and you only need to answer yes or no, who appears in the name of Mike Kioko, Mike Sonko, Mbuvi, Gideon, yes?
Those are the same names.
You're also Mbuvi, Gideon, Kioko, Mike Sonko, yes?
Those are the same names. You're just repeating.
Are you also Mbuvi, Gideon, Kioko, alias Mike Sonko Mbuvi, Gideon, alias Mbuvi Kioko, alias, yes, are you the same person?
There's no difference.
Yes or
between
no?
the music. Is there something you're just putting
Did you
video in
have
the
a
middle
look,
and at the end?
Governor?
Movie?
Governor?
Yes.
Did you have a look at your description in the charge sheet in case number 32 of 2019? Did you?
Yes, I looked at the description, but Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes. Just answer yes or no. You have had a look at it, yes?
This is
Mr.
a matter,
Kinyanjui?
that's sub judice, that's a matter which is still in court.
Right,
I've not
Mr.
been
yes,
convicted.
yes.
And Mr. Speaker, in fact,
Mr.
there is
Governor,
something. Just
Governor, please, I am the one asking.
Okay,
the question.
just sorry.
Kindly cooperate. Kindly cooperate.
Prepare
It's not
that clip
examination.
of Guyo giving up the ESCC director
Mr.
30
Governor,
million, 30 million at Hero.
Governor, I wish
Just
to
a minute. I need to follow. So let's have some order.
Yes, Mr. Governor, much obliged. Mr. Speaker, sir, you led evidence in this Senate in respect to the bursary diversion, yes?
Yes.
Which bursaries were you addressing? Which financial year were you addressing in your videos?
2 financial years, 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020.
2020. And it is your evidence that the 2019, 2020 bursary was never uploaded to your accounts, yes? Yes or no?
We never.
You never
it was
received
uploaded,
that money?
but money was never released by Treasury because of COVID. Schools were closed.
Good. You have answered.
Schools were closed, and
you have answered,
the
Mr.
money
Governor.
was returned back to CBK.
Governor, do you remember you showing us a video clip here? Yes?
Yes.
Of a certain girl somewhere in a slum?
Yes.
And you are demonstrating that she received approximately 53,000 of the check, yes?
That was for the previous financial year.
No, Mr. Governor.
Yes,
I'm asking
not
you.
for 2020,
Governor,
2020.
You recall or you don't recall?
I recall, but not for that particular year.
Do
for
you
the
recall?
previous year, even the bank statement for
Governor.
previous year.
Order. Kazo, take him slowly. Yeah, you are pushing
Governor.
him. You are pushing him too fast. Huh?
Okay.
Please just be a bit.
I'll be slow with him.
Okay.
But I'm mindful of time. Governor.
You just want to annoy me. I'll not go to that. I'll not play your card, my
Mr.
friend.
Kinyanjui.
Just talk. I'll be.
Governor.
Come.
Do you recall you telling us that that is 6 months ago? Yes or no?
6 months ago.
Do you recall or you don't recall?
No,
Governor.
6 months ago, those were allegations by your client, the
Governor.
mover, who
So
said
what-
we spent the money for.
Council, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker, sir, His Excellency the Governor should be given leeway, room to answer, so that honorable members, Mr. Speaker, sir, can be clear about the answer to their issues.
I have already pronounced myself on that.
Much obliged.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Speaker, ask the witness to answer the question that is put to him. If I need a yes or no, let him answer so.
No, I cannot mislead this house like what your client did. I have to give correct questions. I'm on oath.
So which financial year that were you presenting the checks in respect to? The 6 months ago?
No, 6 months ago was not about presentation of check. Stop misleading the house. 6 months ago was the allegations made by your client that we diverted bursary funds to pay legal, which was a lie.
So, Governor, are you recanting your evidence? Are you recanting
I
your
think you're
evidence?
trying to mislead the house. I cannot go that angle. I'll speak the truth. Because just 2 months
Okay.
ago...
you open your book, your big volume,
Yes, I cannot
10H.
bring.
At page 234.
234, yes.
What does that document relate to?
234, these are bank statement.
Yes, for which year?
From 2016.
Is that the year under trial in this Senate?
To 2018.
Is that the year under trial?
This is the year where your
Good.
clients swindle
You've
taxpayers' money to enrich their families and wives.
Governor, you had a list of advocates that were supposed to represent you in these proceedings, yes?
Yes.
And you remember you putting in a notice of appointment, correct?
Yes.
Would you grab your notice of appointment?
Yes.
Would you grab a copy of the same?
Yes. My lawyers are looking for it. Or if you have a copy, you can also give me as well. Give me your extra copy. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Would you read the list of the advocates appearing that you intended to present before this Senate?
Evans Ondiek, Wilfred Nyamu. Yes, give me a copy.
Yes.
Wilfred Nyamu, Diana Keti Kilonzo, who is represented by.
It's okay. Just proceed.
Mutula Kilonzo, due to
I have
conflict
not
of
asked you for.
interest.
I have not asked you for representation, for explanation.
By Daniel Manza, sorry, representing
Yes.
Diana. Then George Kithi.
Yes.
Wanga Mboya, Cecil Miller.
Good.
Yes.
I want to deal with the last three.
Yes.
Kithi, Mboya, and Sisi Miller, right? Yes,
Yes.
Governor?
Yes.
You heard me yesterday making an application for. You heard me
Yes.
yesterday in the morning make an application for their summons, yes?
Yes.
Did you have a look at that summons that were presented before the Senate?
I was not a party to those summons, so I didn't.
I'll show you. Look at the persons we sought their summons.
Yes.
Number 9. Who is number 9?
Kwanga Mboya.
Kwanga Mboya. Is that your advocate?
Yes.
Proceed.
They are my advocates in my capacity. as
The
governor
next
of Nairobi.
quorum. Read the next quorum.
No, let me answer that.
Read
question.
the next
I
quorum,
cannot
Governor.
go to the next quorum without answering the question.
Governor,
which
I
I've
have
asked.
not put any question to you. Read the next quorum.
Which number is that?
This quorum, Governor. This one and these are the
Yeah, I can read. Yes.
Yes, read the next quorum, Governor.
Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates.
Yes.
To shed light on single payments of up to Kenya shillings 80 million.
80 million, yes.
Deposited in the firm's account in July 2019.
What documents were we seeking from that advocate?
This advocate, the documents are here.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I wish to request to interject
Okay.
on an objection, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, reference to the advocate, that is Kwanga Mboya and Cecil Miller, is in relation to an issue that arose in the morning and this House rejected. So basically, arousing the same would warrant admission of further documents at this particular point, which is past the hour. I would urge my learned friend to desist from that line of cross-examination and deal with the issues that are within the House. And if he wants us to answer, then we need to have documents admitted so that they may be relied upon by the House.
So are you saying the documents he has given the governor were not admitted?
The documents that, the only way he can answer those questions.
No, answer me. Are you saying the document he has given the governor was not admitted? If it was not, then I would not accept it.
It is only the notice of appointment that is admitted. But in relation to questions that have been put touching on those firms of advocates, that evidence was rejected by this court in the morning.
But I can answer those questions. I can answer.
But nevertheless, the governor says that he can
Mr.
answer.
Speaker,
But for
I
him
just
to
want 1
answer, we
minute
need
to
to have
answer.
those documents also admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Nyamo, you don't have to be afraid for anything. You'll have your time to rebut. It's now my
No,
time
Mr.
to
Speaker,
bite.
on a point of order.
It's now my time to bite the cherry. Mr. Governor,
point
you are
of
my
order-
witness.
Yeah, what's your point of order,
You are my
Governor?
witness, Governor.
Yeah, just a minute, Council. Yes.
I can't allow the council to
Governor.
proceed in this manner. His client, the mover of the motion, made very grievous allegations about myself and the county government of Nairobi. He has made allegations on councils who are acting for the county, and they were paid. There were court orders, Mr. Speaker. Just for 1 minute, I want to answer. On the case of Kwanga Mboya, Mr. Speaker.
I have not
there
put any
was-
question to you, Governor.
Just hold
you have
on.
mentioned
Hold
that
on,
you have
Council.
given me a
Yeah.
copy
Yes.
which has details of county lawyers who were paid. This is not corruption money, Mr. Speaker. I want to explain this. Mr. Speaker, we allocated 8 billion by the World Bank to construct markets, fire stations in Nairobi City County, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the brief of World Bank, Mr. Speaker, they were withdrawing the 8 billion because of land grabbing, Mr. Speaker. They had challenges. On Kangura Road Fire Station, Mr. Speaker, there was an encroachment of a 10-story building by one Musa Chelago
Mr.
Yego,
Speaker,
former
kindly,
flying
with
squad
your
commander.
guidance, which question is the witness
Mr.
answering?
Speaker,
I have not put a question to him.
On the payment of Kwanga Mboya.
It's clarifying the
I just need a minute.
I have not put a question in respect to that advocate.
Speaker,
I am yet
a
to
minute.
build
Order,
it.
order, Council.
I managed to finish that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we demolished this building. The county government demolished this building. We didn't want to lose these funds from the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. We demolished the building. Fire station was constructed. It's complete today. The owner of the building, who is the flying squad commander, he retired 2 months ago, took us to court, Mr. Speaker. In case number 218, petition number 218, Constitutional Court, 218 of 2008, petitioner Musa Yego, respondent Nairobi City County Government. Mr. Speaker, we lost the case. The ruling is here, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And there's a decree. We were forced by court to pay 80 million. Let me finish, Mr. Speaker. 80 million was paid to Kwanga Mboya for honest transmission to the vendor's lawyer, which he did. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the fees for Kwanga Mboya is only 4 million. And the documents say we have never even paid a coin, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the case for Ruaraka School, where the taxpayers' money,
Mr.
1.5
Speaker,
billion was lost. Miller won that case. The land for Ruaraka Primary School, worth 4 billion, was reverted back to the county government of Nairobi. These are legal fees and they are court orders, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Council, put your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's common.
Put your question.
What documents did we seek, or what were we seeking from them? The next quorum. Yes? What document were we seeking from that advocate, Mr. Governor?
Which advocate?
Kwanga Mboya.
You are seeking some documents. I'm not aware. Maybe you explain to me.
Mr. Speaker, again.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, again, we are going to an arena that we passed in the morning. He is referring to documents that are not actually admitted. And he wants to cross-examine.
That is the question I asked you, and you also you were just circumlocuting. I asked you whether the document that has been given to the governor was admitted or not.
Mr. Speaker, that is the letter that we wrote to this honorable house. And the document written to this particular house in respect to a matter becomes subject of a matter. Mr. Speaker, this is what we call the doctrine of res gestae. Facts otherwise not relevant becoming relevant. These are the summons, they form part of the records. They form part of the records.
Okay, let's proceed.
Yes, thank you for the protection, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Governor, kindly read the documents.
Yes, I can read. Where do you want me to read?
Yes, that column.
Okay. The column, pre-qualification by the county government. That's part
What
A.
are we asking, Governor?
On pre-qualification.
Yes, what other document were we seeking?
Letter of instruction for the case.
Yes, what else?
Fee notes.
Correct.
Tax compliance certificate and evidence of tax payment.
Is
then dates of payment, Mr. Speaker.
Is Mr. Paul Mboya, is Mr. Kwanga Mboya before this house as your advocate this afternoon?
Yes.
Good.
Even you are representing your clients. At the end of the day, the assembly is going to pay you. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Is he present?
Yes.
Good. Let's go to CC Miller.
He is not accused. He's not an accused person.
Let's go to CC Miller.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What documents were we asking for?
From Mr. Cecil Miller, you are asking for...
The same documents, yes?
Those are your colleagues. You could have written to them direct instead of asking me these questions.
Governor.
The instructions come from the county attorney, not from the governor.
Governor.
So you could have written to them. They are your colleagues. I'm not supposed to answer these questions. Just deal with my impeachment.
Governor, you will answer.
Okay.
If you want to be acquitted by this house, you'll answer the questions. You will not choose what to say and what to do.
Okay,
you
Mr.
are a
Speaker.
witness.
Just proceed, Council.
How much did you say Kwanga Mboya was paid?
Mr. Speaker, he was paid 80 million.
80 million.
After a decree that was issued by Justice, the order is here with me.
Yes, how much was he paid?
80 million.
80 million.
By Justice Mativo. So these are ruling by Justice Mativo.
No, don't take documents that are not before the Senate.
But the court order is in the public domain.
Those don't take
If
documents.
you Google Kenya law reports, you'll get this order.
Yeah,
when was he paid that amount?
Who now? Kwanga Mboya?
Apollo Mboya. Kwanga Mboya.
Okay, I've got the
Kwangamboya, when was he paid?
I've got the voucher here with me,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Let me, even I've got the bank receipts. Let me just check. Just give me a minute for that, please. I'll just answer you right now, please.
Mr. Speaker, we are
Okay, Mr.
limiting
Speaker,
ourselves to the documents that I have. These are not documents before the Senate.
No,
Not that
no,
we're
no.
referring to.
No, but you see, you have answered the question of when he was paid. I've got the bank statement, how the RTGS was paid to him. After 1 hour, he transferred the money
Move
to
on.
the...
When was he paid?
He transferred the money to the vendor's lawyer. Even his fees, which he raised to us, was 4 million. Okay, when he was paid, Mr. Speaker...
Yes, how much fees
I'm,
did he raise?
I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he was paid on 16th July 2019.
And
he's
similar?
talking about funds being diverted for 2020.
Wait, say similar. How much was he paid?
Let me finish about this transaction.
See, Miller, I'm
let
asking
me
you
let me finish, Council. Don't
Governor,
worry.
it's me lead.
My friend, let me
asking you,
finish.
not
Let me
you.
finish. You have asked
Okay,
a question.
yeah, let him answer.
Okay.
Council.
Yeah, enda pole pole. Wacha speedy. Mimi sipeleka kumbio, my friend. I'm a fan of cases. So, Mr. Speaker, the money was paid from the county account on the 16th July 2019 to Kwanga Mboya's account 0113623028200, Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates. The same day, after 1 hour, Kwanga Mboya remitted the monies to beneficiary, Okoth and Kiplagat and Company Advocates, who was the vendor's lawyer, Musa Yego's lawyer, based on a decree that was issued by Justice Mativo of High Court of Kenya.
Okay.
Vide case number, which I've mentioned, 218.
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission.
2018.
If the witness is not going, if I will not be allowed to lead the witness, we will not be able to lead the evidence that we have. Because the witness will have the risk of going on the frolic of his own, as he is now doing.
You are the one who raised the question, Council.
What I want is that, you give him time to respond.
Yeah, but again, he cannot respond to the question that he has not been asked. That's the purpose of cross-examination.
Okay, proceed.
So, how much, you said he was paid on which day?
Now let me refer to,
15th,
the statement.
correct?
To the statement again. Mr. Speaker, he was paid on 16th.
On 16th.
July 2019.
How much or what was the invoice that he had raised?
Sorry, come again?
What was the invoice that he had raised?
The invoice is here with me. Being payments, okay, this is the legal fee. The invoice, this is the invoice he raised. Being payment of legal fees in respect of petition number 218 of 2018, Musa Yego versus Nairobi City County Government. The invoice for his fees was 5 million.
5 million.
17,000.
Thank you. Would you explain to this?
After tax.
Would you explain to this Senate?
I've not finished about the legal payment.
Would you
Council, I have not finished.
Order.
You have answered
You referred me to the invoice. Let me finish the
You
details of
have
the invoice.
answered the question.
Order.
I am satisfied with the answer.
No,
it's my
that's
answer.
not, 6 million is not the total payment. You have not
Listen.
deducted taxes.
Okay.
I am satisfied with that
No,
answer.
I'm not satisfied with my answer.
No. But Governor, order, Governor. You know, you are.
Mr. Speaker, I must
But you are not the one who asked the question, so you cannot be satisfied with your own. Whoever has asked says he's satisfied with the answer. So wait for the next question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on oath.
I am
no,
satisfied.
I'm on oath. I don't know to give a misleading answer.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
can
5
this
million
witness be
is
controlled?
Okay, Council, just hold on. Yeah.
5 million as per the invoice, Mr. Speaker, is not the final legal payment.
That question was put.
This was the initial amount. Taxes had to be removed. So the final legal fee we are supposed to pay Kogamboya is 4 million, not 5 million.
I'm also
And this is the
satisfied,
invoice.
Mr. Governor.
Okay.
I'm also satisfied.
The House was not satisfied.
I now lead you to the blue file.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have it? Have it?
Yeah.
E1?
Which,
E1, the big
E1.
file.
Yes, I can look for it.
Have it, Governor?
Yes.
The big blue file.
Yeah.
And you go with me to page 77 very fast.
I'll not go with you. I'll just go to page 47. Why should I go with you? Let me look for it. I can't go with you. I can go alone. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for the file.
Yes.
Which page, please? Mr.
Page
Counsel?
77.
Okay.
Open with me page 77.
Which volume, please?
The blue file.
There are three.
Big blue, yes, that one. Are you on page 77, Governor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That is a copy of the extracts of the IFMIS, yes?
Yes.
I want you to look at entry labeled 0305, yes?
It's not visible.
305. You will see, Mr. Governor, it's visible. I can
305?
see. Yes, this one.
Come and show me. Okay.
Can you read out the details?
Let me put on my torch. I can't see.
Is it getting darker? Also?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's faint. The font is...
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Read that entry. What does it relate to?
15th July 2019.
Yes.
15th July 2019. Huh?
What action on the next column is taking place?
Outward transmission of 80 million.
Yes. Who was the recipient?
Kwanga Mboya and Company Advocates.
Apollo Mboya and Company Advocates, correct?
Yeah, yes.
80 million.
Not Apollo Mboya. There's no Apollo.
Sorry,
there.
not Apollo.
Yeah.
Kwanga Mboya, yes.
You are misleading the House.
Kwanga Mboya, yes?
Yes.
80 million paid on the 15th as against an invoice of 5 million, yes?
Sorry?
Yes, Mr. Governor, Mr. Kenyanji, would you let the witness be?
Okay, proceed, Council. Yeah, 80 million in favor of Kwanga Mboya.
Look at entry labeled 301.
Yes, I'm there.
What does it relate to?
Same date, 15th.
15th, yes?
Yes, 2019, not 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
What action is taking place?
A payment of 30 million to Abdullahi Gitari.
An RTGS,
and
yes?
the Yambo Advocates.
How much was paid?
15th July 2019.
Yes.
1 year ago, he was paid.
It's okay. I go to the next page, page 78. Entry 306. Can you see it? 306.
But Mr. Speaker, why are you concerned with
Entry
other
306,
clients?
Mr. Governor.
Other lawyers for payments.
Entry 306.
Okay. 306, yes.
Yes. What action is taking place? Which date and what action?
Repeat yourself, please.
306. What date is it?
Is it 306? This page is not 306. The end is 305. Maybe,
Okay,
maybe I go to the next page. 77, the end is 305. 306. Where? The top is 218, not 306. Mr. Speaker is misleading the House.
You're not referring to the
yeah,
same
306
document.
is
I
referring
told
to
you to
item number
refer.
1 is
I
288.
told you to refer to page 77, 78. Not
You have said
77.
77. This is 77.
78.
Okay. Give me 77. 78.
So where's 77?
Page 78.
Give me page 78. You have not given me page 78. Let me look for it, please. You asked for 77. Now you're asking for 78.
Yes.
Okay,
78.
Okay, look for 78.
And you look at entry labeled 306.
Okay. So 70, the next page. The next page.
Governor, mindful of time. Yes?
Yes.
Move very fast.
Yes.
306. What action is taking place?
73. I want 78. The next page. Oh, 3 looks like 8. Okay. Yes, I'm there, Mr. Speaker.
What action is taking place?
Mr. Speaker, the action taking place, another transaction 15th July 2019 and not 2020. I know
Yes.
I know your allegations are
Yes.
heading to. These are payment, Mr. Speaker, Nairobi City County paying Cecil Miller and Company Advocates.
How much was paid to Sisi Miller?
80 million.
Yes?
80 million.
83 million, correct?
Million.
I want you to confirm that all this amount of money was paid on the same day, on 15th of July 2019, correct?
It is correct, and it is not a big...
Correct or not correct?
When money reflected to the
It's
county
okay.
account from this
It's
checker.
okay.
Yes.
And you have had us alleging and adducing evidence that that is the money that was meant for the bursary. Yes? Go with me to page number 1.
No, let me answer the question. Mr. Speaker.
Go to me.
No, I can't go there to answer the question.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker,
let him answer, then he
Mr. Speaker, the lawyer is behaving like his client. He just wants to mislead the House. I was very clear about the bursary funds. These transactions, Mr. Speaker, are dated 15th June 2019. The financial year ended in 2020 September. And there is proof that the funds were transferred back to CBK. They were not used.
Governor, what budget are we questioning in our ground 1?
You are questioning,
confirm to
you are questioning bursary budget, and I've answered that. And I've given you proof that
Governor,
no coin was used from the bursary fund.
Okay.
Maybe go to the CBK statement and see the money is there.
I hear you, now hear me.
Yes.
Kindly confirm that the budget that we are dealing with is 2019-2020, yes?
There were 2 budgets. There are several budgets for...
I want you to confirm yes or no.
I referred to 3 different budgets in
I
this
want you to
proceedings.
confirm. But I've told you now that I'm dealing with
No.
not those other ones.
No.
We are dealing with that budget, Mr. Governor.
Mr. Speaker, this is a previous financial year, Mr. Speaker.
When does government year begin to run?
This is, let me see. It's June.
When does it begin to run?
Okay, this is July, Mr. Speaker. Is this true? The next financial year, 2019-2020.
So that's the financial year we're dealing with, yes?
Yes.
Good. I want to refer you to the same file, and you now go to page 1.
Yes.
That is an invoice, correct?
Let me get it first, please. Yes, I got it, Mr. Speaker.
You are there, Governor?
Yes.
What does that invoice relate to?
This is a payment.
Yes?
This is a payment, being payment of transfer of bursary funds.
Transfer of bursary
But
funds,
this is a written document.
It's
and
okay.
I don't know the authenticity of this.
It's okay, the same document you referred to.
It is unwritten, not electronic document.
Governor?
Not from the CBK statement.
How much money is in issue in that invoice?
Sorry?
How much money is in issue? How much money are we looking at?
297,500,000 of
297.
2019, and it went direct to the cooperative bank
Okay,
account.
I have not asked where it went.
Yes.
Confirm to this House that that is the money appearing on ground 1 of our
No,
commission.
no, it is a total lie. The money...
I have asked you the figures.
No, it is a total lie. I have said...
Governor, hear me out. Confirm
that
297,500,000
yes.
is the money in question or money the subject of these proceedings.
Okay, can you allow me to answer you?
No, confirm.
No, no, it is, we are lying.
Yeah,
I want to answer the question.
let him answer, yes.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said earlier, financial year 2018-2019, the allocation for bursary was 297,500,000, and I aired a clip.
It's okay.
Showing the master check for the same amount.
It's okay.
And Mr. Speaker, I have a statement how this amount was utilized. From CRF account, it went to cooperative bank account, and we have a list of all the beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, from the county.
But he's talking about 2019. Okay.
Yeah, okay. This is 2019. Again, Mr. Speaker, 2019-2020, we allocated the same similar amount, 297,500,000,000, again to for bursary.
It's okay.
And towards the end of the financial year, we have a statement from CBK confirming around September the funds were not disbursed. There was no disbursement from the checker due to the COVID-19 challenges. Schools were closed.
It's okay.
We returned this money back to the...
It's okay.
And the statements are there, Mr. Speaker.
I hear you, Mr. Governor.
That's fine.
But as much as I hear you, I want you to refer to page 76 of the same document. Are you there? 76?
Give me a minute, please. Which page, please, Council?
76.
76.
Mr. Kenyanjui, don't coach the witness. He is my witness. You'll have time when I yield.
I'm the Senate's witness, not your witness, please. Okay, Council, I've got the document, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Page 76.
Are you there,
Yes.
Governor?
Yes.
Look at entry labeled 261. Correct? 61.
Yes, please. Yes.
261. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What date is it?
It is saying.
What date?
Date, it is 12 July 2019.
Yes. What action is taking place?
The action is outward RTGS.
Yes.
Of two.
No, RTGS. From which account to which account?
This is from CBK to the county account.
CBK?
Let me just confirm.
No. Mr. Governor. Governor, please.
A second, kindly.
There is an intervention. Senator Olekina.
Governor, let me show you.
Just hold on. Senator Olekina, what's your intervention?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed. I can answer that.
You are off record. Okay.
I am on mic. Off. And now? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether I'm the only visitor in Jerusalem. I have no clue what the documents they're referring to. I'm trying to follow. I can't see. I got lost in between the documents which were being introduced and this current document. So if they can refer us to the file, the document, we can follow.
Council, which document are you referring to?
We are referring to this big blue file labeled as 9A. And Mr. Kenyanjui is witness.
Council Kenyanjui.
Council Kenyanjui.
You are the one who was complaining yesterday about...
I don't know why he's losing the decorum of a senior council.
Take your seat.
I was informing His Excellency the Governor.
Yep.
You seek leave. You seek leave.
Okay, okay.
You seek leave of the chair.
I have. Mr. Speaker, I did raise my hand and you motioned me.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Njiro did not see that.
Okay, what is your...
Oh, honorable members, I don't mean any disrespect. What I was whispering to His Excellency the Governor is that in any case of any document he needs, he can just...
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was informing His Excellency the Governor, whispering to him because Mr. Njiro was addressing, I think, another issue that on the file that we have to reference, it is their documents, and so I'm taking a little bit longer to look for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Governor. I'm assuming that now you have the document, correct?
Okay, let me go back to the document.
No.
You have somehow confused me. Okay, you've told me entry number, page 76, yeah?
Page 76.
I am there.
Entry labeled 261.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, entry number...
The date is which date?
Mr. Speaker, the entry number 261, the date is 12th July.
12th July.
2019.
2019.
RTGS.
RTGS.
Outward transmission.
Yes.
To Nairobi County CBK, okay, from CBK account to Nairobi County account.
Yes.
297,500,000.
Confirm that this is the account for the Nairobi County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I confirm.
Confirm that the money in issue came from Nairobi County CBK.
Yes, to Nairobi County government account. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Cooperative Bank. Finally confirm
that
the money is 297,500,000. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Then, Mr. Governor, explain the expedition or the manner in which you distributed that money.
Very good. That's a very good answer,
Following,
Mr. Speaker.
Listen.
A good question.
Listen, Governor.
Yes.
Is this the money that you said was returned to CBK?
Yes. let me
Do
answer.
you have evidence of...
A question cannot answer another
Listen,
question, please.
Governor, I'm asking you.
I've given you time. Let me
confirm that this is the money that you are
I cannot confirm because an answer cannot answer another answer. Give you a question.
Let's have some. Okay, you answer what he has asked first, then systematically.
Okay.
And let me refresh. I want you to
I cannot-
confirm.
No, I don't want you to refresh. I don't want you to refresh. I've got the question, let me answer.
Order, please. This is a court, and we need to follow the proceedings. Please, let's conduct ourselves in a civil manner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, okay.
So can I answer, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to refresh the question for his
I have the
benefit.
question, Mr.
No, he says he
Speaker.
has heard the question,
I
so
have heard the question,
let
Mr.
him answer. He doesn't need to be refreshed.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
let me answer the question.
Answer.
The council is repeating himself in the manner in which he's asking questions. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the council is referring to the disbursement of 2019 for bursary. Mr. Speaker, immediately after his clients were charged in court.
No, that's not the question I
No,
put.
I'm answering.
I'll come to
No,
that.
That is how I'm answering. You have a way of asking question, I've got a way of answering. So kindly.
Okay.
Yesterday you
I'll
gave
take-
ruling.
I'll take less than a minute. Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
Council, just hold on.
Only-
Let's see.
Yes, Mr.
Only
Speaker.
one, Mr. Speaker. You
No,
gave us
let me
directions
answer, please.
that when a question of yes or no is
Mr.
put,
Speaker,
and this was
Council.
confirmed by Senator Judge Mazayo, an experienced judge, that an answer must be given in that nature.
Council, just relax.
The answer is no, and I've got reasons why it is no. So let me explain why it's no, why you are misleading the House. I'm on oath. I cannot lie to the House. I was once a senator. I know the repercussions of lying.
Okay.
This House has powers equivalent to the powers of High Court. I can be charged with perjury.
Proceed to answer.
So just relax, Council. Let me answer. Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, the Council is misleading the House. Immediately after his clients were charged in court for stealing taxpayers' money, diverting to their proxy's account, to their wife's account, I immediately stopped the process of issuing checks direct to MCS. What we did, Mr. Speaker, and we have a law which we amended and it is in the public domain, we agreed that all payments should be taken to the bank, request for payment should be taken to the bank, then the county, through the bank, our bank is Cooperative Bank, transmits the money through RTGS direct to schools. And Mr. The page where the council is referring to, and I want to repeat myself, to page 76 of his affidavit or whatever. Transaction number 261, 12th July 2019. This is a genuine transaction, Mr. Speaker. The same debt, this same amount is captured in the statement, Mr. Speaker.
That statement is
Number
not
one,
before us.
number one, Mr. Speaker, the statement, same debt,
Mr. Speaker,
12th July.
Mr. Speaker, if you may.
Just after
May the
after
witness
30 minutes.
restrict himself to the documents before you.
It is in the, Mr. Speaker, 12th July 2019. This same money.
Governor, are those documents with us?
They are not filed.
Mr. Speaker, this is a statement from Cooperative Bank. The same money is alleging.
No,
it is found in the statement
But
for,
is
for
it
bursary for previous years.
Is
for
it
previous year? The money was transferred to Cooperative Bank.
But is
it
it-
has a list of all the beneficiaries. Over
Mr. Speaker,
100,000 students.
the
were beneficiaries.
document is not before
But what
you.
we are saying, if it's not filed, then you can't use it.
Correct.
That is the rule.
Correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Council, what do you want to?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators. Mr. Kwangamboya sought to produce these documents, and he pleaded because he has been negatively implicated by that notice of summons, and he sought, please allow me to produce this whole bunch so that I can demonstrate what has been alleged against him, and he has now referred to the documents disputing the alleged receipt of
He was asking yesterday.
Together.
Yesterday was already out of time.
No. I'm sorry.
If it's
Mr.
yesterday,
Speaker, sir, it's because, with respect,
Okay.
honorable members, with respect, it's
Yeah.
because the summons were sought for by Mr. Njiru, and the ruling was delivered by Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday that he should be summoned, and yet he was not originally within the witnesses sought by the prosecuting team. So when the grant was made that summons can issue, Immediately he rose and said, may I have the leave to have the documents brought in? We anticipated, although it's wrong to anticipate pursuant to your rules, that he could produce these documents in defense of his position. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm closing. I'm justifying why, because an attack has been made on His Excellency. Why are you referring to documents you have not brought? They are the author of this scenario, with respect. Served late. Their notification. Had they told us in advance, on the 15th.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kenyanju is eating into our time.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the reason why.
And the application is
Okay.
belated.
Okay.
Governor, answer the question.
Okay, let the governor proceed.
Is that the amount of the money you said was returned to CBK?
Yes, the amount of the money returned to CBK, yes, is the same.
Do you have evidence of return?
Yes, the CBK, I've got the CBK
Have you
statement.
tabled that evidence before this
Yes,
tribunal?
during my, when I was testifying in the morning, I tabled the document is in the affidavit, in my affidavit. The amounts in figures were the same. 2018, 2019, 2020, the amounts were the same.
Okay, let's make progress.
And Mr. Speaker, maybe as the Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker,
Governor,
some of the
Governor, yes.
documents.
Take the next file.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, please.
9B.
On the floor, yes, Senator.
Thank you.
The governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, Mr. Speaker, as my counsels indicated earlier, the counsel served us with his files and affidavits past 7 p.m., the day we were supposed to be filed. We requested for these statements at Cooperative Bank. They were very voluminous, Mr. Speaker. They are over 600 pages. Actually, we were delayed by the bank in printing of these statements. They were satisfied today in the morning, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, with all the due respect, I was a member of this House. I'm requesting, because we made 80 copies, these are bank statements. If, I don't know, in the instance of time, if I can be allowed either to serve a copy to the clerk or yourself, Mr. Speaker, so that the funds is referring
You've pronounced yourself on that issue. So let's proceed, Governor.
I'm just requesting the House from another angle. You have never been a senator, my friend.
Okay, Governor.
To colleagues.
Governor, okay, I've heard your question. I'll respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Counsel.
Governor, do you have this volume of document labeled 10H? It's your document?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please open with me page 170.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm there, page 170.
What is the document that you're looking at?
This Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes.
It is a transaction showing stopped RTGS payments. It is dated 1st September 2020. And the transaction is 12th July 2019.
How much money is in issue?
It's same. I've told you the allocation for bursary fund was the same. Previous year same and 2019-2020 is the same.
Is that document indicating a refund or a return of that amount?
No, this is a refund because it is saying stopped. And by then there were no allocations from the exchequer because of COVID challenges.
When was it refunded?
No, this is another financial year. This
Yes,
was refunded. It was refunded on first.
Was that money refunded?
This document has been authenticated.
When was the money refunded, Governor?
It was not refunded. It was not even available.
Okay, when was it returned?
All the counties didn't have money, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID challenges.
I am looking at the date.
It was withdrawn from the IB. It doesn't mean it was returned.
Which date, Governor?
1st September 2020.
1st September.
Yes. But the transaction we are talking of, 16th July 2019, is captured in the statement, the same date.
I
it
know
went
I am
to all the
asking those
schools
questions.
through RTGS.
Governor, I am aware that you know the provisions of Section 30 of the County Government Act, yes?
Yes.
And you know it relates the functions of the governor, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're aware that among the functions of the governor is to be accountable for the management and use of the county resources. Yes?
Yes.
Is that one of your functions?
No, but
that is one of your functions.
No, but in the recent
Governor,
ruling by this
I am reading the
Honorable
law
House in the Waiguru impeachment.
I am reading the law, Governor.
Okay.
I am putting to you that Section 30 requires you to be accountable for the management and use of the county resources. Yes?
If I've broken one of those laws, but for now I've not broken anything.
You are aware, Governor, that you are the buck stops with you. Yes? In the management and accountability.
In some of the
Mr.
areas.
Speaker,
in some of the areas or the issues, but in some areas, chief officers.
Mr. Kenyanjui is passing notes to the governor, and it's very offensive.
Mr. Kenyanjui.
Mr. Kenyanjui, be honorable.
I think I want to caution you now. Huh? This is not a market. This is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and sitting here now as a court. Please, if you don't behave with decorum, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Proceed.
You're also aware that among the functions that you have is to submit county plans and policies to the county assembly for approvals. Yes?
Mr. Speaker,
that is your function.
Mr.
Yes
Speaker,
or no?
Before I proceed, this is a simple note from Harrison. I'll give it to the Sergeant at Arms to pass it over you. He's advising me, just become the lawyer wants to annoy you, relax, respect the Honorable Senate. So the advocate is advising me. I can give it to the Sergeant at Arms.
Governor, okay.
But he knows that is wrong.
We take that.
You can consult your advocate,
Governor.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, answer, Governor.
Thank you.
You are aware that among your functions is to submit the county plans and policies to the county assembly, yes?
Yes.
I now want to refer you to file labeled as 9B. Are you there? 9B, Honorable Senators.
No, he needs to be given the file.
Let me look for it.
9B, the black file. The black file. Move with me to page 631. Governor?
Yeah, just a minute. I'm moving the previous files, which are here.
I can share this with you, Governor. You now have the file. 631, yes? You're there, Governor?
Yes.
But before that, move with me with speed to confirm that that is a tender document relating to Dandora Stadium, yes?
Yes.
Would you kindly read out the description of that project, where it is highlighted, the first paragraph?
Proposed stadia have a 3,000 capacity sitting on concrete terraces.
Yes, concrete?
Terraces.
Yes.
And steel truss.
Yes.
Like carbonated sheets.
Correct. What was the stadium to be constructed of?
Concrete.
Concrete what? Terraces, yes?
Yes.
Move with me to page 808. Governor, you will not be there if you go with that speed. Yes?
Yes.
Confirm, before we read that letter, to whom the project or the tender was awarded to.
Scanjet Construction Limited.
Scanjet Construction, yes?
Yes.
Look at the letter dated 12th of September 2018.
Yes.
Who is the author?
The Chief Officer, Urban Renewal Housing and Project Management.
Is that your officer?
Yes.
Is that officer under you? Is that your officer?
She's no longer there with us.
No, I'm not asking the personality,
She's
the
not my
office.
officer. Karen, she's not my officer. She's no longer with us, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have an office in your county government structures labeled as Urban Renewal Housing and Project Management.
Yeah, we have that department. We don't have such an officer.
You have that department, yes?
Yes.
What is the content of that letter?
The entire letter, or the content.
Yes. Would you read the first?
Proposed construction of and completion of 4 number stadia within Nairobi.
Yes. Read the first paragraph.
A site visit conducted on the 12th September 2018 at Dandora established the following.
Yes.
That you have continued to do works that were not in the contract.
Yes.
Bills of quantities and drawings, especially the heavily reinforced and expansive concrete planes.
What was the company doing?
Constructing the stadium.
With what materials?
But there was an addendum.
With what materials, Governor? We'll come to that.
Works. I'm not an engineer, so.
What materials were being used, concrete or steel?
You have deviated from reinforced concrete terraces. But no, it's not me. Because I'm not
it's okay, Governor. Read. Read. What deviation was done?
You have deviated from reinforced concrete terraces and preparing grounds for steel terraces.
Ah, yeah. Move with me to page 841. Yes? Page 841. Yes, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Confirm that that is a report from the Public Procurement and Regulation Authority dated 23rd September 2019, yes?
Yes.
If you are there, then move very fast to page 856.
Yes.
Would you read entry or paragraph number 5?
Forgery of documents.
Yes, read.
The contract documents appear to have been forged, including a cabinet memo to state that the stadium should be steel structures when the work is at 70% complete.
Yes, continue.
All the photocopied documents submitted to the authority by the county government of Nairobi were not certified as true copies of the originals.
Yes.
As demanded by the authority. Therefore, it was not possible for the authority to conclude that the documents were either authentic or otherwise. It was not able. So they could have been authentic or not.
So you are simply...
Because the documents were not submitted.
The authority is saying there was a variation of the tender terms. Yes?
Even there was an addendum done, which is...
I will come to that.
Which is okay.
I'll come to that.
The wall has gone the steel way.
Go to page 5857.
Yes.
And you read entry number 6, paragraph 6C.
Yes.
What is the content?
All the documents submitted to the authority by the county government of Nairobi were not certified as true copies. Just to certify.
Yes.
Were not certified as true copies of the original.
Yes.
As demanded by the authority.
Yes.
Yeah.
D, number D, paragraph D.
Which one? E or D?
D.
D for dog.
Yes.
The county government paid the contractor an amount of, no, this was a lie. It was not.
Read.
The county government paid the contractor an amount of 196,876,000.
Yes.
As evinced by the payment record highlighted herewith.
Yes.
I continue.
That is page 857. How much money was paid, Governor?
This is not a correct figure. What was paid was only 90 million as per the last. This document did not originate from us, so I cannot say this amount was paid. So I cannot mislead the House on oath. We have correct figures from our affidavit how much was paid.
I want you to read what is.
No, this is not our document, so I cannot own it.
I know. I have not asked you to know to own. I want you to read. How much money is in issue?
They are alleging that 196 million was paid, but this is a lie. The
Okay,
correct
go
figure
to
that was
paragraph
paid
7.
is less than 100 million.
Read paragraph 7.
Yes, I'm there. Recommendations.
Yes?
Yeah.
What is the content?
The content.
Paragraph A.
It is the authorities' considered opinion that the subject contract documents and the annexures attached to this report should be subjected to more investigations to determine.
Should be subjected to investigation, yes?
But the investigations are still ongoing to determine whether they have been forged, whether they have been, to determine whether they have been forged or not.
Look at your affidavit.
Including cabinet memorandum to state that the stadium should be still when the work is at nearing completion.
Was this report brought to your attention?
No.
As a chief executive officer?
No, they are my juniors who are relevant to, who have been
Does
assigned to
that
do
mean that in your governance, you don't, it is true what was testified by Janet Ouko Mudhoni, that you have a dysfunctional system, and that is why this was never brought to your attention?
No. No.
So was this brought to your attention?
But the officers who
Was this brought to your attention?
It was brought maybe to my CECs, my county secretaries, my chief officers.
Yes. Yeah. I read the law to you that you are the most, and the buck stops with you about accountability, yes?
No, you are lying to the House.
Okay. I want to refer you to your paragraph 48, appearing on page 12, document labeled 10H. 10H, the governor's document. 10H. 10H. Governor, you can have this for purpose of expediency.
Which page?
Governor, I want you to refer to this.
I'm having some.
Nyanju sympathy. Okay, have a look at that.
Yes, I'm there.
Would you kindly read that, confirm that this is your affidavit?
Yes, I deny in total charges in paragraph.
Confirm that this is your affidavit?
Yeah.
Read paragraph 45.
I deny in total the charges in paragraph 1E, as I have no role to play in the procurement, which is true.
Yes.
Of goods and services. I state, moreover, the issue of the construction of the Dandora Stadium is being investigated by the authorities.
By the EACC, correct?
Agencies. I've not finished this.
By the EACC, correct?
You told me to read, let me finish.
Is the matter being,
the
Governor,
issue of construction of the stadium
we want to
is being
save time.
investigated by other authorities, agencies like
okay,
EACC.
good.
Yeah.
So it is within your knowledge,
yes,
from your deponent's documents, that the matter is being investigated, yes?
Investigations are maybe still ongoing.
And you have seen your officer saying and advising on the question of the variation, yes?
No, that is.
You deny your officer?
She's no longer with us, so I don't know.
I'm not asking the person, the office. The office of that officer, is it still in existence?
Yes, it is, but the current officer has not.
Has the Dora Stadium been completed?
No, it is not.
What was the completion period?
1.5 years.
And how many years down the line now?
But it was, the construction was suspended.
What has stalled the construction?
We did an addendum. We wanted to.
What has stalled the construction?
The investigations which are still ongoing.
Okay.
And they're
Mr.
not
Speaker,
complete.
sir, allow me to yield to Mr. Milimo. He has a very, 2, 3 more limbs. We gave latitude to the other witnesses. Mr. Speaker.
How much more time do you want? Because already 1 hour is over, which I had given.
We need about just 30 minutes only. 30. Because he has the issue of the daughter flying to the UK, to the US, and he's going to
Okay,
deal
I'll
with
give
it.
you 30. Time is not a strategy, it will end.
Thank you.
It will.
But as I go and yield, did you have the look of the videos that were played here?
No, I was not in the house.
No, yesterday.
My lawyers had a look.
Did they inform you what was played?
No.
Did they inform you?
No.
Have you rebutted that evidence?
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Milimo is my name. I'll be taking Milimo is my name. I'll take the last few portion of resignation of the governor. Mr. Governor, first, of course, I want you to confirm that you are the Chief Executive Officer
Yes.
of the County Government of Nairobi.
Yeah.
And Governor, you are aware that MCS, just as well as yourself, are both elected leaders.
Yes, true.
And you agree with me, Governor, because we're going to cooperate quickly, that both the county assembly members and the governor are independent officers that have independent mandate.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, Governor, that both the county assembly as well as the governor are accountable organs
Yes.
of the county government.
Yes.
And that none of them has a right to gag the other.
Depends on the circumstances.
Yes, but at least generally you have no right to gag the other.
No, if they divert public funds, we can deal with them as provided for in the law.
Okay. And you agree with me that both the governor and the county assembly must be accountable for all purposes and intents.
Yeah.
And Governor, do you agree with me that one of the things that will bring about accountability is the impeachment process that is before you?
I'm not aware.
And do you agree with me, Governor, that you went to court to stop this process of impeachment?
There was an ongoing case which was, there was a ruling that was delivered.
Yes, and in that ruling, the court denied to stop the process of
No,
impeachment.
there was an ongoing case.
Was there a ruling at any point delivered towards whether or not, the
Yes.
question of whether or not the impeachment will proceed?
I'm not aware because I've not been in court. But I know our orders were extended for, no, that was the budget case before Justice Mrima.
Yes, but you're aware you filed a case, petition number 35, in Employment and Labor Relations Court.
Yeah, but the case is still active in court.
Are you aware whether a ruling was delivered on
We
the
were
9th?
we were told to go back to court.
I'm asking a question. Are you aware that a ruling was delivered on 9th of December 2020?
9th?
Of December 2020 on the question of whether or not these impeachment proceedings
I
were
have to
proceed?
confirm with my lawyer on record because I'm not going to court from that time.
Okay, very well. And are you aware that the court dismissed your request or prayers seeking that these impeachment proceedings be stopped?
Those are normal processes in court.
Are you aware? If yes,
I'm not aware.
you are not aware.
Yes.
So that all the issues you've talked about relating to court process, unless you want selective recollection of evidence, are things that are not within your knowledge.
But the subjudice rule is very clear. It doesn't talk about court orders. It talks about any active matter in court.
Yes, you have avoided that question, but nevertheless we shall proceed.
Any matter active in court.
One of the things I want to ask you, Governor,
Yes.
is that you are aware you are invited when the impeachment proceedings commenced at the National Assembly. You are invited by the Assembly. Were you or were you not?
I was invited.
You were invited, and the date?
And my lawyers proceeded to the assembly with the documents. They were stopped.
Let's go slow.
By the Senate of
The
Towns.
date that you were to appear was on the 3rd of December 2020.
Yes.
And that is the date that the impeachment motion was tabled, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember the advice or directions that you were given on your mode of appearance on that day of 3rd of December 2020?
I don't remember.
You cannot recollect.
Yes.
You have talked about evidence relating to 2017, 2016, 2019. You can't remember something that happened just a few weeks ago?
No.
So answer the question. Do you remember the mode you were asked that you would appear, the mode of appearance?
I don't remember because the service was not properly done.
You cannot recall?
Yes.
2 ways of appearance. Are you aware that you can either appear physically or virtually?
Yeah, I learned it from here, from the Senate, when the communications were done by the,
You learned
by
from
the
the
speaker.
Senate.
Yes.
Do you recall that you are supposed to appear virtually, yes or no?
No.
You do not recall. So were you advised how to appear?
But an appearance can even be
Were you
represented.
advised? Did that letter state to you?
My lawyer came physically.
It's not about whether your lawyer came. The question is, in that letter, was there a direction of how you would appear?
I don't remember.
You cannot remember.
Yes.
That's very well. So when you send your lawyer to go to the county assembly, was
Yes.
it on your own volition or based on the direction from the assembly?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
When you send your lawyers to go to the assembly to appear for you, did you read the letter that invited you there, or you did it on your own volition?
If I have lawyers to deal with my legal matters, that is up to them to handle the issues. They can represent me on my behalf.
So you did not bother whether or not there was any direction in the letter of invitation?
If the lawyers came, then they were aware, they knew what they were doing.
Okay, so that is for your lawyers.
Yes.
You've said so much about the proceedings of 3rd December 2020, Governor.
Yes.
And you are aware that a county assembly, just as is the Senate, is a house of record.
Yes.
And you also agree with me, Governor, that the record of such assembly or Senate proceedings is a conclusive evidence of what transpired on that particular day or event.
Sorry, come again?
The record of such a house is a conclusive evidence of what transpired on such a particular event or proceeding.
No. House, like Senate, it is respected. They don't break the law like what transpired in the assembly. So you cannot compare the assembly and the Senate.
Yes, but at least the prima facie evidence or the evidence is the record of what transpired.
For the Senate and the assembly is very different.
Okay, for the Senate, what is the record? The record is conclusive, correct?
For the Senate, it's okay, but for the assembly, no.
Yes, for the Senate is okay.
They commit a lot of illegalities.
Yes.
So what happened?
Yes.
They are aware of what transpired.
Yes.
There are no numbers. They have been forging signatures of MCS.
Before we go there.
The Senate here, the Speaker, even the clerk cannot forge signatures of members.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are, we have some crooks there in the assembly. Your clients.
Okay.
This is a house of integrity. You cannot compare with a house of people swindling taxpayers' money.
Governor, you've
Governor, stick to what you have been asking.
Yes, I was asking.
Don't go there.
Yes, I was asking Mr. Speaker that at least that word be withdrawn. Those are leaders that are elected, and they cannot be labeled as crooks.
They can be, see, they've been stealing. It's in the public domain, and they've been charged in court.
Yes, nevertheless, we will proceed, Governor. You are aware that this impeachment process,
Yes.
especially referring to the county assembly,
Yes.
has different organs that handle the paperwork and everything at different times.
No.
Does the office of the clerk have any role to play
Which
in the
we are
impeachment?
referring to
Clerk
the
of
Senate?
the county assembly?
No.
They don't have a role. Does the
I'm
office...
not an MCA, so I'm not conversant to the standing orders of the assembly.
Yes. Does the office of the speaker have any role to play in the impeachment process at the assembly, county assembly?
Yes.
Yes. And are you aware that for purposes of all the papers that are delivered to the county assembly, they are normally delivered to the clerk of the assembly?
Yes.
And that therefore the clerk is an accounting officer for purposes of the papers relating to these impeachment proceedings
Yes.
that were tabled before you.
Yes.
And you appear to have had a problem with the papers that were delivered to the county assembly.
My lawyers will handle that.
Your lawyers will handle that.
Yes.
Did you, at any point in time, Governor, invite or ask the Senate to summon the clerk of the county assembly to come and answer to any issues relating to the paperwork that was delivered at the county assembly?
The witnesses summoned.
Did you or did you not? Did you summon or did you not?
The application was in our witness statement, so I'm not aware. I've not seen the witness statement.
So at least you've not.
We do not read all the volumes, all the affidavits.
So the question is, did you ask for summon against the clerk or not?
I'll have to consult my lawyers.
You'll have to consult your lawyer.
Yes.
You have had you can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, you appear to have a problem with the proceedings that commenced and went on and continued at the Nairobi.
Law was not followed.
Okay, you have that problem of law.
Yeah.
Yes. And at any point in time, did you ask the Senate to summon the accounting organ of the county assembly?
No, we requested for MCS to be summoned
you requested for MCAs to be summoned.
Yeah, and they
Yes.
were around waiting to testify, but because of time,
So you did
we
not
were
summon.
not able to do that.
Yes, so you did not ask the speaker to be availed at all to answer to any issues that you would have, correct?
It is not me to ask, to request for the speaker to come.
It's not you to ask.
We have our witnesses, we have
Yes.
our witnesses.
Yes, Mr. Governor,
Yes.
you referred to a certain document at page, Mr. Speaker, page
Yes.
221, volume 10H.
10H.
10H of your documents, page 221. Page 221, volume 10H. H of that document, Governor. That's the letter dated, I think, 7th December.
Yes.
Yes. All I want you to confirm, of course, yes, if you confirm, Governor, that you are the boss of the Nairobi City County
Yes.
Executive.
Yes.
And confirm to me that this is a letter that is written by one of your officers, written to yourself.
Come again?
Okay. You indicated
Yeah.
issues relating to Director of Criminal Investigations.
Yes.
I want to put a direct question. Is this letter emanating from the Director of Criminal Investigations,
No,
DCI?
this an officer from the CID. We have a county unit for CID and police officers seconded to us by the National Police Service.
That letterhead, 221, the letterhead is for which organ?
The letters for Nairobi County.
Nairobi City County, correct?
Any matters pertaining to investigations are being handled by the CID officers attached
Yes.
to the county.
Let's go slow. Let's
Yes.
go slow.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there anywhere that somebody is saying that this is an officer attached to the county?
Yes.
Where is it?
When he signs Director, Investigation and Information Analysis.
Yes.
And we don't own the charge sheet. The charge sheet, you can see the
No, no,
heading.
no, no. Let's
It's
deal
from the
with
National Police Service.
I'm asking,
Yes.
in the document I've referred you is at page 221.
Yes.
Confirm to me that this document is under the letterhead of your county government.
Yes, but I've said these are CID officers
Yes, yes,
from
yes.
the DCI's office, CID
Yes.
headquarters,
Yes.
attached to the county government of Nairobi to do investigations.
Yes, the second question is, this letter is written to you as their boss, correct?
Yes, this is a memo because there were ongoing instructions, so they were briefing me. They have succeeded in arresting the suspects.
Very good.
Now
And-
they wanted funds to go to Homa Bay, other schools in Rift Valley.
Yes, very
to
good.
gather for some more evidence.
Of course, you agree with me that your officers have no right of the county to arrest any person.
These are CID officers attached to the county.
I'm talking about the county officers, not CID.
They have a right of arresting.
Yes, on a criminal charge?
Yes.
Under which law?
Not under the National Police Standing Order.
I'm
National
talking about
Police Service.
county officers.
These are CID officers attached to the county.
Okay, you have no evidence of that attachment, correct? Yes,
And
but
they're the
let's-
ones who conducted the arrests,
Okay.
not the county officers.
No problem. Let's go on, Governor. You shall recall that this letter had a specific purpose that you have not disclosed to this House. And I want to refer you to the last paragraph at page 222 of the same document, the next page.
222?
Yes, that is the next page.
Yes.
Look at the last paragraph.
Mm.
What was this officer seeking? This is a Director, Investigation Information Analysis. What is he seeking in that paragraph?
You see, once CID officers.
Okay, read it.
I know about the. Okay.
What is he seeking?
The case.
What is he seeking?
You've told me to read.
Okay, read it.
Let me read. You cannot ask two questions at the same time, Council.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, Governor.
The case requires traveling because we have witnesses in Homa Bay. There are schools which are there and students need to receive bursary.
So what is he seeking?
There are letters which were written. So he's saying in Homa Bay County, she's saying Homa Bay County and some areas of Rift Valley. Therefore, we require urgent facilitations like fuel, if they'll spend there like 3-4 days accommodation, money
Yes.
for food.
Very good.
And facilitations to enable us.
Yes, thank you.
Move.
Yes, so thank you, Governor. So this person is seeking for money.
No, for facilitation. For
Facilitation in terms of money to go and do whatever they are supposed
fuel,
to be, correct?
for accommodation. Yeah,
Yes.
I can say yes.
The long and short of it is the money, isn't it?
Interest.
Yes. And the reason why they put a lot of flour and juicy information in this is so that you can top up
There's
the
nothing
money.
like, there's nothing like flour
Okay.
when poor students have
Okay.
been denied bursary funds.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So I put it to you that all that language was used so that then you release more facilitation to this
No,
officer,
this,
Governor.
you see, this habit has been there. This scandal has been there since 2016.
Yes. So
we're the ones who stopped it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Governor. Yes. Is any of the first is the mover of the motion that brought you here among the people who have been charged with all these charge sheets that you've read out? Is he among any of those who have been charged?
No, he has not been charged, but he's
He
among the
has
people who are
not-
supposed to be charged any time from now.
You-
They even check for his constituencies which have been diverted
Yes,
to
yes,
this.
yes. Of course, you are not a DCI.
Yes, I'm not an investigator. I just read the investigation report.
Yes, of course, you have no power to arrest yourself, correct?
I can't arrest
Very
you.
good. You've talked about diverted checks by MCA.
Yes.
And I'll refer you particularly to page 229
Yes.
of the same document.
Yes. 229.
Yeah, 229 of the same document.
Yes, I'm there.
This is a document that you refer to. The simple thing I want to ask you, is there any MCA who's been charged in respect of these alleged investigations?
Their peers, wives. There is no MCA.
Is there any MCA?
There is no MCA who can open
Thank
a,
you.
a fake
You've-
school account on his name, but they are proxies. Wives,
you've had-
wives, peers.
Okay, let's go to the next question, Governor. There's no MCA who's been charged. You also referred to a certain document.
But
that
their
have-
proxies have been charged.
Okay. You cannot say that. You have no mandate to say
It
that.
has been said in the investigation report.
Okay.
PA to MCA Karen, wife
Yes.
to the PA.
Yes.
So these are proxies of MCAs.
That is okay.
If-
So
if
you
your
have
clerk is arrested, that is your proxy.
That is okay.
Yes.
That's okay. So you have also referred to many documents, and there's a document that at some point you referred to which had not been admitted to this, and you said so many things. You said is for the Hansard purposes.
Yes.
And you mentioned named, you called in a lot of evidence that led to. All I
Yes.
want to confirm to you is that the information you are reading is from that document that was not admitted by this House. But you said it's for Hansard
No,
purposes.
I have requested, because the circumstances behind that was not properly explained.
Yes.
As I've said, for instance, the bank statements were very voluminous, over 1,000 pages. We got them satisfied this morning. By the time we were bringing them to the House, we were time barred.
Yes.
So
but
I've renewed that application to the Honorable Speaker, so we'll wait whether he'll allow, especially the one for the 297 million.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Governor. All
Yes.
I'm asking is that that document was not admitted.
I leave that to the Speaker to
Yes.
on that
Secondly,
at a later stage.
are you aware that such information, that all you said from that document is not admissible because the document is not before the House? Yes or no? Are you aware?
On what?
You are not aware.
The document has been authenticated. It has been certified.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, I'll go to one of the most, of course, sensitive issues that you've been referred to.
Yes.
And because you yourself opened up,
Yeah.
I want to refer you to you quickly.
Yes.
You have a daughter.
Yes.
In the name of
yeah.
Saum.
We have children. All
Yes.
of us, everybody.
Thank
yes.
you. And this issue has been very contentious.
Yeah.
You agree that indeed that's your good daughter?
Sorry?
You agree it is your daughter?
Yes, she's my daughter.
And you agree with all of us that your daughter has never been employed as a county officer in the
Yes,
Nairobi
she has
City
never
County?
been. She has never been employed as a county officer. True.
Thank you so much. But nevertheless, you agree with us that your daughter traveled at some point to the United States of America?
Yes, true.
Yes, and of course, all I would want this House to know is that then she traveled in what capacity?
In the delegation, as a woman.
As a delegation.
Even the president, even the governors travel with their family.
Yes,
all
that's
over.
okay. That's okay.
Yes.
All we
And
also are interested.
the costs are met by the government.
Yes.
Yes.
All that we are interested to know, therefore, is that simply, yes, she went as a delegation, but
Actually, the status confirmed. I
Yes.
think we have that later.
That is okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. But all we are interested to know is that was there any money spent on her travel by the county assembly, county government?
There was nothing that was transferred to her account, and if you have proof, you can bring the statement.
Yeah. So there is
If-
money.
Even to my wife, we we catered for some
no.
of the expenses.
I
think apart from the flight ticket, from the air ticket,
No,
we catered for the accommodation.
The county assembly respects your wife, so I want also to respect your wife.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go to your family. All I'm asking is, was there any county government money of Nairobi that was spent on your daughter's subject travel?
Come again
Yes
with that
or
question.
no?
Come again with that question.
Sorry?
Repeat your question.
I'm saying,
yes,
was there any money
yes,
from the county government of Nairobi
yes,
that was spent
yes,
to facilitate or otherwise be utilized by your daughter
No.
to travel to the US?
No.
There was no money that was spent.
Apart from the air tickets, no.
Yes, so the air ticket money, was it paid by the county?
Air ticket, no, for my wife was paid by the county, I think.
No,
For
I've
my-
said I will
You know,
not.
it's 2018, 2019, so I can't remember everything, but there's nothing
Governor.
there is nothing that was transferred to my wife
Yes.
or my daughter. And you have proof, you can bring that statement, we confirm. Or any transfer.
Yes, thank you. You have answered that it was
These
paid.
are just methods to divert attention.
Yes,
from
that's
the real
okay.
issues, yes.
That is okay.
Yeah.
You've answered that it was paid. Yes, I want to refer you to your own document, Governor.
Yes.
That you produced to us here. That is volume 10.
Yeah.
It's written D, volume 10, D, at page 612.
Page 10. Which volume?
It's written D.
D
10.
Volume 3.
Volume 3 of this.
You have an extra copy?
Volume 3 of your documents, starting from pages 423 to 657.
You have an extra copy?
Okay, sorry.
I'm okay.
Let's see whether we can get one. Okay. Yes. So, page 6.
Which page you're saying?
Page 612.
Yes, I'm there.
You are there.
Mm.
So, of course, you agree that these are your own documents. Is that so?
But I'm not the author of that document.
Okay,
Because
but these are your own
this
documents.
is
You are
one
the
of
one who brought them
documents-
here.
This is one of the documents that was found in
This
the
is one
receipt.
of the documents that you brought it here.
Yes.
Of course, you can see there are two names there.
Yes.
I want to avoid the first name. I want to go to the second person who is named there, and with a lot of respect, just read the names of that person who is written there.
It is not clear.
It's your document.
It is our document, but we are to use it to cross-examine
Yeah.
witnesses who are supposed to come.
Yes.
Because this is not a county document. It's not,
May-
it never originated from the county.
No, but you are the author of that document.
No.
But I can.
No, you can check who is the author. There's a company called Premium Agency.
But you brought it yourself.
We were supposed to cross-examine a witness on it. Because we are not the author of this document. There's a reason why this document is in my affidavit.
Then I would allow you to read it together with 9C. If my learned colleague can refer you to it, our document 9C.
Yes.
It's more clear. 9C, it's the same document. But if my colleague is not ready, I can hand over to the governor. The same document. Yes. That's the same thing. Yes. So it's the same document, 9C. That is at page 1126. 9C.
Yeah,
on
I'm there.
1126. So what I'm requesting, Governor, that you do for us, one question only.
Yes, proceed.
Yes, thank you, Governor. One question only. You can see there are two names, of course, indicated or stated in that document.
Yes.
I'm interested in the second name. Kindly just read. Is it the same? No, it's actually 1127. Sorry. 1127.
Come again?
1127. Same document that I gave you, 1127. But the next page.
Before. A page before or after? Oh, yeah. It should be
1128. 1128, sorry. It appears there is, yeah, okay. 1128, correct. So kindly just read the second name there, which is the same document that you referred us to.
Yes.
So read the second name.
This is an invoice by the Premier Plan.
The name.
Premier Plan. Name is Saumu Agnes Mbuvi, my daughter.
Yes, and what is the designation of that?
Well, this is what the document is here. They have written
what? Yes, read
they
it.
have written ward administrator, but my daughter is not a ward administrator.
Yes.
I'm not the author of this document.
But of course, you brought it to us. So
we brought it so that we can question a witness who was supposed to come and testify, but we're not denied
no problem.
We're not given a chance.
Yes, thank you. You've answered the question.
So
yes.
This
so
is not me, not my daughter,
yes,
not
yes.
my wife.
It's
a company called Premier Plan.
Very well. Yes. Yes.
One of the witnesses was supposed to.
Very well. Thank you, Governor. Of course, in the same document, I want to refer you quickly to page 1133. Go to the next page. 1133.
Okay.
1133. Are you there?
I need your guidance, please. I can't see 1133. I'm seeing only 11. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I'm interested, Governor.
Yes.
Where I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh line. This is a document of impressed warrant. You agree with me?
Yes.
What is the nature of the duty that is being stated, that is stated in that document?
Okay, I know what you are referring to.
Written in handwritten, yes.
Okay, written in handwritten.
Handwritten.
Not from computer.
Handwritten.
Or electronic. Okay. Being impressed for 7.
Being interest for what?
For 20. Is it,
can I read it for you?
Yes, yes, yes.
The document reads, being impressed for county first lady and ward administrator to travel to USA.
Yes.
That is what the document reads.
Yes.
And this is a document from your institution, correct? It's an impressed warrant. You agree? What is the amount stated up there? Apply for?
The amount is 2.6 million.
2.6 million.
Payable to Joyce Kinyanjuya, not my wife or my daughter or myself.
Yes, yes, thank you. We've stated what that is. So thank you up to that level, Mr. Governor. So we go next very quickly. There's a letter that you refer to at page 59, volume 10H.
59.
Volume 10H.
You're through the
Yes, oh, thank you. Thank you for that, courtesy.
So, which volume next?
Volume 10H, page 59. Yes, that is page 59.
Yes.
Just confirm, Governor, that that is. Yes, confirm, Governor, that that letter is dated 23rd November 2020.
Yes.
Yes, and that is a letter that is written by yourself.
My office, yes, signed by myself. Yes.
Signed by yourself. So when was the impeachment motion tabled at the County Assembly?
I think on 26th.
On 26th of December, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the date of your letter is 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Was this letter at any point in time copied to the mover of the motion?
No, because he was.
It was not copied.
It was being in his own investigation.
It was not copied to him.
Yes.
So that you wrote this letter, not copied to him, and you want to allege that the reason for tabling of the motion was because of this letter.
But he's aware because he was summoned by the DCI. His name is. his name appears.
Yes, very well.
Yes.
Very well. So actually, I want to put it to you, Governor, that you wrote this letter after you got wind of the intended impeachment proceedings to blackmail.
I disagree with you because
you
the
disagree.
letter is received.
Okay.
No, the letter is received on the same date.
Yes. Thank you.
And again, also, your client is mentioned in the Auditor General report for swindling the county.
Yes.
3 million and is supposed to refund that money.
Yes. Thank you.
20,
yes.
18, 2019, Auditor
Yes.
General report.
Thank you, Governor. You mentioned something about Janet, who was your former officer.
Yes.
Yes. Of course, of course, unfortunately, refer to her,
Yes.
very strong words.
Yes.
But I want to ask you, Governor, do you have any evidence?
Yes.
What is your intervention? There is, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members. It's just that I noted that the red light is on, and on account of your, Mr. Speaker's assignment to me a strict timeline, I thought the same should apply to him as well. I stuck to your timeline. Honorable members, out of respect and deference to you, I stuck to the timeline. He should.
5 minutes only.
Okay. No, I gave you a lot of latitude, and I've leaned backwards for you on many things.
Yes.
So let me also just execute my duty. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Governor, I want just to establish one thing, whether you understand where the trial of impeachment proceedings takes place, whether it is at the County Assembly or at the Senate.
Come again, please.
Do you know where trial of impeachment proceedings takes place, whether it is in the County Assembly or it is in the Senate?
In both houses. First, it's taken to the.
Do you know where the trial? Do you know what is a trial?
Yes.
So do you know where the trial takes place?
It starts at the assembly.
It's a?
It starts at the assembly and ends at the Senate.
The trial. Do you know what is a trial?
Yes.
So do you know where it takes place?
Yes.
Is it at the Senate or at the assembly?
It starts at the assembly.
It starts as assembly according to you.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you, you asked whether the evidence that has been tendered before here was tendered at the county assembly. I want you, and in 10 seconds, show me any provision that requires the county assembly to table evidence at the time of tabling and debating the impeachment motion at the county assembly.
It is. I'm not conversant to the standing order. Give me a minute.
Yes. So do you have?
I have that law somewhere. Just
yes.
Let me get the assembly standing orders.
Yes. Do you have any provision? If you don't have, then we'll move on. Yes.
Standing order number 72-2 of the county assembly.
Standing order number 72-2.
Yes.
Yes. And kindly just quote the direct part that states that impeachment at the county assembly must be accompanied by or done by way of evidence. The standing order is here. Do you have? Yes. Just read to me where it says that in impeachment proceedings before the county assembly, you must table evidence and that a trial takes place at the county assembly. Are you able to read any of those?
(72)(2).
72.2.
If a member has sufficient reason to convince the speaker that the member is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the speaker.
My colleague is interfering with the witness.
Oh, this is not 72, sorry.
Yeah, please proceed.
72.2. The person being removed from office shall be availed with the report of the select committee together with any other evidence adduced and such notes or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the date or before the debate on the motion.
Yes. Is there anywhere where it's stated
So
that
I was
an
not
impeachment?
furnished with the evidence even before.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that relate to an impeachment motion? Is there? I asked you about an impeachment proceeding. Do you know that impeachment proceeding is a unique proceeding?
Yeah, it's an impeachment proceeding
Yes.
because the
So-
person being removed from the office, what does that tell you? The person being removed from the office shall be availed with the report of the select committee. I'm being removed from the office.
Yes.
Together with any other evidence adduced, and such note or papers presented to the committee at least 3 days before the debate on the motion.
Yes, thank you.
So, did you do that? Yakalan, did they do that?
Yes, you confirm that this issue, what you've read relates to select committees and so forth. Confirm that this was not...
And there is 67.7 also. Go to 67.7.
Okay.
67.7 of the same standing orders.
No, it's okay, but you've confirmed the issues you are relating to relate to select committee. Mr. Governor, you also showed us some audio clips of persons with whom you are interacting with.
Yes.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
That all of us seated here, would we know who the other person is from that audio clip?
It depends on the authenticity.
I was saying,
there is a certificate of that clip.
Yes.
It is used as evidence in the anti-corruption case.
Yes. Are we, from the audio, are we able to know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have monopoly of knowing the voice of each and every person in this country?
Yes.
You have the monopoly?
Yes.
Are you an expert? Are you an expert in voice identification, Mr. Governor? Do you know that is...
There is an officer who had a gadget who was recording that clip, and there's also a certificate. The person who took the clip, there was a certificate that was taken, and I think it was also filed. Alpha.
Do you know, Governor, that voice identification is a scientific process?
Okay, Council, you should be winding up. Time,
yes.
We are...
Lastly, Governor, I want to refer you to volume 9D, Mr. Speaker, the last question.
Yes.
9D, page 1187.
Give me an extra copy, please.
Okay. 1187. 1187.
Page, please.
Page 1187. From down. Yes. Governor, of course, this is your Twitter handle.
Yes.
And you were addressing a fellow...
No, this is not mine. This is a fake one.
You had answered the question. Are you, the person being addressed here is a fellow leader in this country?
There are various Twitter handles bearing the names of, and Facebook bearing the names of
no problem.
Mike Sonko, Mike Mubi Sonko, the names you mentioned, Mike Kyoko Sonko, Mike Ibanguli Sonko.
Yes.
There are so many, and even I've reported to the DCI.
One question.
Yes.
The person being referred to in this tweet is one Millie Mabona Odhiambo, correct?
This is not mine. But
no, the person being referred to.
The document you presented to me says that. Not
yes, correct. It says that. And again, just for avoidance of doubt, the words, I wouldn't want to read them there. Those words are unprintable.
Sorry?
The words that has been used in these tweets are unprintables, are they not?
Which words?
Okay, then do you want to read it?
I'm not the author.
As the partition.
Why should I read it? I'm not the
Then read it.
author of this.
Just read it. It's part of the evidence in the Senate. Kindly read it loudly.
I'm not the author of this. Why should I?
Just read it. It's a document that is... This document is part of the documents that were submitted. This is 9D.
I'm not the maker of this.
9D. Just read it. You will have time to stay
I
there.
can't read it. I'm not the maker of this.
Kindly read it.
The document has abusive language. There are women I respect here. So
then let me put to you a question.
Yes.
Mr. Governor, you know how to read.
Yes.
Kindly read that document.
I can't read this document.
Do you know how to read?
I'm not the author of this document. It has some abusive content, so I can't.
Yes, we are the ones who produced it. Just read the document. Read as it is.
What is your intervention?
We do...
Council.
We do object, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that the document that is being asked to read is not a document that is authored by him. It's not a document that he has brought here. It is a document that has been brought here by the county assembly itself. I think the county assembly has run out of questions, and as their time is over, I think we need to close.
Okay. No, you don't have to direct, but this is my direction. That since that's not the document brought by the governor, you don't have to force him to read it.
Yes.
It is so directed.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll read it myself as I put it to you, Governor. The first line says, "My sister Millie Mabona Odhiambo." Does it state so?
No, that is not me. I'm not the author of that.
Yes, the second line reads as follows.
That is you now insulting her.
Yes, I'm reading.
Yeah. So proceed as you insulting her.
Yes. In as
Okay, Council, just read and finish. So we don't have time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the second line reads as follows. Inasmuch as I fight for the rights of the silent majority women who are always major victims in such cases, my response to you is simple. You just said you love sex, and whoever you may have it with is none of my business. But you miss my point. Just as the way you have opened your mouth wide in this picture, I'm longing for the day you shall open wide your legs to give birth to a child, so that you experience the pain that the mothers I am defending go through. That will be all, Mr. Speaker.
You're looking for sympathy, my friend.
Okay. Thank you very much. You want to stand down, the governor? I think you've been standing for long. It's over. Okay. Thank you so much, Governor. You may take your seat. The next step is if there are any questions, requests for clarification by senators. Okay, Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
For not more than 2 minutes, eh?
Yes. I just want to seek some clarifications in regards to the trip to New York, which evidence has been tabled that it was sponsored, or rather it was
Please, those who have logged in, just unlog so that we know when they will be fresh.
Yeah, even Jesus was tried around this time.
It will be roll call, yeah?
You know,
Okay, let's take our seats. Order, members, order. Order, members, let's take our seats. Order, take your seats. We have a supplementary order paper. We are now back to open session. The cameras can now come back. Order, members. Let me call the clerk to read the next order.
Order number 3, notice of motion.
Leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, on Wednesday, 3rd December 2020, the Nairobi City County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, Governor of Nairobi City County. And further, whereas by letter reference number NCCA SPK 12/12/2021, dated Friday, 4th December 2020, and received in the office of Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 4th December 2020. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Nairobi City informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, Standing Order number 75 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. And further, whereas, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order number 75, the Senate also had the Governor of the Nairobi City County on the grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order number 75, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Governor of Nairobi City County, on the following charges. 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. 2, abuse of office. 3, gross misconduct. And 4, crimes under national law. Thank you, Mr.
Second. Next order.
Order number 4, motion, proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Governor of Nairobi City County.
Leader of majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. That whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, on Wednesday, 3rd December 2020, the Nairobi City County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, Governor of Nairobi City County. And further, whereas by letter, reference number NCCA/SPK/12/2021, dated Friday, 4th December 2020, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 4th December 2020. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Nairobi City informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by a County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, and Standing Order 75 of the Senate had the County Assembly on the grounds of removal from office of by impeachment of the Governor. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, and Standing Order number 75, the Senate also had the Governor for Nairobi City County on grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, and Standing Order number 75, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Governor of Nairobi City County, on the following charges. 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. 2, abuse of office. 3, gross misconduct. And 4, crimes under national law. Mr. Speaker, the matters here are straightforward. It is a constitutional duty of this Senate to take up this matter. We shall neither shy from it nor be intimidated. We must move in this direction and make decisions. Mr. Speaker, we have heard evidences the last 2 days. We have listened. In your own words, Mr. Speaker, you called it some boring session. It will be boring, but we heard. And I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, members, all the senators. The numbers proved to you, Mr. Speaker, that senators paid keen attention to the presentations on both sides. And everybody has been given a chance to be heard. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a time of reckoning. And I'd like to ask members, you have heard, you made a decision, and now the time has come to put it to a vote. And I want to encourage members, please, this is your duty, and you must act. I want to thank everybody and thank the chairman, the Speaker for the way that you conducted this business. So, Speaker, I think we may have to reconsider certain things about how we run this business, but here is a time that will come. I will not take long, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move and ask the leader of the minority to second. I beg to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that order be kept while we are having the proceedings. As you know, there are senators upstanding.
Honestly, take your seats, sir.
And that is not allowed at all. Mr. Speaker, strictly speaking, I have 1 hour to second the motion. But being cognizant of the importance of this motion, I beg to second. And Mr. Speaker, I want just to make the following remarks. The question of removal is not a question that can be made by any one single senator, but on account of the aggregate vote of all the senators as an expression of the resolution of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I want to place before you certain matters which are in the Constitution to draw a contradistinction. And if the Attorney General Emeritus and the judge...
Order, senators, emeritus.
Emeritus
Please.
And the judge.
Let's make it easy for him to second them.
The judge is on his feet, and he's supposed to be judge. Yeah, I don't know how he's going to judge. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is probably the only power under the Constitution that has remained intact throughout our constitutional dispensation. Is a power which is so onerous that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that any time we are faced with an impeachment, we should give the whole country the feeling that anybody who appears before the Senate is assured not only of justice being rendered, but even in terms of our conduct, justice will not only be done, but would be manifestly be seen to be done. And that goes not just from what we say as a Senate, collectively, as individually, but even as the way we conduct ourselves during such proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to, for the purposes of seconding this motion, draw to the attention of the Senate two issues. One, the principles of how impeachment is to be carried out and the standard of proof that is required in an impeachment is now a matter which has been well settled by the courts in the various decisions that have been made here. And I would plead to the Senate also to be consistent. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, when I tried to urge the Senate that is very important under the principle of legality and committee of institutions, that we should respect what the courts do in as much as what we want the courts to do. I think there's a matter which is still a matter of debate. We seem to be shifting goalposts. In other matters that I remember in the Samboja case, people were saying we should never be compelled to obey court orders. And in these particular proceedings, we are being urged that this matter is before the court and therefore we should not be in a position to deal with it. But having said that, I want the Senate to look at Article 99 of the Constitution in relation to disqualification of members. When you are charged in a criminal court and you are convicted, you cannot be removed as a member of this House, because the Constitution says that, and this is Article 99, sub-article 2H, that you must have been found in accordance with any law to have misused or abused a state office or public office, or in any way to have contravened Chapter 6 of the Constitution. That is why it is possible for a member of parliament who has been convicted of an offense can continue to be a member of the House until the appeal process is exhausted. And I think we have examples in the county, in the National Assembly. But when it comes to the removal of a county governor, the words there are very different in contradistinction to what is contained in Article 99. And Mr. Speaker, it says the following, and I read Article 181 sub-article 1. A county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds. It does not say to have been found. It says on any of the following grounds. Then when you go to Article 1B, it says, where there are serious reasons to believe, not to have been found, there are reasons to believe. And this, of those people who have read the American Constitution and the impeachment processes in the United States of America, and a lot of jurisprudence on this, they are saying this was the instrumentality of Parliament to control those who would act in abuse of power, that if they waited for court processes, that undermining of the authority of delegated authority from the sovereign authority, which is the people, would have to wait until the 5 years or 4 years of tenure is over. So, Mr. Speaker, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is the ground, the standard of proof is very different, and as the courts have borne out in the many appeals that we have been referred to. But the finding as to whether there has been a violation of the impugned conduct as stated in the Article 181 of the Constitution is really a political question. But we have to have a threshold because they are set out in the Constitution. But in my view, it's still a political question. It's a political question. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, all that I want to say in conclusion is that this is a very important instrument that is donated only to this House. And my fear is, Mr. Speaker, and we must revise these rules. We must look at the Act again. My belief is that so far, we have not given the solemnity to this process. Because imagine the next time probably is the President of the Republic of Kenya that we are impeaching, contrary to the mandate they are given to the people, by the people of Kenya. Everybody in the world will be watching us. It may be the governor now, but if it was the President of the Republic of Kenya, the whole country will be watching. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I believe that we must revise the rules. We must amend the County Governments Act in relation to the impeachment. And I want to persuade the House that a committee process probably is better. In the United States of America, they did not have a provision for the committee system. What they have in the law is actually plenary. But they have found out over time that plenary doesn't really work. It doesn't do justice to the grounds and the seriousness of the grounds which normally those who have been impeached face. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question, which is that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012, on Wednesday, 3rd December 2020, the Nairobi City County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, Governor of Nairobi City County. And further, whereas by letter reference number NCCA/SPK/12/2021, dated Friday, 4th December 2020, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 4th December 2020, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nairobi City informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75 of the Senate had the County Assembly on the grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order number 75, the Senate also had the Governor for Nairobi City County on the grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 333 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Governor of Nairobi City County, on the following grounds. Charges: 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. 2, abuse of office. 3, gross misconduct. And 4, crimes under national law. What's your point of order? Who is it? Okay, Senator Sakaja. Yeah, I've finished. What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand under Standing Order 106 on limitation of debate, which clearly says that the Senate may, on a motion made by any senator in accordance with the Standing Order, impose a limit in respect of debate or any particular motion or bill by allocating a limited period of time for such debate or by limiting the time during which senators may speak in such debate or by imposing such limitations. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order number 106(2) clearly says that such a motion may be moved without notice. I beg to move this motion, Mr. Speaker, that this debate be limited to 3 minutes per speaker, Mr. Speaker,
so that, Mr. Speaker, we save time. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon Senator George Khaniri to second this motion. Thank you.
Eh? Seconded. Therefore, I'll just give 3 minutes. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to...
Senator Kindiki Kidure.
I'm not the Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, yeah.
The Senator for Kakamega County has moved a procedural motion, and properly so, which has been seconded by the Senator for Vihiga County. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, with tremendous humility, I believe that the Speaker of the House must take a vote, a viva voce vote, to ascertain whether that motion has been passed before we can progress. Because I am of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, that talking about removing of a governor is not a small matter. As many senators as possible should be able to speak for at least 5 minutes, to at least to say something. Minimum 3 minutes. By the time one rises up, time will be over. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm begging. But if it is the opinion that we do 3 minutes by majority, I'll abide by the decision of the House.
Okay. A motion has been proposed to limit the time of the motion and seconded. Now I propose the question, which is that the time for this motion be limited to 3 minutes. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many are of contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I know members want us to dispense with this matter quickly, but as a senator representing Nairobi, I would kindly ask that I beg your indulgence that I speak for 5, or 6, Mr. Speaker, kindly.
Okay, 5.
Thank you. Senator Ridama is saying 10. I don't need 10. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to this motion, Mr. Speaker, kindly advise senators not to address me, to address you. You're asking a point of order to the Speaker, not to me. And unless you're given, I keep speaking. Mr. Speaker, in speaking to this motion...
What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, there is a tradition which has been established in this House. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I know I cannot raise a point of order against you, but you only proposed the question, you didn't put the question on the time we are supposed to debate here. So just that's out of procedure, but that's water under the bridge. The real tradition that has been established in this House from the time impeachment started is that the senator of the county where the governor is from speaks last, Mr. Speaker. And it's a tradition that has been established because he speaks last, and generally there's always an indulgence to give him more time. And there's a reason why he should speak last, is so that then he can sum up everything, Mr. Speaker. And you know, generally there was a tradition. So I want to beg my friend Senator Johnson Sakaja, if he can wait for the other members to contribute first, so that then we can follow.
Okay, Senator Sakaja, is that okay?
Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge tradition. These are House of Rules and tradition. I have much to say. I will abide and speak last, but I hope that what I wanted to say will not be clouded by what members say. But I urge that even if I speak last, you still give me an extension of time when I speak, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Isaac Mwaura.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you caught me off guard. I still thought I wanted to listen to Senator Sakaja. But I want to really say that this whole process of impeachment is a far much better, improved version than the way in which we impeached the governor for Kiambu, Ferdinand Waitito. I think I saw a lot of civility from the senators and also the cross-examination from the council. And that is something very commendable, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to say that we really need an impeachment procedure law so that we are very clear that it is not whimsically possible to just make a determination as to whether we really have a case for a plenary or for the committee based on maybe what may have happened by a certain committee or certain persuasions of the moment. But, Mr. Speaker, having said that, it is my opinion that indeed, yes, the governor has a case to answer. I think I was moved personally by the charges against him, especially around gross misconduct, issues to do with variation of tenders, and this topic I keep on talking about called development corruption, where you use development money meant to help the poor Kenyans, you divert them by compromising on the standards of that project so that then those monies end up in people's pockets. It was clearly demonstrated to us by the county assembly that a lot of monies were actually diverted from a stadium project, and further, quite poignantly and sad, that monies meant for bursaries have actually been diverted to pay lawyers. And you know, this is a very clear conduit for self-enrichment of legal fees that would not otherwise be quantifiable. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether it is the amount of English, and today we've had a lot of it, that then would amount to the hundreds of million shillings that have been diverted. And Mr. Speaker, now that I can see the yellow line, I want to say that really we owe it to this country to have governors having the highest threshold of decorum. We want people who, when they look at their TVs, at our TVs, they will see that these are honorable people who have been elected to office to serve. And in my opinion, Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko has not presented himself in such a manner. I think he's a very good example of someone who, in my opinion, who should not have even been elected to the office of the governor of Nairobi. And I so ask that this honorable house do make its considered opinion so that we...
Senator Olekino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion with the following reasons. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here for the last 2 days, listened very carefully to the allegations by the County Assembly, and in my view, which I wish to convince my colleague within 3 minutes, those allegations have not been substantiated. Mr. Speaker, sir, we were told that money was diverted, bursary money was diverted to pay for lawyers, to pay for other services. But the evidence which was presented by the county governor spoke differently. Mr. Speaker, we were given documents from Central Bank that showed that that was stopped. Mr. Speaker, sir, what happens? Normally, when you're processing a payment, it leaves IFMIS and it goes to IB. At the end of a financial year, if that money has not cleared from IB or internet banking, it goes back into the county revenue fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, with my 2 minutes left, the issues that we have been entertained here with revolve around 3 particular issues. One, Article number 187, 2A and B. And this is a matter that this House must sit seriously and consider, because when it says that arrangements shall be made to fund transferred services, it does not say the national government should put together a legal framework to transfer those services. This is a threat to devolution, and we must be alive to that. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, has got to do with the relationship of the Treasury, the County Assembly, the County Executive, and this new entity called NMS. Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be violating Article 219 if we agree with the County Assembly that, yes, NMS should get money directly from the Exchequer. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 50 seconds. I want to beseech you, my brothers and sisters. This is a very tough time for devolution. If we agree to violate Article 187, 2A and B, and Article 219 of the Constitution, we will be doing us a disservice. In the last few seconds, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to end with a quote from the Bible, Proverbs 12:22. It says, lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who deal truthfully are his delight. I wish to beseech you to deal fruitfully and truthfully. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot. It's not there. Senator Langat Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance also to say something. I want to oppose this particular motion deeply. One is because of procedure. The fact that if we are not careful as the House, I want to say that the irregularities that are happening in the county assemblies are likely to translate to this particular House, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to say it was not very clear up to this particular time if the threshold was met clearly in the county assemblies. And I want to say that unless we are careful, sooner or later, this particular House will be converted by the MCAs as a lynching ground to the governors. Governors are now under fear. They fear a lot. They fear their MCAs, and they fear that they will be brought here to be lynched. So we need to protect devolution by actually, we may not actually, we may not be having substance on what actually the governor gave, but the procedure is faulty. You could see, and everybody even here, is not, it is not clear to all of us if those particular MCAs who are in Mombasa, if they actually voted, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that the faulty process produces faulty results. And I want to say we must be careful on the procedures that are taking place in the county assembly, or we risk this House becoming a lynching ground for the MCAs actually who have got a lot of demands that are putting on the governors that are not realistic, and they cannot be actually accepted. So I want to beseech this House that if only we could send this particular case back to the MCAs so that the procedure be followed effectively, Mr. Speaker, we have got no problem with the results. But a faulty process also leads to a faulty results at the end of it. So I beg this particular House that we reconsider this matter with seriousness that it deserves as a way of protecting devolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the fourth impeachment we are doing in less than 3 years as senators. And I think for those who have served more than one term, there would even be more. Mr. Speaker, we are sitting as a jury, as a judicial proceeding, as a court of law. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that in the eyes of anybody who comes before us, to see that not only has he or she been subjected to a process that is fair, but that he has also received justice. Mr. Speaker, the way we conduct these proceedings need to be reviewed going forward. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the United States of America, an impeachment of a president is done under a serious investigation. I remember that during the impeachment of Richard Nixon, Hillary Clinton was one of the attorneys that were assisting with gathering evidence against the then sitting president. But as we speak here today, Mr. Speaker, you have seen that there are many instances where we are not able to get proper assistance from advocates who appear for the respective parties. We asked issues touching on whether, orders were served. We were trying to get proper records from the assembly. We were told we ought to have summoned the clerk to appear before us to, to give us further evidence. Mr. Speaker, we really must put in place a body that should review the way we conduct this inquiry so that parties and Kenyans in general can have confidence. Mr. Speaker, this is like when you face an election petition. When you have received the mandate of the people to be their leader and you are taken to an election petition court, you expect fairness and you expect justice, and the verdict that is passed against you should be one that enjoys the confidence of the people that voted for you. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our governors must also know, going forward, that if you violate our constitution or if you violate any law, then you may risk losing your seat. Mr. Speaker, Richard Nixon was impeached just for not Richard Nixon, Johnson, just for violating the Tenure of Office Act, a simple act of sacking the war minister. Edward Stanton provoked an impeachment motion, which was passed. So any governor must know that if you...
Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank both the councils for the governor and the county assembly for the work they did. Mr. Speaker, to agree with many of our colleagues who said that an impeachment process, though legal, has a lot of political implication. This House is presiding over the fourth impeachment procedure this term. And like last term, Mr. Speaker, this term of the 4 impeachment processes, 3 have an element of state sponsorship. 2 particularly have a full support of the state, including this one. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that. I have a problem because if the national government will use its machinery, both, Mr. Speaker, security machinery and resources that are given by the people of Kenya to impeach a governor, then lies the danger. Mr. Speaker, Article 96 was not established by accident. Article 96, which says that the Senate shall protect counties and county governments, was put in place because it was known that there is a danger that county governments are facing. Where is that danger from, Mr. Speaker? There might be other quarters that county governments may face danger from, but the most primary institution or government, Mr. Speaker, that threatens county governments, the national government, because of the competition between the national government and the county governments. Today, from the witnesses and from the testimony we've heard from the Nairobi County government, all this is about control of the 10%, Mr. Speaker, of the country in terms of its economy. It is 60% of the GDP Nairobi County. This is about power. It's about the transfer of functions agreement. It's about the establishment of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's about interests that are competing, and particularly commercial interests, Mr. Speaker. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, this House must rise to the occasion to defend devolution and to ensure that counties and county governments have the confidence of the senators. And Mr. Speaker, with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this House must tonight demonstrate itself that they have the level of consistency that can be believed by the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I beg to oppose.
Senator Chilayako.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing some people talking about my goodness. I don't know whether they did not expect me to speak. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are converged here as a jury. My understanding of a jury, the practice has evolved in senior jurisdictions, is that they are sequestered. They are kept somewhere where they cannot be influenced by many people by opinions that are external to the facts. And Mr. Speaker, you will notice that many of us do not want to speak here because we do not want to be influenced. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this is a very serious duty, and in the future, I think we should introduce sequestration so that we do not have to operate in a manner that we may be influenced. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that if you look at our legislation, the foundation of which this motion is brought, it requires that we investigate. If we are to defend counties, if we are to apply Article 96 of the Constitution and achieve the objective of that article where we defend counties, then we must not rely on arguments that are made by county assemblies and arguments that are made in response by county governments alone. We should be able as a body to go out there and find the facts out for ourselves. Because in matters that are adversarial, those who are better equipped and those who are better prepared will become persuasive. That is the dilemma in which we find ourselves in. I will express my opinion by voting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kimani wa Matangi, and I'll come. Yeah, I'll come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first begin by appreciating, and I think it's important for members of the public, because there has been that debate all along, whether if we conduct our business in plenary or whether we go to a committee, which way is justice served, Mr. Speaker? And I think it's important that members of the public who have been following these proceedings understand that this House is above reproach, and that whichever way we prosecute these matters when they come, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, senators make a conscientious decision that eventually will give the verdict of what each senator is convinced has happened. But Mr. Speaker, just two quick issues I would like to address that I think are pertinent in the future. First, Mr. Speaker, is I believe we need to readdress the procedure of how we deal with these impeachment processes, Mr. Speaker, because we might run the risk of compromising a very important tenet and virtue of this process, and that is believability. Mr. Speaker, if these processes continue and then eventually it is clear, even to somebody who is following, that we are not able to prosecute the matter to its detail because of lack of time, such that there is even no time to question the veracity of evidence, look at the authenticity of documents when they have been of this House as one that is given that constitutional duty. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that what we are seeing when these processes start is not what is intended in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. At one point in the process, Mr. Speaker, it ended up being a contest between MCAs. You ask, if this side brings an MCA, and they are trying the other MCAs on the other side, is this a contest between members of the same county assembly that who have come here to say this one said this one did not do this? Indeed, it almost reduced to a contest between lawyers. So you find there's one lawyer questioning the authenticity and the integrity of the other one, Mr. Speaker. I believe, for example, at the county assembly level, when the decision is made there, if it has been made correctly, when the matter arrives here to the Senate, then it is virtually the accused against his allegations for the Senate to listen to, but not a contestation between whether there was a lying MCA and there's a truthful MCA and there's another group in there, Mr. Speaker. So we should be asking ourselves, is this process finally serving devolution by the way we are prosecuting it, Mr. Speaker? And I believe we are going to make it fine, we are going to make it better if, Mr. Speaker, we qualify the process by ensuring.
Senator Wambua Kio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the final decision as to
whether or not to impeach the governor of Nairobi City County, I hope will be based on facts and evidence. The Speaker, I'll prosecute only 3 arguments in opposing the impeachment motion against Governor Sonko. One, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of threshold that I even raised with the lawyers on the floor. And even the lawyers themselves could not confirm to this House that the threshold for impeachment has been reached. The only thing they could say is that the determination of threshold is the province of the High Court. The Speaker, to the extent that there is doubt on threshold, even on the side of the lawyers, must say to us that threshold was not met. There is no justification whatsoever to impeach the governor of Nairobi City County. The Speaker, what I find very interesting is what really is the motivation of this process, Mr. Speaker. Why do I ask about the motivation? We are told that the Dandora Stadium is still under investigation, active investigation. At the end of the day, the investigating agencies will apportion blame and say, so and so is responsible for doing ABCD. Why is the County Assembly of the Nairobi City in such a hurry to impeach the governor on account of a matter that is still under active investigation? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the governor of Nairobi City County for stopping a cartel that was receiving bursary funds to a phantom school, but unfortunately, on that same count, is being accused of not issuing bursary funds. The Speaker, this House is being called upon to make a decision based on facts and evidence adduced on the floor of this House. The Speaker, with those remarks, I oppose.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance. Mr. Speaker, we are being invited to make a very simple decision. I call it simple because the legislation that we are relying upon to make a determination where the threshold was reached at the County Assembly was passed by this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The County Assembly of Nairobi appeared before us. They had a lead counsel. They had an opportunity for 2 days to, before us, present us with evidence confirming whether they reached that particular threshold. When they didn't do it, this afternoon, we were given an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to seek clarifications. I rose on a point of order, and I asked a specific question to the lead counsel. Can you furnish this House with the names of the members of County Assembly who you purport that 88 of them supported the impeachment process against the governor? That would have allowed me to look into the further details of all this mistreatment of staffers, issues of governance, and the rest. But he scattered around the issues. He could not produce that particular list. Mr. Speaker, a trend is emerging in this country, and this House will be setting a very bad precedent. If tonight we confirm to the entire country that it no longer matters if 2 MCAs meet, so long as they bring a list and a letter to this House and they are able to flex their political muscles, it will not matter anymore. Then as a House, we'll be failing in our constitutional responsibility of ensuring that we are defenders of devolution. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, for the simple and the obvious fact that is so obvious and bears for everybody who cares to listen, that the County Assembly of Nairobi never achieved the threshold of impeaching Governor Mike Sonko, I oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, if it is about failure of duties, honestly, between the national government and the county government of Nairobi, which one needs the services of NMS? It is a national government. Mr. Speaker, I oppose.
Senator Wako.
thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had 4 petitions. We have gathered experience, and I believe we are improving in the way we are handling these petitions. Mr. Speaker, sir, you may recall that I did say that this mandate is a very important mandate, and I think it will be worthwhile taking into account the experience that we have had to look at the procedures so that everybody lives here, the governors, everybody feels that they have had a fair deal, if I may use that particular word. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at it, actually it's a very simple thing. And if we just stuck to that simple thing, which is have the particulars given on various matters, have they been, the word is substantiated. We don't look to how they came here, because they come here in many ways. Maybe 2 MCAs, maybe the government, maybe just some people who are interested in ensuring that devolution does not work. Let us focus more, not on how they have come here, because if we focus too much on how they have come here, we may be derailed. This is my opinion. We focus more on what we have before us, the particulars that have been given, particulars that have been given pursuant to the reasons to remove the governor, which are set out in Article 181 of the Constitution. Have those particulars been substantiated? That's all. If they have not been substantiated, the petition does not succeed. If they have been substantiated, they succeed. But a petition should not fail or succeed because of how it found its way here. There will be many ways of these types of petitions coming here. Let us focus more, to me, on the issue of substantiation. Mr. Speaker, sir, let us also, we are developing jurisprudence. Let us also ensure that our jurisprudence on this matter is also consistent. For example, I can see that our jurisprudence on the issues of procurement and interests are now developing. And if you have to be consistent, we have to ensure that the way we decide those issues in one case should guide us on how we decide on those issues in this particular case. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we look at the procedures.
Your time is up. Senator Susan Kihika.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to oppose this motion. And part of the reasons as to why I oppose the motion is I was not convinced that the process that was followed at the county assembly level, as far as the threshold and was followed properly. And I think it's important because the way that it got here must also be important and considered. But now once they were here and they were stating the grounds, I also felt that the grounds were very flimsy. When they come here talking to us about impeaching Governor Sonko because he danced to party after party in France, I feel that that's not a good enough reason. When Governor Sonko was elected by over 800,000 voters in Nairobi County, we all knew him to be a flamboyant, exuberant, flashy gentleman. So for us to now want to pigeonhole him into a suit and tie and expect him to just sit in the corner somewhere and sign off warrants and give back kickbacks, and if not, then be impeached, I feel that that is not the way to defend devolution. As the Senate, one of our very primary duties is under Article 96(1), which is to defend devolution. And from what I have seen in the past year or so, we seem to now have become some rubber stamp puppets who will do anything to help those who want to, from the national government, who want to mess with devolution, kill it by removing anyone who does not toe the line. We want to help them get there. But is it really worth it to have a by-election in Nairobi County because, which has 10% of the population of this country, just because they want maybe to transfer, as we have seen previously, to the military, the functions of the county illegally, and maybe perhaps the governor has refused to sign over some roles to an illegal entity. But here we are helping them, giving them a hand to get there. But anyhow, at the end of the day, my colleagues, I want to appeal to your conscience. Let us not impeach Governor Sonko on such flimsy grounds. I feel that the allegations were not substantiated, and as such, oppose the motion, and I hope that most of you, if not all of you, will do the same, will do the right thing, will follow your conscience, will uphold the law and follow the constitution that we swore to uphold. But as things are going, I fear for the devolution of this country if it's in the hands of this Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll also be very brief. I think we have had in the last 2 days a lot of material. But going forward, Mr. Speaker, we should improve the process of hearing impeachment processes in this House. I think those who have been dealing with bettering our standing orders should create a structure for a sort of pre-trial conference between the parties, proper exchange of documents, not just through emails flying around, but sitting together. Probably our committee on justice can be involved if the clerk's office is overwhelmed, so that when the parties come here, we give them proper hearing without contestations as to whether some documents came here rightly or wrongly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, every time an impeachment matter comes here, it's obviously a devolution on trial. Devolution on trial because we are going to truncate by a vote, if it's positive, the will of the people. But it also sends a message to our governors that abiding by the law and procedures set out in management of public affairs are not options. There are cardinal requirements in managing public affairs. I want to urge members, don't vote because so-and-so has told you to vote, or you are voting because you have been influenced. Vote because you have had the evidence as it was given here. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the documents, these bulk documents were brought as we started the hearing of the case. Some members may not even have gone through these documents. Unfortunately, that is the situation. I urge us to be as just and as fair as we possibly can, knowing that the future must be improved in this process. Thank you.
Senator Millicent Omanga.
Speaker, what I would say is I stand up to oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, these are interesting times to live in. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the MCA actually talk about intimidation, it was closer home because, Mr. Speaker, you know, the kind of intimidation even members of this House have gone through. Mr. Speaker, you know, in this House, even leadership or chairman of committees, they are not there by merit. It is because maybe they are robots to some to orders from above, from the executive. Mr. Speaker, what I just want, because of time, to actually just read one thing. Because we lost a colleague, and I'm actually mourning Senator Kabaka. And the last message Senator Kabaka wrote on our WhatsApp group, 3 hours before he started, before he went to hospital.
There's a point of order from Senator Farhia.
My time, hope, Speaker, it will not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've been called puppets, we've been called robots. I think these allegations need to be substantiated. Otherwise, I think these people should withdraw and apologize to the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I cannot substantiate the obvious. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to read the last message Senator Kabaka wrote on our WhatsApp group.
Order. You know, don't just plow through. Let's make sure that people are listening to what you are saying. And this is just a word of caution. Remember that we are sitting here as Senate. So whichever name you use, you cannot stand out of this Senate and appear like you are not part of the Senate. So if you say, whatever, we are horses, we are cows, we are dogs, know that you are one of them. So let us be careful about what we are saying. Please, wind up.
Thank you. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. I want to read the last message Senator Kabaka wrote on our social group. That's why, so that I can plead with members. If you actually want Senator Kabaka to rest in peace, let's actually rest him in peace by granting him what he requested on our WhatsApp group. I will read.
Order. You are out of order. You are out of order. Order, senators. Order, senators. You cannot misuse, we cannot use the misfortune that has befallen us, and we are still mourning. Our brother, to say that you are completely out of order. Order, senators, wind up. Time is up. Honorable senators, your time is up. Senator, what's your point of order, Senator Kangata?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is now 17 minutes past 10.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we shall vote on each and every allegation.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is not a gazetted day.
Yeah.
So meaning we have a statutory deadline. In fact, I think Section 33 has clear set out timelines of the County Government Act, Section 33. And therefore, if for any reason we spill over up to tomorrow beyond midnight today, we will be breaching the law. And taking into account the voting will be by roll call. I seek your directions on how we will proceed going forward. Yes, I propose we call the mover to reply. I propose we call the mover to reply. Mr. Speaker, I propose we call the mover to reply. Yes, we put
Honorable
the question.
senators.
Mr. Speaker,
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Order, senators. Just hold on. Order, senators. I order. I have not even talked. What do you know what I'm going to say? No. You are not an expert in reading body languages. Order, senators. I was going to say this. Order. I want to give this opportunity to the senator for Nairobi, whom I had given an opportunity to talk last, so that because of time, we are able to, I put the question so that we vote. Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak to this motion. Following your guidance, Mr. Speaker, that I speak last. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you direct...
Okay, order, senators. Let us listen to Senator Sakaja. Remember, we have to vote. Please. Okay, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 days, as I've sat here, I have really held myself together not to speak. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, I speak a lot in this House. But I acknowledge the tradition of this House. Mr. Speaker, the tradition of this House holds that the senator of the county...
Order, senators. Consult in law. Why are you not listening to the Senator Nairobi? That's just confirming that we are tired. So let us listen to the Senator for Nairobi.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that the tradition of this House has been that the senator of the county in question, when there is an impeachment, ideally keeps quiet. And Mr. Speaker, ideally, when a vote comes, they should normally abstain unless it is a casting vote. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I'm going to do today. But Mr. Speaker, allow me just to give some history. Number one, I am privileged and I'm honored to be the one member in this House elected by Nairobians, representing 4.3 million people of this county, and who has sworn an oath to protect the interests of the people of Nairobi and to protect the interests of the Nairobi County government. And Mr. Speaker, based on that oath, that solemn oath that we all took, I have numerously brought statements, questions, and I've raised issues to do with Nairobi County in this House. Mr. Speaker, without blowing any trumpet, and I'm sure, and I know you said that sometimes you blow your own if it's complicated, I think of all senators concerning their own county, I've brought the most issues. In fact, it is almost poetic that last year, at a time like this, and I shared this on our group recently, I brought a request for a special sitting to discuss Nairobi County, because at that time my governor had a case, and there were issues, you remember, and the then leader of majority refused to, to call a special sitting. A year later, we're discussing an impeachment. Mr. Speaker, this city of Nairobi is indeed, literally, the hub of this continent in terms of economic opportunities. Nairobi ideally should be Africa's New York. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the geopolitics of our region, of this continent, if you go to the west, Nigeria, which is just mineral-based, investors don't want to go there. If you look at the south, it is imploding. Look at what's happening in Ethiopia. The frontier for the economic development of this continent is Nairobi. And that is why the issues of Nairobi must be taken seriously, and we must look at them keenly. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge, and I want to say in front of everyone, because, Mr. Speaker, I always put my cards on the table. Since 2017, of course, we campaigned together with the governor. We worked together initially. And of course, I think it is not lost to anyone that we've also had our run-ins. We've not seen eye to eye on a number of issues. And Mr. Speaker, I insisted that every time I've brought a question of oversight, it has not been about personal interest, it has not been about political contest, it's about the interests of the people of Nairobi, and I continue to do that. Mr. Speaker, when the governor's impeachment came, many people, including media houses, MCAs, different actors, asked me to comment about it, but I believe in grace, such that it is wrong to kick someone when he's down. And that is why I have resisted to gleefully dance on anybody's grave. I've resisted the urge to celebrate, but to empathize with the people of Nairobi. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that for the last 2 days, and in fact for the last months that he's been going through this, I have offered an ear to him, and I have offered an ear also to those who accuse him, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I am the father of devolution in this county. I am the senator of Nairobi. Whichever way it goes, the Senate will speak. And when the Senate speaks, that voice will be heard. I see the need for leadership at this time. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will have to, as a senator, in case this Senate decides to impeach the governor of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, we will need to provide leadership because it will be uncertain times. In case this House does not impeach the governor, there is need for reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the gallery, I feel bad. Because on one side, I see MCAs opposed to the governor. On another side, I see MCAs supporting the governor. We have all been elected by the same people. If we keep playing to the parochial politics of political, whatever it may be, the person who suffers is that woman in Mutwini, it is that cobbler in Kayole, it is that common person who we fight for every day in this house. And so we need to be reconciled. And that role must still be played. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, as you make your decision, which will be respected, let us look at the depth of the issues. Let us look at justice, let us look at truth, and let us look at the best interest of the County of Nairobi. And, Mr. Speaker, we shall abide by the decision that is made. Even once it is made, Mr. Speaker, I will still urge this House to give clarity to the issues of intergovernmental transfers. Because, Mr. Speaker, I supported the transfer of functions, and I still support it, because at that point, we know what the court said about a governor facing charges. There is a need for that clarity as to how we actualize, whether it is the NMS or whatever other entity. And whoever becomes governor of Nairobi in 2022 or later, or whenever, or even next, will have the same challenges. When Governor Kidero was governor, myself and Governor Sonko said things about him that he is going through today. This city cannot be about individuals. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Orengo and Senator Mutula and Senator Wetangula, because they stood with me. When BBI document was released, the functions of Nairobi had been transferred permanently away from Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, we pleaded with the President and with the former Prime Minister and these three members of mine, Mr. Speaker, and I thank them, and the people of Nairobi, thank you. At that time, I fought alone. My MPs didn't support that. They said no comma should be changed, no full stop. But I said the person in Nairobi, Article 1 says that the sovereign power is with the people and it's exercised at the national level and at the county level. The people of Nairobi are going to be disenfranchised not to exercise that power at the county level. I'm glad that the document that we have now, Nairobi remains a county. As I conclude, I want to give Nairobians hope. I know Francis Bacon once said that hope is a bad breakfast but a good supper. But I want to give the people of Nairobi and the people of Kenya hope that Nairobi can work as a county. Nairobi can thrive as a county. And when Nairobi works, all of your counties will be able to work. Please support Nairobi County. And to the governor of Nairobi, my friend, whom we've had a love-hate relationship, I don't know where the scales lie, whether it is more love or more hate. But Mr. Speaker is a brother. I want to give him the words of William Penn. No throne, no thorns, no throne. No cross, no crown. No girl, no glory. Senators, make a judicious decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, honorable senators. Honorable Senator, order. I still have a long list of senators who want to speak. I know we are elected to speak, but we must come to a close. All of you who are listed here have at least said something between yesterday and today. I seek your intelligence that I now put the question, which is that, I now order Senator Manga. I'm on my feet. I now put the question, which is that the mover be called to reply. Okay. It's a procedural motion, but will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary view say nay? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to reply, or I beg to reply. Mr. Speaker, there isn't much I can add. We've had a good 2 days. We've had the brilliance of lawyers speak to each other in arguments and counter-arguments. Members have been given opportunities to make this judgment. The time of reckoning has come. I just want to thank you, Speaker, for steering this House very well during the last 2 days. I must congratulate you for that. And many times we urge you to be strong and to be firm. And I want to thank these members. Mr. Speaker, the members have played out their role as senators. and I want to say thank you to all parties. And now, whatever you heard the last 2 days, you formed an opinion, put it to a vote. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question, which is that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act 2020 on Wednesday, 3rd December 2020, the Nairobi City County Assembly approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, Governor of Nairobi City County. And further, whereas by letter reference number NCCA 1/SPK/12, 2021, dated Friday, 4th December 2020, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 4th December 2020, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Nairobi City informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2020 and Standing Order 75 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. And further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order number 75, the Senate also heard the Governor for Nairobi City County on the grounds of removal from office by impeachment of the Governor. Now, therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75, the Senate resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the Governor of Nairobi City County, on the following charges. 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. 2, abuse of office. 3, gross misconduct. And 4, crimes under national law. Like I guided earlier, we'll vote on each charge, and therefore direct that the bell be rung for 2 minutes. It's a division, Millicent. Let's get the tellers. You know what? Okay, take your seats, members, take your seats so that we... Take your seats so that we start voting. Okay, order, senators. This is a matter affecting counties and therefore it's by delegation, just for the record. Yeah. Okay, clerk, take your seats. The clerk will go.
This is a vote on charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the County Governments Act 2012, the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2015, and the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Roll call. Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
Yeah, I think we did agree that it's 1-1 for clarity. Yeah.
Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County. On record, please.
Okay, I vote yes.
Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Cherarke Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
I vote no.
Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote no.
Haji Mohammed Yusuf, Garissa County.
It's not there. It's not there. And there was even a letter.
Hagura Godana, Marsabit County.
I vote yes.
Imana Malakai Charles Sekal, Turkana County.
I vote no.
Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Kamar Margaret Jebkoech, Wasingishu County.
I vote yes.
Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
I vote yes.
Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Kindiki Kithure, Tharakanithi County.
I vote no.
Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote no.
Senator Manka, why don't you take your seat? You know, social distancing and we have enough tellers.
Lelegwel Tumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote no.
Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote no.
Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote no.
Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
I vote yes.
Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote no.
Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes.
Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
I vote yes.
Mpayei Philip Salao, Kajiado County.
I vote no.
Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
The Speaker, I vote no.
Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I abstain.
Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mwenye Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Fogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain.
Wako Sitwila Amos, Busia County. On mic.
I vote yes.
Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, ninapiga kura hapana ama la.
Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mike, I vote yes.
Go to the next one.
Okay, order, senators. We have to move with speed. Take your seats. Take your seats. Next charge. Let's move with speed. Clerk.
This is charge 2, Honorable Senators, charge 2, abuse of office. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
Senator Ali, let's listen so that let's listen so that we move with speed. Senator who? Ali.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Gerard K. Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote no.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf, Garissa County. Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County.
I vote no.
Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Wasingishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Those giving the mic, please, Arakaran.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kehika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote no.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
This one?
I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Mine is no.
Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote no.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote no.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote no.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote no.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote no.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I abstain.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gedhiomi, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain.
Senator Wako Situila Emos, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
No.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Okay, I vote yes.
Yes, okay. We are voting on the third charge.
Honorable Senators, charge number 3.
Let's maintain order so that we finish fast. Excuse me. Whip, please. We are on the, please take your seats. We have 2 charges to go. Okay, let's proceed, clerk.
Charge number 3, gross misconduct. Roll call. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Gerard K. Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf, Garissa County. Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Sekal, Turkana County.
I vote no.
Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jebkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote no.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote no.
Senator Lelegwel Tumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote no.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote no.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote no.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County. Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
I abstain.
Senator Wako Sitswila Amos, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
I vote no.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
I vote yes.
Okay, order senators. We are now going to the final vote.
Charge number 4.
Charge number 4.
Charge number 4, crimes under national law. Roll call vote. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Gerard K. Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote no to impunity.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf, Garissa County. Senator Hargura Godana, Marsabit County.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County.
I vote no.
Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
Vote yes.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson, Kirinyaga County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kehika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote no.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
Senator Ibrahim Maina.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote no.
Senator Lelegwel Tumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote no.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote no.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote no.
Senator Matsayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei, Towet.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote no.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, in defense of devolution and in fight against impunity, I vote a big no.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I abstain.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenyi Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njero, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, in defense of the Constitution of Kenya, devolution, I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
I abstain.
Senator Wambua Enoch Keyo, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wako Sitwila Amos, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
Dunia. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Okay, order, senators. Order, senators. Take your seat, leader. Okay, honorable senators, this is a summary of the division, the results of the division. 1, gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. The ayes had 27, the nays had 16, abstentions 2, the ayes have it. Charge number 2, abuse of office. The ayes 27, the nays 16, abstentions 2, the ayes have it. On charge number 3, gross misconduct, the ayes have 27, the nays 16, abstentions 2, the ayes have it. Charge number 4, crimes under national law, the ayes 27, the nays 16, abstentions 2, the ayes have it. Honorable senators, the effect of the vote is that pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order number 75 of the Senate Standing Orders, Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko of Nairobi City County stands impeached. Honorable senators, having concluded the business of the day, it's now time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Monday, 21st December 2020 at 2:30. There's a special sitting on Monday.
The Senate indeed confirming the impeachment of Governor for Nairobi County on all the 4 charges, among them the gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, abuse of office, as well as gross misconduct and crimes under the national laws. Senators 27 voted yes, 16 voted no. 2 senators in each charge chose to abstain. According to the law, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Ken Lusaka, must by midnight of today gazette that particular impeachment of Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko. This now permits the Speaker of the Nairobi County Assembly, that is Benson Mutura, to be in charge of county affairs. This is for a period of 60 days, after which the county government or the county of Nairobi is expected to go for elections to get to elect the governor for Nairobi County. And you'll understand, or you'll wonder what options the governor, the outstate governor for Nairobi County, Mike Mbuvi Sonko, has. And according to the law, he could go to the court in 14 days to get to quash the decision by the Senate. Alternatively, he could choose to vie in the next elections to get to ensure that he still gets to keep that particular position. That is the latest from the Senate of Kenya, the Senate confirming the impeachment of the governor for Nairobi County, and senators voting overwhelmingly to send the governor packing. Thank you very much for watching today's proceeding that began early in the morning around 9 a.m. 2 hours to midnight. It's 11:30 p.m. Thank you very much for watching. On behalf of those who made the broadcast possible, my name is Gladys Mungai. I'll now hand you over for our normal programming at the Broadcasting House.